Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice, coming to you from a chilly Florida. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. 62 degrees in the office. That's why we got the fire on. So, how's everybody doing? Audio is good. Thank you. Thank you. Julie, an OnlyFan therapist, you know. Thank you. Curviel, good morning to you. Pammy, hello. Good morning to you. Dreama Landry, how are you? Let's see, who was first? First in the chat, Dreama Landry. Oh, Angelique, how are you? Willow Johnson, how are you? Benny Isley, wow. Oh, thank you for this one. Yeah, well, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. This is Super Ball for those that don't know, making her presence known. How's everybody doing today? Joanne, how are you? Good to see you. Oh, let me put on my live chat. Get everybody in there. Willow Johnson, Baca, how are you guys? I know it's cold. If it's cold here, I know it's cold where you guys are. It's 32 when I woke up. I had to put my pipes on, protect your pipes, plants, and pipes, plants, people, plants, pipes, people. I think that's it. Hey, Puffy Freeman, how are you? Fanny Pack, it's 22 where you are. Yeah, it was 32 here. Oh, Super Ball is going to say hello again. Hello. Hi. I'm sure you want to snuggle. This is Queen Feral Cat here. Queen Kitty. She's like a big marshmallow. Hi. Good girl. Yeah, it's cold out there, I know. You don't go out there, though. 28 in Louisiana. Yeah. 32 in Florida. At least where we are. Curvio 47. Yeah. Time to open the windows, get some nice cold air in here. Lily Wayne, good morning. Your fire looks very inviting. Yes. Yes, it is. 1 degree, Baca. Woo. Now that's cold. Orphan Annie, she's a sweetie. Yes, she is. Yes, you are. You're sniffing that. Hi. Brenda Meyer says 16 in Ohio. Little Miss, 19. Angelique, 18 in Michigan. Yeah, Little Miss, you're in Michigan as well. Heat Wave, Willow Johnson, whopping 11. Therapist, you know, 21. Oh, yeah. Broken Heart of 757. California is on fire, literally on fire. Fala, good morning. I missed everyone. No power for 2 days. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we were wondering why we haven't seen you. Joni Ludlow, hello. Good morning to you. Hi, Super Ball. Do you want to come snuggle? Okay. Want to come on the back? You can go on the back. Go on. Go get yourself on the back there. Cat butt in the right. Nice. Right in my mic. Come on, dude. Come on. All right. Make up your mind there, dude. All right. Smashing into my mic. Kitty disaster today. All right. Let's get settled in here. 30 in Virginia Beach for Puffy. Equinox, good morning to you. Joni, 15 in Oklahoma. That is chilly. Chilly. All right, it's warming up a little bit in the office. 62.6. Nice thing is that fire works really, really well. Probably within a half hour it'll be close to 70. All right, so today we're going to do a rewatch until live. Take two. Today we're going to do a rewatch until live trials kick in, which will be hopefully Monday. There's a case out of South Carolina we're keeping an eye out, and jury selection starts on Monday. So if they start Monday, we'll pick it up. If they start on Tuesday, we'll pick it up. What's going to be really possibly awkward is we may have to stop this trial to pick up on that because I want to watch a live trial, but we'll get as far as we can with this trial, which is Florida versus Segura. And this, you know what? Well, let me start from this. Therapist, you know, who is one of our fantastic mods, found this trial for us because we have a mod chat going on, and it's potential cases and rewatches. So she posted this, and I was looking at it, and there were two trials. So the first trial ended in a mistrial in 2017, and then there was another trial in 2019. So this actually all happened in 2010. So it happened in Tallahassee, which is here in Florida. It's on the Panhandle. So it's near where Donna Adelson is, and I think Brandi Churchwell might be out there too. But police responded to a welfare check to Brandi Peters, who was 27 at the time. And when officers got there, they found that Brandi had been shot, and she had 3 kids. She had twin daughters, 6-year-old twin daughters, and a 3-year-old son. So unfortunately, they were all unalived as well. So as I'm reading this, JaVonte and Taniyah were drowned, and Taniyah and Tamiyah had been shot as well. So pretty horrific. And I'm trying to remember, I kind of remember that. I kind of remember hearing about this family that kids had been drowned and another one had been shot. I do kind of remember that. This was in 2010, November of 2010. So the police identified Henry Segura, who was Brandi's boyfriend at the time, as a suspect. So they later arrested him in Minnesota about 10 months afterwards. Now he maintains his innocence. So I guess, yeah, he was messing around. He was married and he was messing around with Brandi. So then there's also some drugs related as well. So this is going to be an interesting case. He has been in jail for 9 years. So he was arrested in 2010. First trial was 2017, mistrial. Second trial is 2019. So he's been in jail this whole time. And if convicted, he will face the DP, and because that's here in Florida. So, welcome in a few more people. Mary Tedeschi, welcome. Hello. Let's see, anybody else? Kathy Smith, good morning to you. Oh, is Rachel B with us? Lucy Snakes Will Hiss. Rachel B, good to see you. All right, so that's the backstory. And no spoilers, correct. Follow the Trial TV bot. We don't want any spoilers. If you do know about this case, no spoilers. So let's get started with day 1, Florida versus Henry Segura. And let me just get myself sorted out here. Okay. Day 1, Florida versus Henry Segura.
Jury. All right, everybody be seated, please. Good morning, folks. Thank you for being back here this morning. You've now been selected and sworn as a jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Henry Segura. As we've, of course, discussed, this is a criminal case. Mr. Segura is charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder. Later, during the course of the trial, I will explain to you the exact elements of those offenses. The charging document, the indictment in this case, is not evidence, and you should not consider it as any proof of guilt. It's my job to explain the law to you. It's your job to decide the facts of the case and to apply the facts to the law. Thus, we have totally separate jobs, and that's one of our fundamental principles of our system of justice. I decide the law, you decide the facts, you apply the facts to the law. I know all of you see trials from time to time on TV, but you probably don't see one from beginning to end, so it might be helpful if you understood the sequence of events. The next thing that will happen is the attorneys will be given an opportunity to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what they believe the evidence will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you're not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits also may be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will instruct you on the law. The attorneys will then have an opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys and some brief comments by me, you'll retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of the case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instructions on the law that I will give you. Until that time, you are not to discuss the case among yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence or lack of evidence and the law that I will explain to you. I now instruct you, you are not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do research about the case or look up any information about the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, notify the court personnel. During the course of the trial, we will take recesses, and you will be permitted to separate and go about your personal affairs. During these recesses, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell them that you're on the jury trying the case and ask them to stop. If they persist, leave them at once and immediately report the matter to the bailiff, who will advise me. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence presented during the trial, in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspaper, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has an absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it is made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you're free to do so. On the other hand, you're not required to. That is entirely up to you. We've given you a notepad and a pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your personal use. However, you should not take them with you from the courtroom until you start your deliberations. During recesses, if you'll just leave your notes in your seat, the bailiff will ensure they are not tampered with by anyone. After you have completed your deliberations, the bailiff will destroy your notes. No one will ever read your notes. If you take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the proceedings. And you may wonder what I mean by that. We've had a rare instance where some juror decides to kind of act like a court reporter and write down everything that's said by all the witnesses. An important part of your job is to observe the witnesses, decide whether you think they're accurate historians or not. Don't get so buried in note-taking that you lose that function. Your notes should be used only as aids to your memory. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. During the trial, you will be permitted to ask questions of witnesses in case you missed something, you did not understand something, or you need to clarify a pertinent issue. The rules of evidence apply regardless of whether a question is asked by the attorneys, by me, or by you. Therefore, there may be a legal reason why I cannot ask your question. If I do not ask your question, you must not hold that against any of the parties, and please do not take it personally. Subject to that understanding, this is how we will proceed. When the attorneys have finished asking their questions, if you have a question, please raise your hand. I try to remember to stop and ask each time, but sometimes in my old age I forget. But we do it at the end of the questioning by the attorneys. We don't do it in the middle of the testimony, but at the end of the questioning, if you have a question, simply raise your hand. I will give you time to write your question on a clean piece of paper, and the bailiff will collect it. We don't do any questions by the jury verbally because I need to meet with the attorneys and discuss the question you've proposed. If I determine that it is a legally appropriate question, I will ask your question, and the attorneys may ask follow-up questions. If your question is not asked, you must not discuss it with other jurors or hold it against either party. The questioning of witnesses is the primary responsibility of the attorneys. You are not obligated to ask any questions, nor encouraged to ask large numbers of questions. However, if it will help your understanding of the case, you may do so. As I indicated, the next thing that's going to happen is the attorneys will be given an opportunity to make an opening statement. As I've also said, what the attorneys say is not evidence, and you should not consider it as such. However, I do encourage you to give them your careful attention. The opening statements are intended to give you an understanding of the evidence that the attorneys expect to present and the issues in the case.
All right, so that ended abruptly, and you'll have to bear with us and understand this is like in piecemeal, so it's not like 8 hours of day one, 8 hours of day two, so they chop it up. So if things end abruptly, they end abruptly, but really good find there. Let's see, I'm never going to be able to pronounce your name. I think it's still code. You'd have Hichu. So this judge was on Catherine Magbanowa from the Markle case. And I just posted, let me see, I just did a quick search, and he retired in 2020. So a circuit judge who has presided over some of Leon County's biggest cases is retiring after 18 years on the bench. Tuesday was James Hankinson's last day on the job. So he's presided over trials such as Gary Hilton, Henry Segura, Denise Williams, and 3 defendants accused of offing Dan Markell. He says he had hoped to finish the case before retiring, but COVID put Catherine Magbanawa's retrial on hold. So that's interesting. That's disappointing that I couldn't bring it to finality one way or the other, Judge Hankinson said. I kind of feel I'm leaving unfinished work. He said I would have felt good to get it resolved one way or the other. So that's pretty cool. All right, so that gives you a little insight into this judge. Here, I'll post this. I'll post this here. Yes, widespread panic. First trial was a mistrial. Excuse me. So there you go. Excuse me. Okay, so let's continue on. Next up is going to be prosecution's opening statements. Prosecution's opening statements. What do you guys think so far? Is it interesting? I know we're just getting into it.
We'll start with the...
Oh, all right, hold on there, Judge Hankinson. All right.
State of Florida, Mr. Fuchs.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, it worked. I'm always surprised when technology actually works the way you want it to. First thing I'd like to do is thank you. I know yesterday I thank you for taking part in the jury selection process. You were in fact now been selected to be the juror in this particular case, the state of Florida versus Henry Segura. And I'd like to thank you. You were selected because myself, Mr. Prince, Mr. Segura, and of course the judge all felt you were the best ones to come in and listen to the evidence throughout the course of the trial, testimonial, look at the photographs, unfortunately, and thank you very much. Once again, we cannot do this without you. That being said, why are you here? Ladies and gentlemen, you are here because on November 20th, 2010, law enforcement officers responded to 908 Saddle Creek Run. This is the home of Brandi Peters, their twins, Tamiyah and Taniyah Peters, and her son, Henry Segura, or JaVonte Segura. JaVonte Segura also is the son of Henry Segura, the accused in this particular case. What the officers found when they arrived, Brandi Peters brutally shot and beaten. In the back room, they found Tamiyah, Taniyah, and JaVonte in the bathtub. One of them shot, 2 of them drowned. And what the evidence is going to show you is that Henry Segura is responsible for the murders. You're going to hear throughout the course of this that he was interviewed by Tallahassee Police Department on 2 different occasions, days apart. First one was to notify them of the death of his son, and the second was follow-up. And what he did is he lied to law enforcement. He said, I was not there, I was at home the entire time. Tallahassee Police Department did their investigation, realized he was lying, called him in for a second interview to clarify. I was at home all the time, checked my cell phone records, they say I was there. But he made a mistake. He thought he could pull one over the eyes of Tallahassee Police Department. What they did is they found out he had a separate phone number that he didn't tell them about. And what they did when they checked that cell phone record is they determined he was in fact there at the time that Brandi Peters and the kids were killed. And it goes farther from there. So the question is, once we make the determination what the evidence is going to show you, that Henry Segura had the motive, he had a means, and he had the opportunity to commit these murders, and he did in fact commit them. The next question is, how did we get there?
Somebody, phone going on. Well, let's not interrupt court, please.
As I said, law enforcement officers responded to the Saddle Creek Run home on November 20th, 2010. This home is located over by the fairgrounds, Capitol Stadium, Tram Road, Paul Russell Road, South Monroe Street. And there's the 4-point area right here. Law enforcement officers respond, they get a call. It was actually Artron Timmons who went up there first to do a check because his mom calls him and tells him to go look, but they haven't heard anything from Brandi Peters that day. He walks up and sees blood outside the home. He calls law enforcement. Officer Jernigan, Officer Kidd respond first and foremost, and they approach the home. They go into the home and they were able to force entry by breaking a window, and they realized what was happening there. They're later joined by Sean Wyman, Officer Tallahassee Police Department, and they go into the home and they found what you've already seen. What you're going to hear next, of course, is that they withdraw from the house. Once they clear the house, make sure nobody's still alive, make sure nobody's still hiding in the house. They withdraw from the house. They secure the scene. This is the home there on Saddle Creek Run. Secure it with tape. You can see here the window that they had to break in order to gain entry to the home. And they contact the Criminal Investigative Division of Tallahassee Police Department. Investigator Mark Lewis is assigned to be the primary lead investigator of this case. The lead investigator is kind of like the head coach of a football team, or any other team for that matter. And the fact that he doesn't necessarily do all the investigative aspects of it, but he's kind of the leader of them, and he assigns his assistant coaches, if you will, to do different roles throughout the course of the investigation. You're going to hear that crime scene investigators were called. I know we talked a little bit about CSI shows and stuff like that, but they are, in fact, real-life crime scene investigators. Annie Pressey is the primary investigator for this particular case from crime scene. April DeBrava is another investigator that's assigned to the Criminal Investigative Division, and what her role is to be a liaison between the crime scene investigators as they're processing the entire crime. They, of course, have training to do so. You're going to hear that there's a lot of blood in this. Throughout the entire house, they process the entire house room by room by room. April DeBrava's role is to do a liaison, to look from things from an investigative standpoint as an investigator rather than a crime scene specialist. She also reports back, of course, as I said, she would be one of the assistant coaches for Mark Lewis. And they do, in fact, process the scene. They look for the evidence in the house. They look for evidence around the victims, and, of course, outside the home. And they start asking questions. They start asking questions to the family member. Who does she know? Why is this important? It's important to know who she knows because of the brutality of this. Law enforcement suspects that it's somebody she knew because of the brutality of it. So they want to know who she knows, who's possibly responsible, who can give them leads as to who she may have been seen with the night before, things along those lines. They start asking questions about time frames. Again, she's found early in the morning. Time frames, when the last time somebody seen them. When you saw them last, what were they doing? Things along those lines. Gender information, habits, time to eat, time the kids go to bed, things along those lines. What they find out is that she does in fact have her cell phone on her all the time, much like most of us do. Has the phone on her all the time, constantly using it. They find out that she was last seen the night before, in the late afternoon, early evening hours. That the twins, one of the twins was and JaVonte actually were seen with Burger King wrappers shortly after they had eaten Burger King, or appeared to be shortly after they had eaten Burger King. They talked to friends, find out when she was last talked to. Last talked to again, late afternoon, early evening hours. Of course, they find out how the bodies were discovered, as I mentioned earlier. Artron's mom calls over there, can't get Brandi to respond. It's out of ordinary because of the fact that she usually responds to her cell phone. And she sends her son over there, at which point he comes back and reports to law enforcement. They find out possible boyfriend she's with. Does she have any boyfriends, family members? And they also find out about the fathers of the children. And when they find out it's the father of the children, for Tamiyah and Taniyah, the twins, is Antonio Anthony. And the father of JaVonte Segura is in fact Henry Segura. It's obviously important because you got to let them know about what happened. What they also do is they take a look at Brandi's cell phone. Try and see if they can narrow some things down. Who's she been talking to last? They find out around 6:11 to 6:15. It's a call between Brandi and her mom. You get a text from 6:53 from Cece Timmons, Artron Timmons' mom, that we just talked about. They also find out that 6:53 text is the last active communication on Brandi's phone. These are terms you're going to start hearing. You're probably going to learn a lot more about cell phones than you ever thought possible. But there's a difference. Active communication is one in which the recipient of the phone, Brandi in this particular case, is sending something out. That is an active communication. It means they're actively participating in the conversation. There are also passive events. Passive events are things that are incoming. Someone calling and leaving a voicemail, calling a text message with no response, things along those lines. And when they find out, of course, is at 6:53 was the last active communication. At 7:13 is a passive event, incoming. 7:49, another passive event. And finally at 8:21, a routed event. And what you're going to learn is a routed event is one that happens when the phone is shut down, when it can't communicate with a tower. Battery removed, turned off, something along those lines. And that 8:21, the phone has been powered down at 8:21 and never heard from again. And you're going to see an analysis of Brandi's phone. And this here, whoops. And this is that, in fact, analysis. And what you can see here is we're enlarging the time frame, and it starts 1 week prior to the homicide. And these are all the communications that she has during that course of that week. Both active and passive. But you can see it's in constant use. Look at the time frame. Every couple of seconds, every couple of minutes, she's using that phone. Constantly. She's on it constantly. Now each one of these lines are going to be later explained to you what they all mean by Chris Corbett. He's going to explain what each one of these lines are. But right here, what we're talking about is the time and date. And that's it. It just stops. And it stops and it's never heard from again at 8:21. So that begs the question, why did it stop? And why is that 6:53 the last active communication? Is that the time period in which the murder occurred? You're of course going to hear that there was an autopsy conducted. Autopsy on both Brandi and the children. And you're going to find and hear that there was food that was found in the stomach of Tamiyah and Taniyah. You're going to hear from Dr. Flanagan, who was the autopsy medical examiner, about the time frames that were involved. And it would be a couple of hours, if you roughly. Can't hammer down an exact time. Again, this isn't CSI TV. But the general idea would be within a couple of hours of their death, they'd eat. Again, you go back to Artron Timmons' testimony about the fact that he last saw them eating Burger King in the late afternoon, early evening hours of that 19th. And that is in fact consistent with the Brandi's phone becoming inactive at that time period. In addition to that, you'll see photographs in the crime scene. There's an open food canister there on the table. Spoon still in it. Again, eating patterns, roughly early evening, or late afternoon, early evening. Consistent. So at this point, law enforcement has determined who she knows, who she communicates, who's the father of her children, possibly what time the deaths occurred, and they start looking, trying to figure out who may have possibly had a motive. Law enforcement training experience. Typically, in a crime scene such as this, you're talking about money, love, jealousy, things along those lines. That's usually what you primarily look at first and foremost. Who has the means? Who's got the ability to do this? Because of the crime scene, the brutality of this, who's got the ability to do this with the strength that it would cause? Because you're going to hear from the medical examiner that part of the skull was actually crushed. The bone was crushed. Who's got that kind of strength? Murder weapon. What was the murder weapon? You're going to hear from Florida Department law enforcement analyst Jeff Foggy that in fact what happened here is a .32 caliber pistol, most likely. 32 calibers are interesting. You're going to hear that 32 calibers actually have two different kinds of bullets that go with it. There are 32 caliber long and 32 caliber short. And what you're going to hear is that if somebody puts the wrong ammunition in a different gun, they use, for instance, in this case, a 32 short when it should be a 32 long, the weapon will fire, but it doesn't fire right. In other words, it doesn't gain the velocity that is needed to actually penetrate a skull and do the damage you would normally think of regarding a bullet. Then we go back to Dr. Flanagan's autopsy. And what we find is that that's exactly what happened here. But these bullets that entered Brandi didn't do so with the velocity you normally would expect. They actually didn't penetrate bone in some way, in some instances. What that tells us is that whoever it is may not have known quite how to use a gun properly. Wasn't real familiar with firearms. So the question is, murder weapon, who had one? But at the same time, just because you have one doesn't mean you necessarily know how to use it right. So who could that be? Who had the opportunity? Who was there? Who had access to the kids? Who had access to Brandi, to the home? You're going to hear that this was not a forced entry. The door wasn't kicked in. It was kicked in eventually by law enforcement, but when they respond, nobody kicked the door in. Nobody forced their entry. So somebody was led into this home. And you're going to find Henry Segura. Initial interview, notify him because of a child. Look for nonverbal cues, emotional, lack of emotion, deceptions, and of course they apply common sense in conducting these interviews. You can have an opportunity to see it. Henry Segura is told his son is killed. Doesn't show any emotion. And we talked about that in opening statements. Not everybody grieves in the same way. But didn't show any emotions. Again, I was home on the 19th. Was there all night. Wasn't me. Couldn't know. Told law enforcement to check his phone records. He gives a phone number of 509-4380. That's my phone number. Check it. Phone records say I was home. So the next day, he went in the morning. He went to his friend Silas Thornton's house. When officers asked, he gave a phone number for Silas Thornton, 408-8669. So now there's a investigative team meeting, and they're talking, and sitting around talking. Chris Corbett, you're going to hear from. He's a phone analyst. He's the one that's going to talk to you about what cell phones can and can't do, and how it relates into this particular case. And you'll hear a little bit more about that in a second. So as they're sitting around their meeting and they're sharing notes about what they've learned, what he says is that 408-8669 was in contact with Brandi Peters all day long on the 19th. This is the number that Henry Segura says belonged to Silas Thornton. So what does law enforcement do? They go down and Silas Thornton lives down in the Stop Choppy area, Sueur County, south of town. When they interview Silas Thornton, what he says is, yeah, it was my phone. It got damaged at one point. It got wet. I put it in a bag of rice. I was with Henry Segura at the time, and I was working. They're both welders. I was with Henry Segura during the time period. I put it in a bag of rice, his suggestion to do so, and he left that phone in Henry Segura's truck. And then from that point on, Henry Segura used that phone. Not Silas Thornton, Henry Segura. Didn't tell law enforcement that back on the 19th or the 20th when he was interviewed. So now we have two phone numbers to play. We have the one that Henry Segura says is mine, the one that he says is Thornton's, that we now learn Henry Segura's. And what we find out when we analyze those is with regard to that 408-8669 number, at 11:30 a.m. phone call from that phone to Brandi. But in that phone, for some reason, star 67 was used. Star 67 is the function that you use in order to hide who is calling. But she answered the phone, and they talked for 56 minutes, clearly indicating it's someone she knows and has a conversation with. Consistent, once again, with Henry Segura. Between 118 and 128, series of calls to Brandi, again, star 67 used for some reason, blocking his caller ID, but she obviously knows him because she talked to him just a little while ago on that same phone number. $213, another phone call, 2 minutes, 35 seconds. Again, star 67 used, trying to hide it. Deception. At 2:19, so again, 2:13, almost 3 minutes on a phone call. Right after 2:19, he sends a text number to 509-4380. This is the phone number that Henry Segura says was mine. What does that say? The evidence shows in this particular case that this phone number, this phone call at 2:13, from the phone number that Henry Segura says wasn't his, Silas Thornton's, that he was keeping secret, that he kept using star 67 on to hide his identity and that phone number. She sends a text to his regular number and says, "You hang up on me?" Tells you that phone call was Henry Segura, and that she then used his normal number to question about why he hung up. He hung up on me? What does that tell you? 2:19, they fighting? On day of the murder? Shortly thereafter, there's another phone call from 408-9 to Brandi, where he uses star 67 again. Again, hiding it. Once again, that's a phone number that Henry Segura gave to law enforcement as Silas Thornton's phone number. But law enforcement investigates further. And they find multiple friends. Silas Thornton, Tyra Wilcoxon, and Miss Hawthorne Smith all say, "I communicate with Henry Segura on that phone number around the times of the murder," those dates surrounding the murder. So they have independent confirmation, not only Silas Thornton, but also other friends and girlfriends of Henry Segura, that is in fact the number that he utilizes, that 408-8669 number that he says wasn't mine, it was Silas Thornton's phone number. Deception. Micromotion, deception. So now the next question is, was there motive? We've already seen the 219 phone call or text message. Did you hang up on me? There's some sort of fighting going on between the two of them. Motive usually involves, as I said, money, love, relationship, jealousy, things along those lines. And what we find out is shortly there before this murder occurred, Henry Segura behind on his child support payments of over $20,000. $20,000, a lot of money. We're also going to hear from a friend of his, lifelong friend of his, who's going to come in and testify. And what he's going to tell you is that he's also a welder at the time. And that they were discussing, and Henry were talking about getting a job over in Afghanistan. Lots of money to be made over in Afghanistan during this time period, doing welding and six-figure jobs. A lot of money to me. But to go to Afghanistan, you have to have a visa from the United States and Afghanistan to travel to and from. The problem with that is he can't get one if he owes over $2,500 in child. So it's not only the $20,000 in child support in arrears, but now that child support for JaVonte stands in the way of making six-figure salaries and traveling to do stuff. Is there means? Strength, murder weapon. Does he have one? He's a big guy, welder. Opportunity to see him here in court, of course. But that's what he does. As a welder, got to move metal around on a regular basis. Big, strong. Does he have the strength to carry it out? Again, as I said, one of these blows crushed the skull. Does he have the strength? I'd say he does. Does he have a gun? Again, a lifelong friend, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore's former military. He knows about guns, through both military and personal. And what he's going to say is, prior to the murders, I saw Henry Segura with a .32 in his car. Again, .32 is the kind of weapon that Brandi was shot with. Milo shot with. You're also going to hear that he asked his girlfriend and told her, I need a throwdown gun, just before the murders. Law enforcement will explain what a throwdown gun is. A throwdown gun is one that you can just throw down and it's not traceable back to you. She didn't supply it, but that's what he requested and talked to her about doing. Why? We know he got the motive. We know he's got the means through the gun, the strength, asking for a throwdown gun. But does he have the opportunity? Remember, does he have access to the kids? Was he actually at the home? He says, I was home all day. Check my phone records. Well, access to the home, he's not heavily involved with the kids, but he does know them and was at one point. They know him. Obviously behind on child support. House was not broken into. Door wasn't kicked in. Does he have the access to the home where somebody would let him in? Got communication with Brandi all day? I would submit, yes. He would have access to the home in that manner. We also go back to the cell phone record. Once again, they compare the phone record for Brandi, but now they're also looking at the undisclosed phone, as we call it. This is the phone number, that 8669, that Henry Segura elected not to tell law enforcement officers when he was told about the death of his son, and then go to law enforcement officers. Both phones are inactive between 6:53 and 7:23. And if you go back and you think about the times of the death that we previously talked about, and the inactiveness of her phones, that long list of scrolling ended at 8:21 with the last text message that she sent out prior to that. Brandi's continually remains inactive, never returns. Two short data sessions. Your data sessions are internet type access your phone, but that doesn't mean you're actually searching the internet. Your phone can auto refresh certain internet things you have. Say CNN pulled up on your phone, and you aren't using your phone, it still may refresh, even though you're not actually having it in your hand. Those are what data sessions are. So there's data session at 7:23, and then a text is sent at 7:37. And both phones, again, are inactive from 7:37 to 8:21. And at 8:21, that's the time period, that last call went out of that last time, and we know Brandi's phone is powered down at 8:21. At 8:21, exact same time period, exact same time, Henry Segura makes a 2-second call, immediate disconnect. No connection. 1,000, 1,000. Dot. Now, this is where cell phone stuff gets even more interesting. When you're talking about cell phone, there are certain things called RTT. What is a time calculation, time distance calculation? And the way that cell phones are structured, that the signal that your cell phone gets takes a certain amount of time from getting from one to the tower to your cell phone and back. That's your time distance calculation does. It doesn't give you an exact GPS coordinate. Back then, keep in mind we're talking about 2000. We're not talking about today. Phones are a little bit different now than they were then. It doesn't give you an exact GPS coordinate, but it does give you distance from the tower. So if you know the location of the tower, if you know the distance, you can create kind of a little arc, or at least the general area you're talking about there. And if you know where all these towers are, you can plot it out. You can actually narrow it down even further. Each tower has got a section, 3 different sections to them. And they go out roughly a third, but they're not always exactly a third. So it's kind of divided up into 3 pieces of a pie, if you will. And that can narrow it down in that particular direction that the phone was communicating. If it was on this particular sector off this particular tower, we know it's going to be roughly in that 3rd quadrant in that general direction. And you can kind of get an idea of where phones are during that time period and using this database. So law enforcement can go back and do exactly what Henry Segura said to do. Go back, check my phone record. Shows I'm home. 509-4380. And the phone was exactly where he said it was. It was at his home. The only problem was everything was inactive. Everything was passive. There's nothing outgoing. The phone was there, but was Henry Segura? So now we go back and take a look at this 408-8669 number, the one that he says belongs to Silas Thornton, not my phone number. And you take a look at that particular phone number, which we now know to be Henry Segura's. And when you plot those sectors and time distance calculation, rough sector right there, there's our Saddle Creek Run with the arcs. Those are the communications between 6 o'clock and 8:21, November 19th, 2010, at the time of the murder, from that phone number. But we're not done. What law enforcement then do is they go out and they get with Silas Thornton, and they have Silas Thornton go with them, and they purchase the exact same phone that Silas Thornton said was his that now belongs to Henry Segura, that 8669. And they take that exact same phone, they hook it up to the exact same carrier, and they run a series of tests. They run phone calls, they run text messaging, and they run data access. Almost 100 of them are amassed during this time period. Okay? They stand inside Brandi Peters' home. They stand inside the living room where the murder occurred. Go to his house, Henry Segura's house. And they go back and plot it, just like they did for that 8669 phone number. And when they plot all the data that they utilized, looks familiar. It was exactly the same. They did this from her living room, and this is the data that they got. And that's the data from that 8669 phone number. What we know, Henry Segura has got the motive, he's got the means, and he's got the opportunity for this murder. We're not done. You're going to hear from Dr. Kevin McElfresh. Dr. McElfresh got a long history of analyzing and interpreting DNA over 30 years. He does analysis on, quite frankly, mass type stuff. So he's looking at very low frequency or very low amounts of DNA and making determinations. In fact, he even does testimony, or he does stuff for the Department of Defense with Whom the Unknown Soldier. He had a hand in the analysis of September 11th, analysis of the Indonesia and identifying the victims of those particular events. And he goes back and makes an analysis. And he is asked to take a look at the grab bar, a DNA swab from a grab bar that is right there in the bathtub, right above where the children are found. And what he finds is a mixture containing Henry Segura's DNA. And ladies and gentlemen, we put together the motive, the means, the deception, the opportunity, the DNA. You're left with one conclusion: that Henry Segura committed this murder and is responsible for the murder of Brandi Peters, Tamiyah and Taniyah Peters, and JaVonte Segura. Thank you.
Well, we take 10 minutes. Let jury step out. Either side need anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take 10 minutes. Let you step out with the deputy.
That's mine, yeah. Good one. Is that good? Oh.
All right, while we recap, widespread panic, why don't you go ahead and post what you were going to post about the first trial. So we heard prosecution opening statements. Widespread panic found some information on the first trial, which ended up in a mistrial. And they deliberated for 19 hours, I think I have. Oh, after 19 hours of deliberation over 2 days, jurors in the quadruple murder trial of Henry Segura could not reach a verdict. So widespread panic, now is the time to go ahead and post that. All right, so we found out in opening statements by prosecutor John Fuchs that JaVonte was Henry's son. He was only 3, I believe. 3-year-old. And then his sisters, Tamiyah and Taniyah, were 6 years old, and they were twins. So we found out that Brandi was brutally shot and beaten, or brutally beaten and shot. Okay, here, widespread. Here, let me move this over. So this is coming in from widespread. The jury split in the first trial was 8-4 with 8 to convict. So 4 people found there was enough reasonable doubt. Okay. And we're speculating that maybe Mr. Fuchs here is going over every bit of evidence to really cover cover all the bases, because clearly 4 people thought that Henry Segura was not guilty in the first trial, which was 2017, and now this one is 2019. And he's been in jail the whole time since 2010. So prosecution continues on and says, Henry says, check my cell phone records. He says, I wasn't there. But then law enforcement found another separate phone. The officers do a welfare check, and they see blood on the outside of the home. They break a window to get in. They find what they find, which is 3 young kids, 2 twins, Tamiyah and Taniyah, 6 years old, and JaVonte, 3 years old, and Brandi, the mother, all inside, all not alive. They see a lot of blood throughout the house. So then Prosecutor Fuchs goes through the time frame. So it seems like this happened between 6:53 and 8:21 p.m. So then he talks about Brandi was shot, as well as, Tamiyah was shot as well. So JaVonte and Taniyah were in the bathtub. Tamiyah and Brandi were shot. Brandi's back of her skull was crushed. So again, whoever did that had a lot of force to do it. And then he talked about .32 caliber pistol, which I guess there's long and short bullets, and if you don't put the right bullet in, it doesn't have the same force. So apparently, whoever used this did not have the proper bullets in. Did not know that. And then we'll find out there were 2 different phones used. And Henry is a welder. And he was had an opportunity to go to Afghanistan back in 2010, but he needed a visa. So he was already $20,000 in the hole for JaVonte in back child support, plus he needed a visa, which I believe was $2,500. He asked his girlfriend for a throwdown gun, and then both of his cell phones were inactive between 6:53 and 7:23. So at 8:21, he does a butt dial for 2 seconds, or so we think it was a butt dial. So sometime between 6:53 and 8:21 p.m. And then Henry's DNA was found on the bathtub. So let's see if that evidence comes in. His DNA, cell phone pinging, the gun, lying to officers. I think the DNA so far is probably going to be the thing that is would be the most damning evidence. But let's find out. All right. So Widespread Panic says yes. The jury split in the first trial was 8-4, with 8 to convict. Yeah, why did they drown the babies? The deets don't get any worse than this. Pretty bad. Okay. Okay, let's get to defense now. Let's hear what the defense has to say. Because there's always 2 sides to a story, right? Let's see what the defense has to say. Who are they going to pin this on? I'm trying to work on that background hum. Hopefully it's a little bit better for you guys. Okay.
All right, where's the back end session?
You have an issue, Mr. Brent?
Yes, sir.
Everybody be seated.
I was just trying to do a last minute double check regarding Santos. I'm going to be general with reference to him, but I want to make sure that I wasn't going to cross anything court had previously prohibited. My transcript, I'm trying to check, cut off prior to the court's ruling. So basically what I intended to say that he was a drug trafficker. At some point he recruited Brandi to mule cocaine for him. He became aware that she was basically skimming drugs used to pay back for the drugs that she had stolen that he had to go. That's what I mean.
Right. Does somebody have a page number where my ruling is? I would like to reread that, but I know. What's that?
Yeah, I don't have it right here though.
It's got to be right on page 87. That's where the testimony.
Which volume?
This is a motion hearing excerpt from August 2nd, 2017.
August 2nd, 2017. After page what?
After page 87.
Okay. All right. I'll look at that, but I don't need it this instance. But I mean, I recall my ruling. I want to look at it a little more specifically, but that doesn't cross the line. We ready for a jury?
No, just for record purposes, the only issue I have with that is we know it comes Santos to Santos. Something that pleads the fifth just before his testimony that can be problematic. But anyway.
That could happen with anybody's witnesses, including yours. So at this point, he said on the record he is going to testify. So there's certainly a good faith belief that he's going to. So anyway, I'm not going to prohibit that. All right, let's have a jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning again, folks. Again, my name is Nate Prince, and like Mr. Fuchs says, I do want to, before I get into any of the evidence that we're going to talk about over the course of the trial, again, thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Obviously, there's a high-stakes case before you, and it's important to both the state and the defense. And so your careful attention to the specifics of the evidence and the testimony, as well as the arguments by counsel, is always appreciated. Opening statement is, as probably was apparent from Mr. Fuchs' argument to you, kind of our opportunity to give you a preview of what evidence we anticipate introducing during the trial. In addition to that, though, you're going to hear law from the court, which he'll instruct you about. The only thing that I ask you regarding the court's instructions to keep in mind as we go through the process of introducing evidence in this case is that the ultimate question you're going to be answering at the end of the trial is one of evidence. It's one that depends on the state proving beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt that the defendant is the person who committed this offense. You won't hear any dispute from the defense that this is the most heinous offense that's been committed in Tallahassee. There isn't any argument against that. The problem is that it wasn't Mr. Segura. And I know that because this is a heinous offense, you're going to want to see evidence that not only makes you feel comfortable returning a not guilty verdict, but also puts you at ease with the fact that the state really did fail to meet its burden. And so to that end, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of the evidence that you're going to hear from the defense during the case. First and foremost, I want to talk about evidence pertaining to motive. Obviously, if the evidence pertaining to motive doesn't make sense or falls through or is rebutted by other evidence, then that's a problem for the state with its case. Mr. Fuchs told you about, and you will hear evidence and testimony indicating that Mr. Segura had recently had a $20,000 roughly child support judgment placed against him by Ms. Peters, by Brandi Peters, and that there were all kinds of consequences that went along with that. He was subject to being incarcerated. He was subject to having his driver's license suspended. He was subject to having his tax refund seized. He couldn't work internationally, as Mr. Fuchs said. Also, he couldn't get any professional licenses that he held or would have held renewed or granted in the first place, and his wages could have been garnished. What the state didn't know, what law enforcement didn't know when they developed that evidence, was that Mr. Segura was already in that position with someone else. Another child's mother that Mr. Segura had previously, Tamiyah Hawkins, who hates his guts but will testify on his behalf in this case, she had obtained a child support judgment of an almost identical amount some years before this happened, and it was still in place, which is to say he already couldn't travel internationally because Tamiyah Hawkins had a $20,000 judgment against him. He had already dealt with having himself put in jail and getting out by making a partial payment. He had already dealt with having his license suspended and getting it reinstated by making a partial payment. He had already figured out ways to work around having his taxes seized, which is to say that he would work on jobs where he could be paid under the table, and he would work all over the country so that it wasn't easy to find out where he was and seize his assets as they came in. He also, because he wasn't able to get professional licenses, worked jobs that he didn't have to have a professional license for. He would just take a competency test at the beginning of the job wherever he would go, and then he would perform his welding duties from there. Similarly with the garnished wages, he had already figured out if he moved around and got paid under the table that he could avoid all of that. Ms. Hawkins will tell you that notwithstanding the fact that he didn't responsibly pay for their daughter, Janae, he was a father to her. He didn't, try to do anything in reprisal against Ms. Hawkins for having this child support judgment put on him. He just figured out a way to deal with. And I'll go ahead and tell you now, so that you're not wondering about this, Mr. Segura has not ever and will not, in this case at this time, hide behind his Fifth Amendment right, although he has a right to do that, and although you wouldn't be able to hold it against him if he did that. He'll take the stand, and he'll testify, and he'll tell you his side of the story. And what you'll hear, it's kind of difficult for me to articulate this, but Mr. Segura's quote is probably most apt, which is that there ain't no black man anywhere in America killing somebody over child support. That's just not something that happens. It's something that he says culturally, you just deal with. You know how to deal with. Nobody's killing anybody over child support, first and foremost. Now, one of the things that the state is going to try and point to during the course of the trial, evidence that they'll look to try and establish that there was some kind of beef brewing between Brandi and Mr. Segura here, was that there were text messages early in the week of the murder, on Monday, Tuesday that week, where she's saying, basically, you're a deadbeat, you're not paying, I'm going to have you put in jail and all this. However, there's a change of tone in the text messages that takes place prior to the murder. On Wednesday, Mr. Segura goes over to Brandi Peters' house. He's there for a short time. And basically what he's doing there is trying to chill her out. He figures, I'll just go see her in person. I'll explain what the situation is. And the situation was that Mr. Segura had been injured. He had been shot back in July of the same year, 2010. And he hadn't been able to work for some period of time. And so he had gotten behind on, all kinds of payments, not just child support, but all kinds of payments. And so he basically goes over there and talks to Brandi and cools her down. And the best evidence of that are Brandi's own words. Because on Thursday, we see that Brandi sends Mr. Segura a text message saying, hey, you were looking good yesterday. If you weren't my baby daddy, I would have given you some. Clearly indicating that the meeting on Wednesday went well. Immediately after that, and you're going to hear testimony all throughout the trial, that Mr. Segura is a well-known philanderer, basically. And the only difference between his philandering at the time of the murder and prior philandering was that he wasn't supposed to be doing it anymore, which I know that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but just so you have some factual background, you're going to hear testimony indicating that about a year and a half prior to the murders in this case, Mr. Segura had an infant son named Jalik who passed away because he was born prematurely. Prior to that point in his marriage with Malika Segura, his wife of 12 years or so, he had cheated on her a bunch of times. He had Janae out of wedlock. He had other girlfriends. He was constantly running around on her. After Jalik passed away, he and Malika got together and talked about what effect that was going to have on their marriage moving forward and what, if anything, it meant for them from a spiritual perspective and all that. And Mr. Segura committed at that time that he wasn't going to run around on her anymore. Well, he didn't hold to that. He continued to run around on her, including with Brandi. And you're going to see evidence of how that ended up playing out. So understanding, with respect to the motive, that Mr. Segura already faced all of the consequences, was already subject to all of the consequences that the state will be indicating motivated him to have to kill Brandi. He was already subject to that. There were no new consequences other than the total value of money owed, which again, he could easily get around and manipulate just by making partial payments. You can't talk about motive, though, without talking about the other folks who had motive to kill Brandi Peters. So you're going to hear about Carlos Santos, James Carlos Santos, during this trial. James Carlos Santos is a drug trafficker, a member of the Vice Lords, who brought Brandi in at some point in the 2000s to work for him as a mule. He would work with the Los Zetas cartel in El Paso and in Brownsville, Texas, pick up loads of drugs, bring them to the southeastern United States, Atlanta in particular, for distribution. He recruited Brandi to work as a mule for him, and she did indeed start working for him. At some point, he became aware that she was lifting drugs off the deliveries. It was a significant amount, and he knew at that point it was on him to take care of it. Otherwise, he would be taken care of by the Zetas. And so he set out to take care of the problem. Mr. Santos will testify in this trial. Mr. Santos will admit to you that he ordered the murders, that he orchestrated the murders, that he recruited a local trap team, Demario Paramore and Haywood Griffin, who were other drug traffickers based in Tallahassee, not on the level that Mr. Santos was, to serve as the local guys to kind of show his team, his drug cartel associates, how to get in and out of Brandi's neighborhood. And that's exactly what happened. So you'll hear evidence and testimony about that from Mr. Santos. And I know that sounds strange that he's going to admit to that, but he has a specific reason for doing so, and he'll tell you about that as well. His face isn't clean, as the term goes. His face isn't clean until and unless he specifically takes care of the problem, because he's the one who brought Brandi in. He's the one who's responsible for her. So not only does he have to take care of the problem, he has to be sure that his cartel associates know that he's the one who took care of the problem. So that's why he's going to be here testifying. You're also going to hear testimony from the defense cartel expert, Dr. Dela Cruz. Dr. Dela Cruz will tell you generally about the relationship between South American cartel families, Mexican cartels, who generally serve as middlemen to deliver the product into the United States, and American criminal street gangs who receive drugs from Mexican cartels and deal them on a on street level, which is where the money is made. Another thing that Dr. Dela Cruz will testify about is the tactics used generally by cartels when they have to correct a transgression against their business interest. They don't do things that aren't theatrical. They're meant to be extraordinarily violent, extraordinarily gruesome, to shock everyone's conscience in order to send a message to anybody else that would presume to interfere with their business or tamper with their product. One of the things that Dr. Dela Cruz will offer you is a suggestion that, and to be clear, he has specific experience with first-person interviews, people who were associated with and members of the Los Zetas cartel. But one of the things that they do is that they'll leave a calling card or instruct whoever is committing a murder in their name to leave a calling card at the scene so that it's well known that the killing was committed in order to vindicate their business interest. That happened in this case. In this case, next to the victim's body, there was a spade placed. The spade is in the spatter zone, which is to say, this was, and you'll hear testimony, this was a highly dynamic crime scene where Ms. Peters was fighting violently to save herself and her children. She was up and down off of the floor in the moments before she was killed, and that all of the carpet there is covered in blood spatter, which is basically splashing blood as the offense is being committed. The shovel was not apparently used in the murder. It had no DNA from Ms. Peters on it. It was placed there after the murder within the spatter zone, and no blood was found on it. All of that you'll be able to take into account when weighing what evidence supports the theory that the cartel had the motive and did, in fact, carry out the murders. You're also going to hear evidence about Mr. Paramore and Mr. Griffin, the local drug traffickers who Mr. Santos ultimately recruited to serve as the trap team to show his cartel associates the way in and out of Ms. Peters' subdivision. At some point during the course of the investigation, the Tallahassee Police Department received information from a man named Gregory Washington, who's a criminal defendant who was looking to get credit for himself on his own cases. They received information that Mr. Washington's cousin, who's Mr. Paramore, had confessed to being involved in these killings. The Tallahassee Police Department was familiar with Mr. Washington, so they didn't necessarily want to use him, but because of the seriousness of the case, they decided to do so. They documented him as a confidential informant, they put a wire on him, and they sent him to talk to his cousin, DeMario Paramore. When he did that, investigator Vinny Basio was listening on the wire, and he heard Mr. Washington elicit from Mr. Paramore statements indicating that he was, in fact, involved in the murder, that Brandi was killed because she didn't repay the drugs that she had taken, and that the children were killed because, quote unquote, dead men don't talk. Investigator Basio will be called by the defense, and he'll offer that testimony here in open court for you to assess. Then you'll be able to consider the testimony of Haywood Griffin. Part of the reason Mr. Santos recruited Mr. Griffin and Mr. Paramore was that they were former business associates of a man named Kenny Green, who was basically Brandi's boyfriend. And Mr. Green and these folks had had a falling out over drugs, failure to repay, Mr. Green's failure to repay them for fronted drugs, I suppose. Mr. Griffin, after being arrested on unrelated drug trafficking charges, was interviewed by the Tallahassee Police Department pertaining to his potential involvement in this case. First, he claimed, you'll hear, that he didn't even know who Kenny Green was. Then he said, well, I guess I did see Kenny Green at the jail one time. Then he said, well, I guess I kind of know who he is from around town. Then he finally admitted that he knew him. And then finally, at the end of the interview, he admitted not only did he know him, but they were former drug trafficking associates, and that they had had a falling out. I'll ask you at the end of the case to consider why Mr. Griffin would lie about that if he had nothing to do with the case. An additional piece of evidence which ties Mr. Griffin to the scene of the murder in this case is his own phone records. You'll see that his phone was communicating with a tower close to Brandi's house, facing the sector of the tower that is closest to Brandi's house, which is to say the directionality from the tower in which his phone was committing was towards Brandi's house. Now, that was also towards his own house. So his house was in the same sector of the same cell tower, So is that conclusive evidence that he was there at the scene? Absolutely not. And we don't have the kind of distance from tower data that Mr. Fuchs was talking about during his own opening for Mr. Griffin. So we don't know exactly how far his handset was from the phone, which would give us a better idea of whether he was at his own house or whether he was at Brandi's house. But that's all evidence that you'll be able to consider. The next general group of evidence you're going to hear is evidence pertaining to DNA. And at this point, I think it bears mentioning, and you'll hear testimony about this, exactly what the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is. So the Florida Department of Law Enforcement is exactly that. It's a law enforcement agency that develops all types of physical evidence for the state. So they have shoe impression experts, they have DNA experts, they have blood spatter experts, experts of all kinds. And on criminal cases every day all around the state, every prosecutor in every jurisdiction in the state sends evidence to FDLE for further analysis. Generally, the state attorney's offices all over the state are not required and don't go outside of FDLE to hire independent contractors like private attorneys do. They have a state agency specifically for that. And that took place here. In this case, there were over 200 evidentiary samples taken from the crime scene and other scenes, and those were sent off to FDLE. The person who will report either, if she's, I don't know if she'll be called by the state or by the defense, but effectively, Jo Ellen Brown, a senior analyst from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, will testify as a defense expert, insofar as she's going to testify that Mr. Segura was not included to a single evidentiary exhibit found at the crime scene. She will, however, testify that other foreign DNA was found in places relevant to the investigation, relevant to the case. So the first place we're going to talk about is on this phone. So this is a phone in Brandi Peters' bedroom. You'll be able to see, as the evidence is introduced, that the phone was ripped out of the phone jack, which appears there on the picture. The phone was ripped out of the phone jack, and in addition to being ripped out, the cord was also cut. And you'll see scuff marks along the wall here, which will be testified about by the defense reconstructionist, the former homicide investigator Michael Knox, indicating that there was a struggle over the phone and that the phone was ripped out of the wall at some point. So, and the reason I'm talking about the phone and why it's relevant is because this isn't just some surface. It's a surface that circumstantial evidence supports the notion there was an altercation right there over that phone. One of the people that Mr. Santos will tell you was involved in the commission of this murder is Angel Avila, a Colombian national. Mr. Avila was a big-time drug trafficker as well. He had been previously indicted by the federal government in a major drug trafficking operation, and was subsequently deported back to Colombia after he had his sentence reduced in 2009. What Dr. Dela Cruz will explain is that a lot of times when somebody testifies against a cartel or against their family, they're required to do something called wet work in order to clean their face. I'll use that expression again. Once they've testified against a cartel asset, a cartel member, that they may be required to do wet work in order to save their own lives. And so in this case, that's exactly what Mr. Avila was required to do. Mr. Avila's DNA, as it were, was found on that phone. So when Jo Ellen Brown from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement comes in and testifies, one of the things that she'll say is she developed a complex mixture of DNA from a swab of this phone cradle right here. The phone cradle that was fought over, where the cord is ripped out of the wall and cut. One of the contributors to that mixture was Mr. Avila, as it ultimately turned out. Now, Jo Ellen Brown didn't do that testing. She was the one who developed the profile for comparison. Later, the government was able to obtain a buccal swab from Mr. Avila. A buccal swab is basically just where they take a cotton swab and stick it in somebody's mouth and get some saliva on it, and from that they can develop a DNA profile. And when that happened, the DNA profile was developed for Mr. Avila, and he was matched to the DNA found on that phone right there. In addition to the DNA found on the phone, there was foreign male DNA found on the shovel that was placed next to the victim's body. And you'll hear testimony throughout the trial talking about the difference between touch DNA and other forms of DNA that can be deposited by saliva or semen or touching something, blood. all of those means are ways that the blood can, or DNA rather, can be deposited on a particular item. So we've got DNA on the phone cradle that matches Mr. Avila. We've got foreign male DNA on the shovel placed next to the victim's body. Mr. Segura, by the way, is excluded as a contributor to the foreign male DNA found on the shovel. We also have foreign female DNA found under the victim's fingernail. And one of the things that you'll see is that Brandi Peters fought valiantly in this case for herself and for her children, to the point where all her knuckles are broken and bruised and her acrylic nails have been ripped off. And under those fingernails was found foreign female DNA. The reason that that's relevant is that Dr. Dela Cruz will tell you that a general cartel tactic is to send a female. If they're going to do a hit at somebody's house, they'll send a female to the door because they're less threatening and more likely to get access. And Mr. Santos will tell you that's what happened here, that a female was sent to the door. When Brandi saw the rest of the folks coming, that's when she ran inside. So we've got foreign female DNA under her fingernails as well. And then we've got foreign male DNA recovered at a cleanup scene. So Jack McLean Park, it's like a quarter mile from Brandi Peters' house. In one of the back pavilions, so when you go in Jack McLean Park, you can go kind of straight into the left where the pool is, basketball courts and the main bathhouse and all that. But you can also turn right and go way to the back of the park. And at the very back of the park, there's a bathhouse there as well. Outside that bathhouse was a trash can with contents that were set on fire. It was discovered about a week after the murder. Inside the trash can were some bloody latex gloves, 6 pairs. There were an empty shop towel box. There was a gallon of bleach. And then inside there were bloody paper towels in the toilet and on the floor. And ultimately, those items, as well as some bloody shirts that were found inside this trash can, were sent off to FDLE for testing. Diane Guzman, another FDLE analyst and expert, will testify that foreign male DNA, which excluded Mr. Segura, was found on those shirts. Finally, I want to talk just briefly about Mr. McElfresh. One of the things that Joe Allen Brown and Jason Bundy, two Florida Department of Law Enforcement experts that will testify effectively as defense experts in this case, is the importance of blind testing, which is to say a scientist doesn't want to know a theory necessarily when they're going to do their analysis. They don't want their interpretation, and there is a lot of gray area in DNA interpretation that you'll hear about. They don't want their opinions to be influenced by knowledge of an investigative theory. In this case, what happened was Mr. McElfresh was retained by the state attorney's office way back at the beginning of the case, 2010, 2011, and he was sent all the material that was developed from all of the evidentiary exhibits that were developed. He went through, he looked at all the electropherograms, which are charts that you'll hear discussed and you'll see during the course of the trial. Basically, whenever a DNA sample is tested, it produces a document which shows something that looks kind of like an EKG with peaks all over it. And so Mr. McElfresh received all that information, and he was specifically asked to look at all of the complex mixtures and see whether he disagreed with any of Joe Allen Brown's findings or to see whether he could do anything different. He never reported to anybody that he could do anything different with the swab of the bath bar. It wasn't until 2017 that when he was called up and specifically asked to look at the swab of the bath bar again to see if he could do something different, that he finally said, oh yes, you know what, as a matter of fact, Mr. Segura is included as a contributor to the swab of the bath bar. Now, one thing that I'll ask you to listen to carefully is that is partially true. Mr. Segura's DNA is on the bath bar. And the reason his DNA is on the bath bar is because his son's DNA is on the bath bar. Joe Allen Brown will testify that JaVonte Segura is included as a contributor to the mixture on that bath bar. What that means is that because he's Mr. Segura's son and half his DNA comes from Mr. Segura, you're going to see a lot of numbers that pop up on that sample that are consistent with Mr. Segura. But because there's interrelated individuals contributing to the mixture, no determination at all can actually be made about Mr. Segura's contribution to that mixture. Joe Allen Brown will tell you that. She's a Florida Department of Law Enforcement senior analyst, or now retired, former Florida Department of Law Enforcement senior DNA analyst. Jason Bundy, a regional director for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement DNA supervisor, will tell you that as well, as will the defense expert Kevin Knoppinger. They all agree on the point that Mr. Segura cannot be determined to be a contributor to the DNA mixture found on the bath bar. Only Mr. McElfresh, who was hired by the state to come in and do extra work in this case, will testify to that finding. You're also going to hear a lot of testimony about the forensics in this case, and generally what I'm talking about forensics is crime scene processing. So that includes blood spatter analysis, like we were talking about before, bullet trajectory analysis, interpretation of wounds, if there are any to be interpreted, and all of that. And so what you'll learn happened during the course of the testimony is that the altercation started in Brandi Peters' bedroom, which is this room over here. Mr. Knox will tell you that he knows that that's where the altercation started, at least where the violence started, because of the amount of blood deposited in the room. It's the smallest area of Miss Peters' blood present in the house. And then there are directional wipe marks as well as blood spatter pattern falling throughout the hallway as she comes towards the front of the house here, comes down the hallway, gets to the front door. There are directional swipe patterns on the door, again, Miss Peters' blood. Ultimately, makes it out of the house. We know that she makes it out of the house as we go through each of these pictures. There's blood from Miss Peters on the floor. There's a bullet fired in the bedroom that misses her and goes out the window. There's another bullet that's fired within her bedroom that travels into this hallway closet right there and discovered there by law enforcement when they processed the scene. And there are two more bullets found in the bedroom, in the bathroom attached to Miss Peters' bedroom. So just for reference, the two bullets that were found next to Miss Peters' bedroom in the bathroom are right in there. So like I said, eventually Miss Peters, you can see the swipe marks here, makes her way out of her bedroom, down the hallway. This is towards the front of the house here, depositing blood on the walls as she goes. You see blood spattered there on the walls. Mr. Knox will talk to you about the directionality of that blood spatter and what direction it indicates Miss Peters is moving. You'll also see indications that the struggle was ongoing. She was shedding jewelry as she went. There was an earring located on the floor in the hallway there. And we see, again, more transfer patterns as she makes her way towards the front of the house. Outside the house is blood spatter, which is impact spatter, indicating Miss Peters is being struck at that point outside the house. And there's blood spatter going in both directions. Back inside the house, you'll see from the blood spatter, and you'll hear testimony about the dynamic nature of the struggle. One of the things that Mr. Knox is going to tell you about is the fact that there are handprints on the walls, the fact that there's spatter going up both walls and all the way up to the ceiling is indicative of a moving crime scene, which is to say that the assailants are moving as well as Miss Peters throughout the attack. One of the things that Mr. Knox is also going to tell you about is the shoe impressions that were found at the scene. And this is an important point, because the state's theory is, and always has been, that Mr. Segura committed this murder by himself. There's absolutely no evidence indicating that he did anything in concert with anybody else at any point relative to these murders. And so there were 5 separate shoe impressions, or potential shoe impressions, that were located in the blood around Miss Peters' body. Highly relevant is that these shoe impressions are all different. So 5 distinct shoe impressions, not from the same shoes. All right, so that's indicative of 5 different people at least being involved here. Another thing that's highly relevant about that is that law enforcement was excluded by another Florida Department of Law Enforcement expert as having deposited the shoe impressions. So Greg Mion from Tampa, he's a FDLE footwear impression expert. He's going to come in and testify, whether the state calls him or the defense. He's effectively a defense expert, that there are 5 separate impressions and that law enforcement's shoe impression standards were excluded as having contributed to any of these. And again, it's important because it indicates clearly that multiple individuals were involved in the commission of the offense. Other evidence tending to indicate the same thing, that is that multiple individuals were involved in the commission of the offense, are the number of weapons used. So Mr. Knox will also testify that between the wound patterns exhibited on Ms. Peters and the impact spatter or blood spatter discovered at the house and photographed here, it's highly, highly unlikely, if not impossible, that a firearm could have created cast off that high. And what that means, cast off, is as a weapon is being swung and it's getting blood on it, when it goes back, it slings blood. And so what Mr. Knox is going to tell you is that in order for the blood to have been cast off at the height that it was cast off in this case, it would have required a longer item than a firearm. He says that most likely is something at least 2 feet long, like a crowbar or something to that effect. Besides the height of the cast off, as you see here, we're going to hear testimony and you'll see pictures of the different types of injuries that Ms. Peters sustained. And I hate to put these in front of you first thing in the morning, but of course they're highly relevant. Now, can it be determined, or will anybody testify with absolute certainty that all of these wounds were made by different weapons? No, but there's other evidence which indicates that that's true. So you have these crescent-shaped injuries here as one type of injury. You have a number of puncture wounds that are a different type of injury. You have a crush injury in the back where the skull is actually fractured. This is another picture of that same type of injury. There's an oval picture that I didn't, put the gruesomest angle in front of you here, but that's a totally different pattern from the other ones shown so far. And then directly on top of her head, there's a perfect circle. Again, totally inconsistent with being deposited by a firearm, any part of a firearm, the barrel, the handle, anything. As you can see there, it's 4 centimeters in diameter, so it's roughly the size of the end of a baseball bat. Not that that's what it was, but that's more akin to the type of weapon that would have been used. And that's a close-up of the oval. You're also going to hear testimony throughout the case pertaining to the time of death. Now, Mr. Fuchs has already kind of conclusively stated that Ms. Peters died, between 6:53 and 7:37 when we see Mr. Segura texting. But that's not what the evidence actually indicates. It is true that her phone goes inactive and there are only passive events after 6:53. But we know that Ms. Peters was still alive when her phone died, when her phone ran out of juice. There's both circumstantial and direct evidence to support that notion. So one piece of evidence that supports the notion that Ms. Peters was still alive when her phone ran out of juice at 8:21 is that we know she ran for the landline. Now, obviously, if you go to a landline when you're being attacked, you can't move around. You can't lock yourself in a bathroom. You can't lock yourself in a closet. And we know that she was going for the landline in this case because we saw scuff marks on the wall. The line was cut. The cord was pulled out of the phone jack. More relevantly, Ms. Peters' sister, Monica Peters, told Officer Jernigan from the Tallahassee Police Department the day after the murder that she last spoke to Ms. Peters at approximately 10 o'clock p.m. the night before, which would have been the 19th, indicating that she was still alive at 10 p.m., which you'll see as we get into the cell phone records, is a half an hour after Mr. Segura is home. She's still alive at 10 p.m. And there's not going to be a dispute about that, just to kind of give you a preemptive view of the testimony pertaining to cell phone towers and the information extracted therefrom. Both Sergeant Corbett for the Tallahassee Police Department and the defense cell expert John Sawicki will testify that Mr. Segura's handset traveled home back down to Woodville, and he was home by 9:31 p.m. and then remained down in Woodville for the remainder of the evening, active on his phone. He was texting back and forth with one of his girlfriends trying to set up a hookup for later that night. With respect to the time of death, what I will end up ultimately suggesting is the most compelling evidence of time of death comes from a combination of Dr. Flanagan and neighbor Marquise Davis's testimony. So Marquise Davis lives directly across the street from Brandi Peters at the time of the murder. Marquise Davis is friends with Brandi Peters, and at that time he's the live-in boyfriend of C.C. Timmons, whose name you already heard. C.C. Timmons was Miss Peters' best friend at the time. And Mr. Davis had a relationship not only with Brandi as a friend, but also with the children. It wasn't uncommon at all for him, since he was home most of the time, to make dinner for the kids. That would happen at least a couple of nights a week. The two twin girls, Tamiyah and Taniyah, as well as JaVonte, would eat dinner over at CeCe Timmons' house because they played with Miss Timmons and Mr. Davis' children. So Mr. Davis is going to testify. And again, it's relevant when Mr. Davis's testimony came to light because he did not voluntarily go talk to law enforcement following the murders, notwithstanding that he potentially had information that was relevant. That may be hard for some folks to understand, but what Mr. Davis will tell you when he testifies is that he's an African-American man on felony probation, and there are no circumstances when he's just going to go up and voluntarily speak to the police. So his testimony didn't come to light until the defense team found him in 2017. What he testifies to is that on the night of the murders, although the kids ate Burger King at 4 o'clock or so, he made them dinner, and they ate dinner around 7 o'clock at his house. He also sent a plate of food over to Brandi for her to eat as well. Mr. Segura was there at that time, and he will tell you that she ate that food as well. That's significant because when paired with Dr. Flanagan's testimony, Dr. Flanagan says the food in all 4 victims' stomachs was digested for about 3 hours as of the time of their death. That puts the victims alive till at minimum 10 o'clock, half an hour after we already know Mr. Segura is home and never leaves Woodville again for the rest of the night. We'll also hear testimony from Dahana Scott, who was the neighbor immediately adjacent to Brandi Peters' home. Ms. Scott will say, there is one other thing that's important to talk about with Mr. Davis before I move on to Ms. Scott. Mr. Davis, after feeding the children and sending a plate of food over to Ms. Peters' house for her to eat, he ended up taking a serving to his father across town. So he leaves his own house 7:30 or thereabouts, goes to his dad's house, takes him some oxtail soup, and then comes back. When he comes back, he sees there's a dark-colored SUV in the driveway. This is important because either that person is there killing Miss Peters, or more likely, it's just a friend who's come to visit her. In any event, it indicates that she's still alive at that moment in time. If it was just a friend, obviously, who discovered the bodies, they would have reported it at that point in time, but no report was made. Now, with respect to Miss Scott, Dahana Scott, the neighbor adjacent to Brandi Peters, when she got home from work at 10:50 or so, she noticed a white SUV in Brandi's driveway. At some point thereafter, perhaps around 11 o'clock, her dog starts going crazy like he never goes, right at Brandi's fence. So he's running back and forth, barking, going crazy, to the point that another neighbor, Darius Mount, who lives down the street from Brandi, comes outside, hears the dog. It's so out of the ordinary that he actually calls law enforcement sometimes in the early morning hours of November 20th. Again, that's only circumstantial evidence, but it is actual evidence that you can pair with the scientific evidence from Ms. Flanagan and the testimonial evidence from Mr. Davis. You're also going to hear specific testimony from Mr. Segura about where he was and what he was doing throughout the day on the day of the murder. And you're going to see how the cell phone tower data corroborates everything that he says. So first, let's talk about, since we're going to get into the cell phone stuff and the evidence that you'll hear regarding the cell phone data, the Star 67 stuff, which Mr. Fuchs characterized as trying to hide his number or deceptive. What you'll see if you want to go through all the records, and again, you'll get a big thick packet of phone records, every single time Mr. Segura calls Brandi Peters, every single time he Star 67s her from his girlfriend phone. And that's what this phone was, he'll tell you. He's, like I said, he'll take the stand and testify that he had the second phone because he was cheating on his wife with all these other women, at least 3 other ones, during this time period. And he used that phone primarily to communicate with his girlfriends. The reason he didn't want Brandi having that number is because she's one of those people that blows your phone up if she has your number. She needs something or she wants something, she wants to get a hold of you. He didn't want to be getting 15 calls while he was with one of his other girlfriends. So he never let her know that number, although she knew it was him when he would call from that blocked number. That's why you see him talking to her for an extended period of time. So I referenced before that there was a text message from Brandi on Thursday, the day before the murders, wherein she says to him, hey, you were looking good yesterday. If you weren't my baby daddy, I would have given you some. That starts a sequence of calls back and forth between Mr. Segura and Ms. Peters. Those calls go back and forth all throughout the day on Friday, which is, again, the date of the murder. And you'll see where Mr. Segura is, and he'll tell you where he was and what he was doing. Basically, his entire day, that day, is designed around going over to Ms. Peters' house and having sex with her. That was the plan that they had kind of come up with after they started talking and flirting and all this again. You see the text message on Friday that Mr. Fuchs referenced where she was asking if he hung up on her. He'll testify about that. It wasn't a hang-up. She was at school picking the twins up at that point and got cut off. He ended up calling back later. In any event, you'll see that he went over to her house around 1:30 or so. She wasn't home. He calls her. She's not there. So he goes over to his sister's house, Mr. Segura's own sister's house, Sean Segura, hangs out there for a little while. Brandi says in another later phone conversation that she should be home maybe around 3:30 after she picks the girls up. So Mr. Segura goes back and parks his vehicle around 3 o'clock at a church near Brandi's house. The reason he does that is because anytime he's hooking up with somebody, he's not going to park in their driveway because he's afraid his wife will find out. And again, he had made this promise to his wife that he wasn't going to cheat anymore, and he didn't want word getting back to her that he was, in fact, still cheating. So he goes over there. He has sex with Miss Peters. He uses a condom, why there's no semen or DNA evidence of that sort. And afterwards, he hangs out for a little while. JaVonte and the twins come back. They've eaten. They sit there and watch TV for a while. You see data use sessions during the 7 o'clock hour where he's on his phone checking email and things of that nature. And then ultimately he leaves. It appears that he leaves, based on his phone records, at about 8:21 p.m. I say 8:21 p.m. because at that point his phone is traveling back down, I think it's Paul Russell, towards South Monroe so he can go back to Woodville. And that's where he stays for the rest of the night. Again, Sergeant Corbett and John Sawicki, the defense cell expert, will testify uniformly about that Mr. Segura's testimony is consistent with what the cell phone tower data shows. Now, Mr. Fuchs did make a point to indicate that Brandi's phone was inactive, from whatever time it was. 6:53 was her last active communication, and then gets shut off or is out of juice at 8:21 p.m. However, we don't have her landline records still to this day. And again, remember that her sister said she talked to her at 10 o'clock p.m. Now, Mr. Segura did lie when he was interviewed by the police about being there at Brandi's house. I've already explained what his motivation for him not wanting to find his wife to find out that he was engaged still in extramarital affairs. One thing that I would ask you to keep your ears open for and pay attention to when you hear this testimony come out, Mr. Segura didn't tell any lies during his police interviews that were unique to Brandi, which is extraordinarily important. When he's asked about Natasha Hawthorne, another one of his girlfriends, he lies about her too and says that he's friends with her, that he's not hooking up with her. And Investigator Lewis kind of pokes him about that and asks about that, and no, she's just a friend. So he's not only lying about Brandi, he's lying about every woman with whom he's having an extramarital affair. And beyond that, you'll be able to see that when Mr. Segura is going through his interviews with law enforcement, Investigator Lewis starts to sense that this has something to do with him hooking up with Brandi. At one point, you'll see, because Mr. Fuchs is going to play the recorded interview with Mr. Segura, Mark Lewis asks him, is there something going on with you, Brandi? Look, I'm not the morals police. I don't care that you're married. He senses it. Because like Mr. Fuchs says, he does this for a living. And he senses that Mr. Segura is not being honest, and he senses that it's about marital infidelity. And so he asked that question, but Mr. Segura says no. Ultimately, Malika Segura does find out, which is why you'll hear a jail phone call that the state has after Mr. Segura got arrested a year later, where he's saying, yeah, looks like I gave up my life for you, talking to his wife, Malika, indicating that he lied to try and protect their marriage from, the destructive information that ended up coming out, and their marriage ended as a result. You're also going to hear evidence from Investigator Lewis about Mr. Segura's lack of emotion. And Mr. Segura is going to talk about that to you. Like we talked about in jury selection, a lack of outward expression of emotion is not a lack of emotion. Look, Mr. Segura is a tough guy. He's a blue-collar guy. He's a tough guy. He'll tell you that when he was a kid, if he cried, his dad would punch him in the arm and tell him, men don't cry. And so that's not something he does. Even when his son, Jalik, died,
Like, he was a basket case, but he didn't cry about it, like literally cry, because that's not a thing that he does. He buries it, and he tries to carry on. For lack of a better expression, he tries to be a man. That doesn't mean that he's got a lack of emotion. He'll tell you what he was feeling. He was feeling a lot of complicated things that were pulling him in multiple directions. He was doing the best that he could under the circumstances to do what he always did, which is be strong and soldier on. Part of the ambivalence about his feelings, or part of the mixed bag of feelings that he was going through, were guilt. He didn't have a firm idea of whether JaVonte was his son at that point. And so he hadn't been an involved dad like he had for his other out-of-wedlock children, like Janae. Every time he and Brandi would fight, she would tell him that JaVonte wasn't his kid. And he had actually filed paperwork to do a paternity test and see if JaVonte was, in fact, his son prior to the murders. So he was in the process of trying to determine that. He had a volatile relationship with Brandi, which impacted his emotions, of course, and didn't know for certain that JaVonte was his son. But that doesn't mean that he didn't feel emotions. He was reflecting a lot of the outward mood that Investigator Lewis was projecting, and so Mr. Segura was kind of mirroring that, And he'll tell you too. Part of the thing is that he, as an African-American male, is generally uncomfortable talking to law enforcement anyway. So that's another thing that was kind of playing into his attitude at the time. So just keep that in mind when you hear testimony from Investigator Lewis that's trying to, draw a connection between his apparent lack of emotion and, the profile, I suppose, of somebody who would commit this type of offense. Like Mr. Fuchs said, you will hear evidence that Mr. Segura had a .32, but this was months before the murders occurred in this case. What actually happened there is that in July, Mr. Segura was on a job and he got a call from a cousin of his, and he'll tell you about this when he testifies. His cousin had crossed some guys. I guess his cousin was a drug dealer or drug user or something, and he had crossed somebody up in Mississippi. So Mr. Segura, since he was on his way back from a job anyway, stopped in Mississippi. He usually carries a firearm with him legally when he's on these jobs, because he's around drug users that serve as laborers on these contract jobs all the time, all over the country. And so he'll usually have a firearm on him, and in this specific instance, he had a firearm on him. It was a .32. And what happened was, when Mr. Segura got to Mississippi and was dealing with his cousin, at some point, the guys with whom the beef existed came to where they were. They pulled a firearm. He pulled his firearm in self-defense. They shot at him, and he was shot. He shot back. After that occurred, he got rid of the gun because he was involved in a shooting, and then went and got treatment. He was still recovering from that gunshot wound at the time of the murders in this case. So when Mr. Fuchs talks about him being a big, strong guy capable of exerting superhuman strength, just keep that in mind, that he hadn't even returned to full work yet because he was shot in the abdomen and the bullet traveled through his abdomen and finally lodged down in his groin. There are medical records that the defense may introduce to show you that as well. Lastly, when you're talking about the evidence that's going to come out in a case like this, it's important to keep in mind a lack of evidence as well. So important pieces of evidence that are missing include evidence of blood transfer and evidence of injuries. Mr. Knox is going to tell you that these offenses were incredibly violent. This was a very dynamic crime scene, again. And you'll see from the wounds to Ms. Peters' hands that she fought back. Her knuckles are broken here. Her fingernails are ripped off. You see one of her acrylic nails on the floor right here. These knuckles are all bruised and swollen. Same thing here. Mr. Segura, however, this is a picture taken the day after the murder, has no cuts, no scratches, no nothing on him. The only thing that he had was, you'll see down here, you can barely see it, of course, he had a tiny little scratch because when he went down to Silas Thornton's house the day after the murders on November 20th, they were shooting arrows in Mr. Thornton's backyard. Mr. Segura fired one past the target and had to go into a picker bush to get it back. That's the only scratch he had on his entire body. That's it. Additionally, you'll hear testimony from Mr. Knox pertaining to the fact that there would have been the person or people who were involved in the commission of these offenses would have been covered in blood because of the saturation, because of the spatter that occurred while the wounds were being struck. And there is no blood transfer in any of Mr. Segura's vehicles. All his vehicles are messy, so it's not like they've been cleaned up. You'll see pictures of them. There's no blood found anywhere that ties him to the victim. There's no blood on clothes that they find at his house. There's no gloves with blood relevant to the crime that they find at his house. So just keep in mind those important pieces of missing evidence as well as we go through. I know I've just kind of thrown a lot at you, but I wanted to give you a thorough preview of what I expect the evidence to be so that you can, number one, be aware of what's coming and think about ahead of time how all that evidence fits together. And at the end of the day, if you follow the instructions of the court, which require you to return a not guilty verdict in the event that the state fails to prove beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, which again is any doubt which is not speculative or imaginary, that is based on evidence, you'll find Mr. Segura at long last not guilty of these offenses.
Let's take 10 minutes. Let the jury step out with the deputy. Either side, anything?
No, they are.
All right, have your first witness in the courtroom when we resume, Mr. Hughes.
They are.
All right.
All right. All right, let's recap the defense opening. And boy, like I said, I need to hear both sides. So defense starts out with talking about the state fails to meet its burden of burden of proof to show the evidence. And first, I have the first notes that there ain't no black man being killed in America over child support. I thought, really? That's your defense? I kind of wish he hadn't even said that because he didn't need that, in my opinion. So the whole point that he says that he was over there and texting with Brandi was to have sex to get some. That's the whole reason why he was texting her. We hear that Henry is a philanderer. He has lots of girlfriends. And the reason he does that is because his son passed away at an early age. He told his wife that he wouldn't run around anymore, but he could not hold on to that promise. Now here's where it gets really, really interesting. Brandi was a mule for the Vice Lords, which is a drug cartel. And apparently Mr. Santos is going to take the stand because he needs to clean his face and take care of the problem, which was Brandi. And the killing was committed to vindicate him, Mr. Santos. And there was a spade apparently that was used, or maybe not used. There was a spade in the spatter zone, or splatter zone. It's a highly dynamic crime scene. There's lots of struggle. But there was no blood found on that spade. So that's like their calling card. First I thought it was literally a card, but it actually was a spade. And yet if no blood was found on that spade, why did she have like 5 different kinds of wounds on her? So anyway, so they think, the defense is saying it's a failure of Brandi to pay for fronted drugs. There were 200 DNA samples taken at the scene, and Segura was not included. There was other DNA found on the phone, which was ripped out of the jack and was cut, which indicates there was a struggle over the phone. Then he talked about Mr. Avila was going to come in, and Mr. Avila's DNA was found on the phone. There was DNA that was not Henry's found on the shovel. See, that's going to be really hard to explain that. How do you get away? Why was there a shovel in the bathroom? And it wasn't Henry's DNA. Then there was female DNA under Brandi's fingernails, and her fingernails were ripped off. Her acrylic fingernails were ripped off. That's pretty big, right? We're always about the DNA. Female DNA underneath their fingernails. Then they found a trash can that was set on fire. There were some bloody gloves in there, a gallon of bleach, bloody paper towels and shirts, and there was foreign male DNA found on those shirts. That was not Henry's. Was that from another, as chat suggested, is that from another crime? Possibly. Henry's DNA was found on the bath bar, and I'm not sure if that was soap or if that was the actual physical bar that was on the shower wall. But because JaVonte is Henry's son, that would make sense. So he says, okay, the altercation started in Brandi's bedroom because there's a small amount of blood. Then it goes down the hallway, and there's just blood all over the place. Brandi's getting attacked. She's getting shot at. Her skull is smashed in. She makes it outside, and there's blood outside. Why nobody sees this, I'm not sure. Maybe it's one of those kind of neighborhoods where you don't ask. You know. She's shedding jewelry as the struggle continues. Now outside, the splatter goes both directions. So whoever's doing this to her, they're just wailing away on her, and there's blood going all over the place. There's blood on the ceiling, blood on the walls. I mean, Jesus, Brandi just really, really fought. Here's also where it gets interesting. There were 5 separate footprints in blood around Brandi. And the state says that Henry did this alone, and law enforcement was excluded to those shoe prints. So those shoe prints were not law enforcement. Those are from somebody else. 5 different. So she was attacked by 5 different people, according to the defense. And none of those were Henry's. And then he talked about the number of weapons used. Possible crowbar, because the spatter is high up against us on the ceiling, so a gun would not do that. And there was a crested wound, a puncture wound, her skull was crushed, there's an oval wound, and a perfect circle. So all of her injuries just are more than just a gunshot. She was definitely, she's fighting for her kids' lives, too. So there's evidence that she was still alive. The state said that her phone went dead at 8:21. But then Monica Peters, who is her sister, talked to Brandi at 10 p.m. What's that about? And that's half hour after Henry had gotten home. What? That's some reasonable doubt. I got to hear the experts on that. There's evidence that the kids ate, and I guess it would take at least 2 hours for them to digest. He left at 8:21. That's what his cell phone records show. So if this happened at 8 o'clock, those kids would not be digesting their food. So it shows that it happened after 8. And then finally, they talked about him keeping a .32 caliber gun because he would go on these contract jobs, and there would be drug users, and it would get rough, and he was got shot. So, and then the final thing is there were no scratches or cuts on Henry. Now, if this is as dynamic as the state is saying, which it sounds like it was really brutal, no scratches on Henry, that's really, really interesting. So I don't know how you guys feel, but man, I just completely changed my opinion on this. And I kind of remember watching this the very first time because it's starting to come back to me. I'm like, I have lots and lots of doubt. After I heard the opening from the state, I'm like, oh yeah, no problem, no doubt. But now again, there's always 2 sides to a story. So let's get to the evidence. What do you guys think? I know a lot of you were waiting for the recap. I hope that helped you. Do you have any questions? Gwen says, doesn't seem like a single aggressor crime scene. It does not. I mean, if this woman is fighting for her 3 kids' lives, her fingernails are ripped, there's blood all over the place, she definitely was fighting. I can't walk from one room to another without obtaining some scratch or bruise. Baca says it seems very questionable so far. Yes, I remember watching this Fala with Aaron. Fala. Yeah, I do kind of remember. I remember the judge's voice. I remember the defense attorney. I remember this guy was in jail for 9 years. I remember. Yeah, it's all starting to come back now. I can't tag Squeegee. He cuts us off. I'm not sure what that means, Fala. All right, let's get back to the first witness. Are you guys liking this so far? I hope so, but let me know. Let me know what you think so far. All right, first witness for the state coming up.
Introduce yourself to the jurors.
ReTrial Timmons. I live
How do you spell your name?
ARTRON. Last name Timmons, TIMMONS.
And Mr. Timmons, you said you lived across the street, talking about back in November of 2010, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was that? Where did you live at that time?
Not Sutter Creek, Ryan.
Where is that in Tallahassee?
Outside by Jim Lee Road, behind Fairview.
Okay. Over there by the fairgrounds and stuff as well, Capitol
Yes, sir.
Stadium and all that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You said you lived across the street. Do you know Brandi Peters?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Peters?
I'm with my friends, neighborhood.
Your Honor, can I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you some previously marked state exhibit number 1. Who is that?
Brandi Peters.
That's Brandi Peters?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time we state exhibit 1 in evidence, please. For
Any objection? Be admitted.
permission to publish.
You may.
Does Ms. Peters have any children?
Yes, sir.
Does she have any boys or girls?
Both.
Okay. Did you get to meet the girls?
Yes, sir.
What was the girl's name?
Tamiyah and Taniyah.
Showing previously marked state exhibit number 2 for identification purposes. You recognize them?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
Tamiyah and Taniyah.
Okay. Your Honor, move state exhibit number 2 in evidence, please.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
The twins. Which one's which?
Man, all right. It's
hard. All right.
Yeah.
How old were you back in November 2010?
2010, I had to be like 14. Yes, sir, 14.
14 years old. Okay. All right. And you said you had a little boy. Okay. What was his name?
JaVonte.
Showing the previously marked state's exhibit number 3 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Who's
sir.
that?
That's JaVonte.
That's JaVonte? Your Honor, move state's exhibit number 3 in evidence, please.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Now, you mentioned that your mom and Brandi were friends.
Yes, sir.
Were you living with your mom at the time?
Yes, sir.
Who else you live with?
My stepfather,
What's his name?
Marquise Davis.
On the morning of November 20th, were you asked to go over to Brandi's house?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Because her mom had been texting my mom, trying to get in contact with her or something like that. I know they was trying to get a hold of her.
Was your mom home at the time?
Nah, she was at work.
All right, so she called you?
Yes, sir. I had stayed home. Well, no, I think that was a Saturday. Wasn't it the weekend?
I think it's up to you're the witness.
Yeah, I don't really know if it was the weekend or not, but I remember like she called me early that morning, like she called the house phone, and she was like, "Go tell Brandi to call her mom, cause can nobody get in contact with her." I'm like, hey, "No, that ain't nothing."
Did you go over there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you went over, did you? I mean, you live how far away? How far away do you?
To be exact, it was a corner right down the corner. I lived right there across the street and 2 houses down. Well, yeah, 3 houses down.
3 houses down, but across the street as well.
Yes, sir.
So a pretty short distance there.
Yeah, like straight diagonal. Like I walk out the front door, I see her front.
Did you go over to her house?
Yes, sir.
When you got to her house, what did you do?
Well, I tried to ring the doorbell, but the doorbell was busting. I seen blood, and knocking on the door. I'm thinking like, oh,
Let me stop you right there. You said the doorbell was busted?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean it was busted? It was broken off or just wasn't working?
It was like pushed in.
Okay.
Like you can't ring it, you know?
Okay. And you said you saw something? Blood?
Blood.
Where'd you see blood at?
I saw it like, as I was walking up, I saw it like drip drops. Like, I'm thinking like kids hurt themselves, but then I look up, it's on the curtains, like everywhere. Like on the inside, you can see like, it was like blood.
All right, Coach.
You bet.
Showing you photographs been marked previously as composite 5A and B. Take a look at those photographs real quick.
Yeah.
Are those photographs of the house?
Yes, sir.
Brandi Peters' house?
Yes, sir.
Trying to move states composite 5A and B.
Any objection? Be admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Now, I'm going to guess that the crime scene photos, the yellow tape and stuff like that, that wasn't there when you walked up, correct?
No.
Okay. That's her front of her house?
Yes, sir.
Again, crime scene tape wasn't there, but is that also the front door of her house?
Yes, sir.
I noticed this window appears to be broken out in the photograph. Was it broken out when you walked out there?
No, sir.
Okay, that window was intact?
Huh?
That window was there?
Yeah, it was intact.
Okay. All right. So you walked up, doorbell doesn't work, see blood, what'd you do next?
Knocked on the door. I mean, like, I still did it. Knocked on the door. You know, I'm young.
You knocked on the door?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Anybody answer?
No.
What happened next?
Went home, called my mom, told her I seen blood. She told me to call the police.
Did you call the police?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement respond?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, when's the last time you saw Brandi? Before that?
I don't remember.
What about the kids?
The day before.
Okay. Who'd you see? I mean, there's three kids, Tamiyah, Taniyah, and JaVonte. Do you remember who you saw?
All three of them.
Okay. Where'd you see him at?
In between our houses, well, in between my neighbor house. Oh, yeah, my house and my neighbor house.
Okay. So right there.
Yes, sir.
What were they doing? Do you remember what time it was?
They was playing in the around 5 or 6 o'clock because I went to school and I got to school at 3:50 and I used to always get home late. And that was a long walk because my bus stop was at the top of Jim Lee Road. So it had to be around like between 5 and 6.
That's the normal time you get home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were they doing?
Playing, like always. It was just like a regular day.
Okay. Did you see anything in her hand or regarding food?
Yeah, it was some rappers, it was some Burger King rappers and whatnot. Cause I remember when I was my mama had done came outside and she had done seen it and she was like, oh, like, you know, you got all this trash in the
So it's not normal trash in the yard?
I mean, it's normal to have trash in the yard, but you know, it was just like, you know how it is.
Unfortunately, you have to tell the jury what it's like.
It's like, okay, you know, like it's something in your yard. It's like, dang, it's trash in my yard. You know, like that situation.
And the trash you're talking about is the Burger King trash?
Yes, sir.
And so somebody made exception to the fact there was new Burger King trash in the yard, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Didn't like it?
Yeah.
So is that why the Burger stood out to you? The trash?
No, it's just like I remember that was something my mama had said. Like, them kids need to get that trash up. Like, they out there playing, they need to get that trash up.
Okay. But there's new Burger King
trash. Yeah.
Okay. At some point, were you asked to go back to their house and get them or anything along those lines?
Yes, sir. I was asked to get them cut my stuff out. I had them cook, some oxtails, and some more stuff. But
you remember when that was?
Not really. I know it was like the day before, but I don't remember like the exact time. I had to be out of school, you know. But
okay. All right. So it was after you came home and you told the other. What time y'all normally eat dinner?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It wasn't like that time. It was like whenever the food got done. Whenever the food got done, we finna eat.
Was it earlier, closer to when you got home then?
A little bit after.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Within, say, an hour?
Yeah.
So roughly an hour after you got home, you're going to have to go over there and get them.
Yes, sir.
So somewhere between 6 and 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you eat oxtail soup?
I don't like oxtails.
Did you go get the kids?
I think so.
Did you get all of them, or just one, or all three of them come?
I don't think all of them came. I think it was just one of the girls. I told one of the girls to tell the rest of them. I don't really remember, like, for sure.
Okay. So you didn't sit down and eat with them or know whether they ate or not?
No. I was a loner. I'm a lonely child.
Okay. All right. You talked to law enforcement after they responded and told them all this?
Yes, sir.
One moment. No further questions.
Ross? Can I approach for just a moment?
What's that?
May we approach?
Sidebar? May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Timmons, I just wanted to clarify one issue. In earlier court proceedings, you wouldn't appear voluntarily. The state had to secure a material witness warrant for you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was because you were afraid.
Yes, sir.
And to be clear, it was not because you were afraid of Mr. Segura or anybody connected to Mr. Segura.
That is correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Let's be clear. You're a little younger back then, correct?
Yeah.
You're here today. You're actually living where now?
In North Dakota.
North Dakota?
Yes, sir.
Came down voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
You're under subpoena, of course, but you came down voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
No questions, no issues?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. Any juror have a question of this witness? All right. If not, you can step down. Do we need to keep him any further?
No, Your Honor.
Need him for any reason, Mr. Prince?
Not that I anticipate that I would have to.
Well, when was he planning to return to North Dakota?
I honestly don't know what his flight plans are.
Yeah, I don't want to, unless you have. Do you know when you were planning to leave?
Yes, sir. On the 12th.
The 12th. Okay, you're going to stay here anyway till then.
Yes, sir.
Okay, remain till then. Let the attorneys know how to contact you. Call you next one.
Your Honor, I state will call Officer Journeyman.
But hearing everything okay, I know we had Mr. Duke's mic a little over revved there, but I think we got that sorted. Other than that, y'all hearing things okay? Like I say, we're at a new sound system. We're kind of trying to get it adjusted. It's not a new system, new controls, but trying to get it a little bit adjusted here. You face the clerk and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
May I proceed, Mr. Hughes?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Officer Jernigan with the Tallahassee Police Department.
And your first name is?
Candace.
And can you please spell your first and last name for Madam Reporter, please?
It's CANDICEJERNIGA.
And you're an officer with the Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been an officer with them?
Going on 16 years.
16 years. What are your
DPD.
duties normally as a Tallahassee police officer?
I'm in the field training division, so I'm a field training officer. I'm on patrol, which is on the south side of town.
Back in November of 2010, what were your duties then?
I was on patrol, south side of town, southeast particularly.
By being on patrol, what does that entail?
Calls for service, proactive work. Generally, dispatch will send us a call, we'll respond. Or if we come across something in the field, proactively, traffic stops, things like that, we'll address those.
And back in 2010, would you have been in uniform, Tallahassee police officer uniform,
Yes,
similar
sir.
to what you're wearing now?
Yes, sir.
Hey, were you in a marked unit?
Yes, sir.
I know cars have changed a lot since then.
Yes, they have.
Like back then it was the white and blue with the lights and everything like that. Back in November 20th, 2010, in the morning hours, you have an occasion to respond to Saddle Creek Run.
I did.
Do you remember what time it was that you responded?
It's around 10 in the morning, a little after.
And where did you respond to?
908 Saddle Creek Run.
Was that here in Leon County?
Yes, sir.
Whenever you first responded, at that time, were you, I know you talked about field training officer, at that time, is it one officer in a car or two officers?
One officer.
Okay, so one officer per
Yes,
car.
sir.
When you responded to Saddle Creek Run, were you alone?
I was alone.
Okay. What did you do when you first got there?
I went to the intersection of Jim Lee, Saddle Creek Run, and made contact with the complainants or the callers that called initially.
Okay.
TPD.
And I assume they briefed you about what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
They had pointed out the house, 908 Saddle Creek Run, and I observed that there was blood on the exterior of the house. And so I also observed there was a car in the yard of 908 Saddle Creek Run. There were kids playing in the car. So I made a point to remove the kids and get help in trying to keep citizens back from the house just based on the outside appearances that something might have occurred inside.
So why was it important to remove kids, but not the car, but also maintain the security that you're talking about?
Because there was a large amount of blood on the exterior, on the garage and on the front door. So it was obvious to me in my training experience something bad had happened or was happening still in the house. And my concern was for the children. And in case there was someone dangerous inside or something still occurring, I didn't want them to be hurt. For the citizens that were onlookers had started to gather, so I wanted to make sure they were all back as far as I could on my own. So,
at that point, were you still alone, or had you been joined by other officers?
I was still in.
Okay. What did you do next?
Once I was able to get the kids out of the car and out of the front yard, then I approached carefully with the firearm out and went towards the front of the house and tried to listen for anything that was actively occurring or see if I could see anything through the front.
Were there any signs that anything was occurring actively?
No.
You said you tried to see something through the front. What was it you're trying to do?
The curtains were closed, and then I started making my way out, and I was asking for backup and emergency traffic, and which means clearing the radio so that I could speak just based on the situation that something may have happened or be happening. And then I started making my way around the house to check around the house.
Okay. What happened next?
I started on the house faces south. So I started on the east side of the house. So if I was facing the house, the right side of the house, started going along the side and looking at the windows, trying to pay attention if I heard anything inside the house. Made my way to the back because one of the complainants had mentioned seeing a body through the back door, through the window of the back door.
Did you eventually make a circuit around the entire house?
The back, looked through the window, saw the body or the leg, and then...
Well, let me stop you right there. You say you looked through the back window?
The back door, bottom of the back door, had a glass partition.
Okay, so the door wasn't open?
The door was not open, it was locked.
Okay. And you looked through there and you saw, what was it?
A leg, a human leg, sticking out, laying on the floor, sticking out from behind a couch.
Your training experience, did that stand out to you?
Yes, obviously, I thought somebody was hurt or had been hurt. The leg wasn't moving, it's still.
What did you do next?
Then of course, I'm still transmitting on the radio, trying to get somebody en route to back me up. And then I looked around the west side of the house to see if there were any broken windows or anything that would indicate something, immediate, forcible entry. And there wasn't. So I made my way back around the back and the east side of the house and took cover because I had backup that was a couple minutes away, it sounded like, and waited for them to get there.
So in your circuit around the house and your observations, did you see any signs of forced entry?
No. I noticed a screen that was a little wonky, but the window was closed and appeared secured, and I didn't notice anything else.
And just for clarification, what were we talking about forced entry?
Forced entry, broken glass, obvious, broken door hinge, as in kicked in or what have you, broken windows, windows ajar, doors ajar, anything like that, and I didn't notice that.
All right. Did you, you mentioned the back door was locked. Did you try the front door?
Eventually, yes.
Okay. Was the front door locked?
Yes.
Okay, so both front and back door locked, no sign of forced entry?
Yes.
No broken windows?
No broken anything.
All right, so your take cover, waiting for backup.
Yes.
If you've seen the leg and obviously what that signifies to you, why are you waiting for backup versus trying to gain entry yourself right then?
Again, it was still the exterior and everything. I would be better off having another officer there, because if I go in and get killed, then nobody's getting, I'm not laughing, but we're not getting anything done. And I had backup that was about to me based on the radio traffic. So I just took cover for a second, and got to me, we approached the door and then tried to get in.
Okay. So that's part of your, if I understand you correctly, that's part of your training experience then, to wait for backup if it's readily available.
If something's actively occurring and we can tell that it's occurring and it's progress, yelling or what have you, then I would have been forced to go inside and address the issue. It appeared, especially the blood on the inside of the house appeared dried, and it appeared that whatever had occurred some time ago.
Okay. So you said backup was en route. Did
Yes.
the backup arrive?
Yes.
Who was that?
Officer Kidd, Derek Kidd.
Okay. When Officer Kidd arrived, next?
We approached the front door. I tried kicking in the door. That was first we tried the doorknob to see if we could get in. The curtains were bloody. I'd already seen that, but I tried kicking the front door, couldn't open it, or that didn't work. So we tried the door handle, it was locked. And Officer Kidd, finally, there was a window on the right side or the east side of the door, so Officer Kidd used his baton to break the window open.
So previously using the evidence based upon 5 feet, indicating a photo of the house. Appears to be a broken window on the right-hand side of the doorway. Is that the window you're referring to?
Yes.
So Officer Kidd broke that with his baton.
Yes.
So what happened next?
So he reached in, like I said, the door was locked. He reached in, and the bolt and I believe the handle also were both locked, opened those. And then we called out. I peeked in there and called out to anyone inside to make any or what have you.
Did anybody respond?
Nobody responded.
So what happened next?
I observed a female body lying in the front room.
Now, at this point, are you inside the home or still outside the home?
Outside looking in.
Okay. Have you been able to open the door, or are you looking through that window we talked about?
I think initially and it was all happening fast, but I peeked through the window and saw a female on the floor.
Okay. At some point, were you joined by Officer Wyman?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me back up then. So you looked in, you see the female lying by the door. What happened next?
Then we entered. Officer Kidd and I entered the front room to do kind of an initial protective sweep, which is we're clearing the front immediately accessible rooms to make sure there were no suspects or victims inside the kitchen and the main.
And at this point, it's still you and Officer Kidd?
Yes, sir. And Wyman was almost to us, so
Joined
we
shortly
waited
thereafter?
a second for him.
Okay. In clearing a house, how do you go about doing that?
It depends on how many people we have, but there are certain standards. Like if there's an open door, we check that door first. If it's a closed door, we watch the closed door to make sure it doesn't open. But we have certain standards in accordance with that. But we do a protective sweep. So we're looking for bodies. We're looking for any suspects or any place that a person can hide. So we check the main room, we check the kitchen, and then we our way to the back, and it's systematic, and we just check each room and what have you until we clear the house.
And you mentioned you're looking for bodies, but you're also looking for persons that are alive.
Yes.
Correct?
No, that's suspects.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. The purpose of this, is it to collect evidence and find evidence and things along those
No.
lines? Okay. So what is the purpose of doing this protective sweep you're talking about?
It's safety. It's to make sure there's nobody hurt or injured and that there are no more suspects in the house.
Okay. And what was your role in clearing this particular house?
I was the third person back, so I was watching behind us while assisting with the clearing.
So you're third person back. So at this point, Officer Wyman's already arrived and he's assisting with the clearing?
Yes. Officer Kidd's in the middle and Officer Wyman's in the front.
What'd you see?
We went down the hallway, and as we were going down the hallway, cleared the bathroom, which was on our right, for walking on the right, and we saw some bodies in the bathtub, and then we cleared the rest of the house, and we cleared. Didn't find anybody else in the house, suspects or otherwise. But, yeah.
You said there are bodies in the bathtub. Do you go up and actually physically move them or do any kind of real inspection in the situation?
We kept clearing the house.
After you cleared the house, what did you do next?
We went outside and just made sure that the scene was secure, so that no one could enter, what have you, until we got the appropriate agency, like forensics and investigators down.
Investigators, talking about the criminal investigation
Yes, sir.
division?
Yeah.
And crime scene, talking about forensic specialists that
Yes,
actually
sir.
do the analysis, or not the analysis necessarily, but the collection of evidence and things like that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
You see a lot of the yellow tape here. Is that y'all doing that, or other officers that are involved in trying to secure the scene? Is that part of that security?
Other officers that had arrived, by then.
So and when you say securing the scene, you're trying to make sure those people you talked about earlier aren't there, aren't coming into the house, backing them up, and then eventually it's roped off, I guess?
Yes, basically the house and everything in it was evidence. So we didn't want people walking in and out and destroying the evidence. We wanted to secure it so no one else could get in besides the people, the investigators and forensics technicians that would need to be inside conducting the investigation.
And I'm showing you things, Exhibit 5A. You mentioned a car that was in front. Is that the car we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
That's the one with the kids in it?
Yes, sir.
And is all of that as it was whenever you approached the house?
Yes, sir.
Cross. No. All right. Any juror have a question this way? All right, you can step down. You want to keep her subject to recall? All right, you'll be subject to recall. Call your next witness.
They would call Sean Wyman.
If you face the clerk and be sworn, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Have a seat. Slide up to the rail, please. May proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Yes, hello. My name is Sean Wyman, a police officer with Tallahassee Police Department.
And Officer Wyman, how long have you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
It'll be 20 years, January 3rd.
Happy anniversary almost.
Almost. Yes, sir.
Prior to joining with the Tallahassee Police Department, were you employed with any other law enforcement agency?
No, sir. This is my first one.
Okay. Now, were you working back on November 20th of 2010?
Yes, sir, I was.
On that morning, did you have an occasion to respond to 908 Saddle Creek Run?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we heard from Officer Jernigan. My understanding is you were there to respond for backup for an ongoing event.
Yes, sir.
When you arrived, proceed.
When I first got there, the the front door was open. There was a woman that was right there in front of the door on the side, and there was a lot of blood along the walls. I saw a shovel, as I remember seeing like a small red shovel there. And then, of course, I saw Officer Jernigan and their kid who were posted right there at the hallway.
What does that mean, posted?
Like they were set up there waiting for another officer to get there to clear the house.
Okay. When we say clear the house, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about sure that we make sure that there's nobody inside the residence as far as any, somebody who, bad person or somebody who's hurt or injured inside the house somewhere.
Okay. And did you join them in clearing the house?
I did.
Okay. What was your role in that clearing?
So my role became the primary, what they would call the point person, because I had been on an entry team for the tactical apprehension control team for 5 years, and I was currently a canine handler at the time, so I had a lot of tactical experience as well as military background prior to going into law enforcement. So based on the officers that were there, I had the most experience, so I took that position.
As my understanding, you actually trained as an Army Ranger back in prior to going to law enforcement?
Yes, sir, I was.
So you're law enforcement, former Army Ranger, tactical team, and most experienced at that time. So you took point.
Yes, sir.
What is point?
The point is the lead person going down that hallway.
Okay. And as I understand it, clearing it for purpose of making sure that there's no suspects present still or nobody in need of medical assistance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so walk us through what happened.
So, like I said, I take the lead. We go down the hallway. There's a door immediately to the right that leads into a bathroom. I remember that it was really dark when I went in. I flipped the light switch. I walk in. There's a bathtub basically right there in front of me. And I'll never forget, I saw 2 deceased juveniles in the tub. And it's not, the part that I remember the most was that I saw them, I called them, and then I immediately just walked back out like it was nothing, because I was in this mode of need to make sure that there's nobody in the house that's going to hurt us or hurt anybody else. Make sure that there's nobody else that's actually hurt.
You say you didn't react. I mean, I know there's no visual reaction when you're talking about, but you're trying to perform your duties still in clearing the house.
Yes, sir.
So you're focused on that. That's where your focus was. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you see 2 juveniles in the bath.
Yes,
appear
sir.
to be deceased, and you continue clearing.
Yes, sir.
All right, walk us through that. So
we come out of the bathroom, and then we continue to clear the other rooms. I believe there were 3 bedrooms, if I remember right. So we clear all the rooms. We make sure that nobody inside the residence. And then once we get done doing that, then we start trying to figure out, okay, we know we got more resources that are going to be coming with this scene. We need to figure out what's the best way to keep from contaminating this scene. So that's what we started focusing on.
Okay. And when you say keep them from contaminating the scene, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about touching, tampering, or messing with any type of evidence that could be there. Just basically leaving everything as it is, not touching anything, not messing with anything. We verified that nobody was inside the house, that there was no concerns of anybody else that was injured inside the house, so it was time to back out, secure it, and wait for the proper resources to come in and do what they needed to do.
While you're for the other resources, we're talking about criminal investigative division, which investigators as well as crime scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Supervisors probably as well, if I had to make sure. Yes, sir. Did you become aware of a possible 3rd child that was missing?
I did. It was actually after the scene was secured. We were in a position where we were told to go and start talking to people in the neighborhood. I was standing there on the street, and a woman approached me and said, "Have you, did you find my daughter? Have you seen my grandkids?" And then she, through her, she was explaining to me there should have been 3 grandkids, and I was realizing that we had only found 2.
Okay. So did you take any steps to try and locate the 3rd?
I did. I went to Sergeant Armour at that point. I said, "Hey, I got you saying that there should be 3 kids. I don't know. I didn't see them all. I saw were the 2, but there's a possibility maybe that the third one could have been in the tub, and I just didn't see it. And so at that point, I was assigned to go back in with a forensic specialist to go in back into that bathroom and verify that the third one was in there.
So you, again, entered the home, walked through the home, and went to verify whether the child was there or not in the bathroom.
Yes, sir.
Did you find that child?
Yes, sir.
During the course of securing this scene, and all your steps that were taken there, did you try and establish a way of getting in and out of the house for you in the crime scene that wasn't utilizing the front door?
I did. I determined that the garage was the best pathway to come in and out, and then at least until we had everything set up. So we made the decision to use the garage, the exit point, to come out.
Why?
It just seemed to be the least contaminated thing that we had dealt with. We knew that we had children in the bathtub, and we didn't want to go down that hallway. We also had the woman that was laying in the front door, so we definitely didn't want to keep walking in and out through the front door, and like I said, trying to, stepping in stuff or messing with things that didn't need to be messed with.
Around this time of mistake, photographs, composites 6, 8 through 10 into evidence. Any objection? Be admitted. First, I'm going to show you, Mr. Marmon, 6A or also 6A, what are we looking at?
That's the garage to the house. That's on the, I remember, side of the house.
Was that garage door open when you arrived like there?
No, I don't believe it was. I believe it was closed.
And would that be the step that y'all took to get that egress and ingress
Yes, sir.
area?
That's
6B?
That's the inside of the garage, and that's the doorway into the kitchen dining area, if I remember right.
6C?
I believe that's once you come in from the garage, the kitchen area.
And then 6D appears to be another angle of the same.
Yes, sir.
6E kind of looks to be like it's facing the opposite direction.
Yes, sir. That's now looking back into the living room towards the west. You're going to have the hallway down to the right, if you make a right, and then the front door entrance. Oh, I'm sorry.
Top button.
Oh, I apologize. So if I'm going this way, I'm going down the hallway. If I'm going this way, that's going to be the front door or the entryway.
Okay. And this doorway right here is what?
I believe that's the garage. That's the way that to get in and out.
This is where we can first see that's the female that was found, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is going to be the front door area.
Yes, sir.
6F.
That's the living room, and of course the deceased is going to be back over on this side over here by the front door, and then this is the right here is where Officer Jernigan, Officer Kidd were posted up waiting for me when I got here, and then this is going to be the hallway that we go down.
6G.
That's the main living room area. And again, if you go to the right, it's going to be where the entryway is back over on this side over here. And then the hallway is going to be back on this side over here.
So this is kind of a previous table, I guess countertop that's all. This would be looking straight out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
6H.
6H is going to be where the entry was. This is where we initially, all of us, came in at. I had to step over the woman here and go get this way to get to the hallway.
So upon entry, you, Officer Kidd, Officer Jernigan would have had to step across here and over for essentially to gain entry.
Yes, I don't know exactly. I know that they came through the front door. I don't know where they stepped. I know for me, I tried to step around the head side and come through that way.
Around
right there. Yes, sir.
6I.
I believe that's going to also, that's the living room well. That's a plant that was knocked over. That's going to be the front door. That's the legs of the woman. So the front door is going to be right here, and then this is the living room area here.
6J, here's me again. Come on, the garage door here.
Yes, sir.
Correct. In the front entryway.
Yes, sir.
6K.
Yeah, thanks for turning it. That's okay. That's the hallway, and this is the very first room that we went into right here, the bathroom.
You mentioned bedroom going down. This appears to be a doorway right here. Is that one of the bedrooms?
I believe so. Again, I don't remember exactly how the bedrooms were positioned, but yeah, I believe this is a bedroom. This is a bedroom. I thought there was one more deep, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the exit out the back, which would have been the north side of the residence into the backyard.
And 6L.
Yes, sir. That's the bathroom that we walked into and what we saw when we walked in.
Yeah. Children.
Yes, sir.
It appears to be 3 of them visible at this point. Did you guys manipulate one of them in order to?
Did not. Just the first time, I didn't see it. I mean, it was quick. I saw what I saw. We didn't manipulate anything when we went back in.
All right. And then finally, and I think it is back of the residence.
Yes, sir.
That's that back door that you previously pointed out.
Yes, sir.
No further questions.
All right, any juror have a question of this witness? All right, write your question down. We'll go sidebar. And were you able to determine whether the back door was locked?
It's a great question, and I'll be honest with you, I do not recall if it was locked or if it wasn't. I want to say it was locked, but I can't tell you. It's a great question, but I really don't know the answer 100%. I want to say it was locked because I know when we did the securing the crime scene and when we got other officers there and in the backyard and stuff, I want to say it was locked, but I honestly don't remember.
And further,
There you are.
Prince. All right, you can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We need to keep this witness further.
If we retain your honor, we can go about it.
All right, be subject to recall.
Yes, sir.
Call your next witness.
All right, let's have a table call here for the problem.
You face the clerk and be sworn, please, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Slide up the rail, please, ma'am. May proceed, Mr. Hughes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
My name is Lieutenant April Dubrava Wilder.
Okay, and can you please spell your first and last name for Madam Reporter?
My first name is April, A-R-I-L. Last name is Dubrava, D-O-U-B-R-A-V-A -Wilder, W-I-L-D-E-R.
And you work for Tallahassee Police Department.
I do.
How long have you worked there?
24 years.
And what is your role at the Tallahassee Police Department?
I'm currently the lieutenant over the personnel development and recruitment, which is basically our training and recruitment section.
Okay. Back in November of 2010, what were your duties there?
I was a homicide investigator.
What does that mean?
We're assigned Criminal Investigation Division. Homicide investigators are also called violent crimes investigators. We investigate anything from assaults, batteries, aggravated assaults, and then homicides. We also respond to suicide, accidental deaths, and then unattended deaths that are questionable.
And in 2010, approximately how long have you been with the homicide investigation at that point?
2.5 to 3 years.
About how many people are in the homicide, investigators are in the homicide division? at that time?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think it's between almost 8, maybe 8 investigators. 8.
Lots of them.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
During your role there, now as an homicide investigator, you have certain kind of training experience, I assume, to do that?
Yes, we do.
Okay, what is that, if you can?
We have specialized schools, so like, homicide investigation school, we got victimology, or can go to victimology school, any kind of advanced training, interviews and interrogations, different things like that.
Okay.
Forensics.
Did you become involved in a homicide investigation at the location of 908 South Creek Run?
I did.
How was it you become involved in that?
It was my day off. I was not on call, but because of the nature of the case, we get called in and come help. And my sergeant called me and asked me to come in and help with the investigation.
What does on-call mean?
On call, so throughout the week, there's always one that is dedicated to being the one that gets called to come in. So after, our normal hours of 8 to 5, if something happens, then there's one of us that is on call to respond. And so we share that throughout the week. It's usually a different person every day or every week. It just depends on how they work it during that time.
And would the on-call officer investigator be typically the one that then is assigned to that case as the lead investigator, for lack of a better term?
Right. If you're on call, you usually get the case. It's usually yours unless you've just been inundated that week or something. But that's normally typically how it works is if you're on call, then it's yours, and you're the lead investigator for that case, and then we all come in and assist. Okay.
And so you were not on call, correct?
Right, I was not on call.
So you're not the lead investigator.
Right.
Who was the lead investigator? Who was on call?
Investigator Mark Lewis.
Okay. So what was your role as you responded on November 20th?
When I got to the scene, the sergeant tasked me with assisting with the crime scene, basically being the eyes inside the house for the investigators that are out working.
Okay. Why is that important?
There's details inside or things that I see that I can relay to them. They need to be out doing other things, obviously. So we're working as a team, and the scene can tell us some things. They can ask me to look for some things, and it's just kind of it's a way to keep the information flow going.
Okay. So you're tasked now with, I guess, working with the crime scene investigators.
Yes.
Okay. How do they go about, typically, with including your liaison with them, working a scene such as this?
So they have a method that they kind of do it. First, we can kind of talk to the officers that first respond and get an idea of what's inside the house. Then a forensic specialist will go in and they'll actually video the entire scene as it is. And then they'll back out and we'll kind of work out where we think the best way to approach the scene is from. We usually will try to pick an area that is what we consider the least disturbed. You wouldn't want to work right in where everything is and disturb it. First, you want to kind of come from the side that has the least amount of evidence and work your way in through that. So we determined that the back door was probably the best way to come in, and they will then, the specialist will go, after they do the video, they go in and they photograph the pieces of evidence, they then put a marker by the evidence, and then they photograph it again, and then after they've done that, they mark where it is, they'll collect it or swab it, depending on what kind of evidence it is, what they need to do.
And do you recall whether the back door was locked at the time that officers arrived and subsequently had to unlock in order to gain access?
The forensic specialist advised that it was locked, about the bottom handle lock only, not the deadbolt.
The deadbolt was not locked, but the bottom twist one was?
Right.
Okay. All right. And you mentioned the video that is done typically as once entry is made.
Correct.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view that video?
I have.
And it's an accurate video of the scene?
It is.
Your Honor, I move to place it to the number 7 in evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Be admitted.
And Your Honor, I have permission to publish the jury.
You may. always fix the young person in the room to get the computer working. So,
Thank you for calling me old, John. Obviously outside the garage, work at this point.
I think that was the question.
Okay, I wasn't sure, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, this is, so the first officers that went in actually came out the garage, so that's where the technician went in the first time. So this is her coming back in the way that they came out, and it's the garage, yes.
And again, this video is shot as things were found, correct? Other than the officers doing the initial clearing?
Correct, right, this isn't first entry back into the house once it's cleared, and they're nobody that needs attention, medical attention, or suspects inside, so yes.
And in this particular case, nobody required any medical attention, unfortunately, correct?
Correct.
Now, why are they videotaping the pantry and just stuff like that?
It'll show the state of the house at that time, what was there. Sometimes, it might be important later. All of a sudden, something in the pantry is important that we didn't know about there, so we have it documented.
So it's fair to say that as you're doing this and conducting the crime scene at this point, you don't know what's going to be important and what's not, so you're trying to make sure you get everything.
Absolutely.
This appears to be the little boy's room.
Yes, this is JaVonte's bedroom.
And this would have been the first bedroom on the left-hand side going down the hallway?
Correct.
And this would be looking into the bedroom that would have been on the right-hand side of the hallway past the bathroom, is that correct?
Right, this is the master
So this is going to be the master bedroom?
Brandi room.
It appears it got brighter there. Did somebody turn the lights on?
Correct.
The lights would have been off?
The lights were off initially.
We're looking at there. What is that all about?
It's the contents from the purse. So you see the purse on the ground, and then on the bed, it appears to be everything that would have been in a purse: cards, wallet.
What's to this door? What are we looking at here?
That's the master bathroom. There's a shower tub and a water closet in there.
Again, the light had to be turned on, it appears?
Yes.
Okay. So you come in, you got the tub and the shower, obviously, on the right-hand side.
Right.
What's behind that door right there?
That's the toilet, water closet.
TV, was it on whenever officers got it? Turn that on, did you?
No, we didn't turn that on. That was on.
Appears that we're out in the hallway again. Is that correct?
Yes. There's a linen closet.
That we're talking about right there? Linen
Correct.
closet?
Yes.
Which bedroom are we looking at here?
This is the twins' bedrooms, Tamiyah and Taniyah.
The lights had to be turned on?
Yes.
TV again, it was on when you got there?
Right, TV was on.
Now, as it relates to the scene, looks like there's a lot there, obviously.
Yes.
Were y'all able to process and do all of your work all on that one day, November 20th, or did you have to go back on more than one occasion?
No, we did the most that they could do that day, then secured the house, and we came back another days.
Okay. How do you go about securing a house for the purposes if you've got multiple days and stuff like that, making sure it remains secure?
Well, they'll close the doors and secure all the doors with evidence tape, and then we'll post officers at the house.
So it maintains security the entire time?
Maintain security, yes.
When you talk about securing it with evidence tape, how do you go about doing that? I'm sure.
It's tape that once you put on, it's very easily, it tears very easily. So if someone were trying to manipulate the tape or open the door, it would tear. You would notice the obvious, disturbance.
So y'all like put them over the door where if it opened up, you'd have to tear it or cut it or something?
You'd have to know that the door had been manipulated.
Okay. Did you go back for other reasons? Not just secure this crime, not just for crime scene processing, were there other reasons that you went back?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. We went back to the scene multiple times.
What the purpose is, at some point, Mark Lewis, the lead investigator, your purpose is to report back, and you're obviously the liaison with crime scene. Did you ever participate in asking questions of people and things along those lines?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At any point, did you go back to the area when I know it's right next to Capitol Stadium and the fairgrounds, at any point did you go back into the area when there's a game going on or something loud?
Yes, so based on the timing and the time of night and things like that, we went back out at the same exact kind of time of night, and there was a football game going on at the Capitol Stadium.
Why would you go back around the same time of night and stuff like that? What's the purpose of doing that?
People are a habit, and so the people that were home at that time, at the time that we feel like the murder occurred, and that's when we're going to try to see who's home, who might not be home during the day. They're just obviously coming and going, so we're trying to capture most people that might be there at night.
Okay. Did anything, you mentioned that at one point there was a game going on, did anything stand out to you about how loud it was?
Yeah, it was very loud. I've worked nights for many years, so I'm aware that sound travels a lot more at night. Things that occur during the day, I guess there's just filtered things that cause it not to travel as much. But at night, you can kind of hear things, and that game was loud.
Did you ever go into one of the homes while that game or anything was going on?
I did.
Anything stand out to you about that?
Didn't hear the game when we were inside the house, so I was kind of surprised as loud as it was out there going in the houses, and we didn't hear that same noise.
So, kind of, well, probably not soundproof, but definitely sound didn't travel very well into the homes from one home to another?
I guess not. Didn't hear it.
Okay. You would agree that gunshots are pretty loud. You've got experience with firearms, correct?
I agree, yes.
Okay. Do you feel that maybe that because that sound differential you had could mask a gunshot while sitting in another person's house?
It's possible.
And just for clarification, this was in Leon County, correct, the home?
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
Did you ever have a question of this? All right, you can step down.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need to keep her further?
Should we retain, Your Honor, but not, she can go out of business.
Okay. We're going to take a lunch break here in just a minute. I haven't forgotten it's lunchtime. Just one comment. If at any point in time you can't hear a witness, just raise your hand. I can manipulate the volume. I want to make sure everybody's hearing. Before you leave, I want to get the deputy, make sure you understand where you're coming back to. I know this building's a little confusing. On the third floor, once you come into the back area, don't go to the front area. We've got witnesses hanging out there, and there's also dependency court going on across the hall, so it gets very confusing out there. So make sure that you understand where you are. Don't let anyone talk to you. Don't talk to anybody about the case. You're going to make sure they're acclimated to where they are, Deputy Granger?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's plan 1:30. I'm going to give you a little bit longer than normal. This first day eating lunch, so you kind of got to figure your way around. There is a snack bar on the second floor that has pretty good food. There's a Metro Deli, Goodies Deli. St. John's Church has a pretty good lunch, so there are, a number of options for your lunch. But anyway, have a good lunch. We'll see you at 1:30. I'd be seated for just a second.
1:30, right?
I think Mr. Prince has indicated by and large he didn't have objection to the evidence. I wonder if we could work something out, just kind of en masse, put most of the evidence in, reserving as to whatever might be contested.
Your Honor, we've discussed doing that. It's a state intention to do it kind of one at a time, so that way we can point out where each piece was found. We want to have the identificational aspects of it. We're just going to, instead of saying, recognize all subtlety, this time we move states number 1 into evidence, or if you want, we can do states 1 through whatever into evidence, and then we can just point out as we go.
I'll let y'all discuss it, but it would seem to me we'd save some time, just to at least put in the evidence, what's being presented that day or something along those lines. Obviously, they want to tell us where they got it, what the significance of it is. But anyway, I'll let y'all discuss it, work out what you can. Anything else from either side?
No, they are.
All right. Start back at 1:30. Have your witness in place, please. All right. We'll be in recess.
Okay, so while they go take lunch, we will do a quick recap of what we've heard so far. Let's see. So this is opening testimony. We've heard from four witnesses so far. So for those of us just joining, for the PI Sam, yes, this is a new trial, but it is a retrial. First, this happened in 2010. First trial was 2017, ended in a mistrial, and now this is a retrial from 2019. And it's in Tallahassee, Florida. So first up was Artron Timmons, who was a neighbor, and he was 14 at the time in 2010. His mom and Brandi were friends. He was asked to go over to basically do a welfare check on Brandi because his mom was texting and trying to get a hold of Brandi. They lived across the street, 3 houses down. He said the doorbell was broken, so he couldn't ring it, and he said he saw blood, so he knocked on the door, no one answered. He told his mom, and then they called the police. The last time that he saw the kids was the day before. He can't remember the last time he saw Brandi. And he said the kids were playing around 5 or 6 when he got home from school. He said there were Burger King wrappers in the yard, and then he went and he ate dinner. Cross was very quick. He said, were you afraid to testify, but not because of Henry? And the redirect was that he now lives in North Dakota and he came out voluntarily. So he was not afraid to testify. He was pretty young back then. Well, let's see, it happened in 2010 and then the 2017, so he was 20 years old or so, 21 when he first testified. The next up was Officer Candace Jernigan. She was the first one that got to the house. She said she saw blood. Now, here's where it gets confusing, all right? So she saw blood outside, and kids were playing in a car in the yard. She said there was a lot of blood on the door and garage, and that she had concerns for the kid. I get that, kids. And she said somebody said there's a body in the house. So she looks in the window, and she says legs sticking out from a couch. So there's blood on the outside of the house, but there's no body. So if Brandi was attacked inside and outside, then they had to drag her body back in. You would think that there would be drag marks. All right, anyway, we'll keep moving. So she waited for backup because there was no signs of forced entry. She waited for backup because she said it looked like the blood was dry, it wasn't fresh. So, and that's when she gave that nervous chuckle about, well, if I get shot, at least there's somebody there to help out. The backup came and they had to break the window to gain entry because the door was locked. And she said there was a female body in the front room. I'm assuming that was Brandi. So again, if there's blood on the outside and Brandi gets back inside, she must have been pulled back inside. Nobody's really kind of talked about that yet. Police entered. She had her backup. They entered and they did a sweep of the house. And that's when they found the kids. One was shot, 2 were in the bathtub, and then there was no cross. Then Officer Sean Wyman came up, and he found the small shovel. He said there was a lot of blood along the walls. Found the kids in the bathtub as well. So here he said he saw, so there's a woman laying in the front door. So was Brandi outside? Sounds like somebody pulled her back inside. So I'm definitely confused as to Brandi, I guess, was inside, and yet there was blood outside from these officers. So jury asked a question, was the back door locked? He says, I don't recall. He says, I want to say it was locked, but he's not 100% sure. And then finally was Lieutenant April Wilder. She's a homicide investigator. She responded to the scene, and the main thing out of her was the deadbolt was not locked, but the lower twist locks were. So I guess they dragged her back in and they locked the door. Hey, hello. And they locked the door. So they did not leave Brandi's body outside because there was blood all over on the outside apparently. All right, I got to go feed these kitties. All right, I'm going to start the next round and then I got to take care of cats. All right, come on. Come on. I know. Okay. Never a dull moment. All right, I'll get you queued up and then I'll go take care of kitties. Kitties.
Stand up. Thank you. Let's have a jury, please. All rise for the jury. All right, everybody be seated. Call your next witness, Mr. Fuchs.
Your Honor, this time state would recall Hunter on Timmons.
Okay, you remain under oath, Mr. Timmons.
Mr. Timmons, earlier we were asking you some questions about what time you went and got the kids for the oxtail soup.
Yes, sir.
Back in November 2010, when you were a lot younger, did you talk to law enforcement back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you write a statement out back then?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to go back and look at that and refresh your recollection by looking at that statement as to the time?
Yes, sir.
What time was it?
5:45.
So 5:45 you went and got the kids?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that was written right around the time that you went and, the day of the homicide, the day that you found them, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, no further questions.
Cross.
Just a couple of quick questions. You had a chance to review the whole statement that you wrote back then?
Not the whole thing.
Do you have it with you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You also indicated, excuse me, that your mom wanted you to go get paper plates at 6:15, right?
Yes, sir.
And so you would have gotten those, and only after you went and got the plates would y'all, or I guess you weren't with them when they ate, but at that point, after you got the plates, then they would have eaten, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, no further questions.
Read the record. All right. All right, you can step down. Call your next witness.
She calls Annie Cressy Williams.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, please, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Williams.
Good morning.
Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Annie Williams. It's ANNIE WILLIAMS.
And where do you work?
I work at the Broward County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
I'm a criminalist 3 in the fingerprint, the latent section.
Okay. When did you begin working for Broward County Sheriff's Office?
In 2012.
Okay. Where did you work before 2012?
I worked at the Tallahassee Police Department.
And where did you, I guess, what unit of the Tallahassee Police Department did you work in November of 2010?
I worked in the crime scene unit. I was a forensic specialist.
And how long were you a forensic specialist in the crime scene unit at TPD?
I started in 2005, so in 2010, been approximately 5 years.
What type of qualifications, training do you have to work in the forensics unit?
I believe their minimum was just I'm not sure what it is now. I think that it was a 2-year degree. I actually, myself, I graduated from Florida State University with a Bachelor in Science in Criminology.
Mm-hmm.
I also attended the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy after graduating from Florida State. And from the academy, I was hired into the Tallahassee Police Department in the crime scene section. And from there, at the time, I attended training classes annually. Currently, I have approximately 1,500 hours of crime scene and latent fingerprint training.
And how many years total have you worked in forensics?
14 years.
We might ought to get her previous name at the time of this incident, just in case somebody refers to her and it causes confusion.
Yes, sir. What was your name at the time that you worked with TPD in November of 2010?
My name was Annie Pressey at the time.
Okay, and that's Pressey?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You mentioned that you have over 1,500 hours in training. What type of specialized courses have you been trained in that are relevant to your forensics experience?
All of those hours are relevant to my forensic experience. I've done multiple latent fingerprint courses. We've done crime scene reconstruction courses, trajectory courses, death investigation courses, blunt force trauma courses. I have my CV. It's just a list of lots and lots of courses.
Okay. You mentioned trajectory training. Is that one of the things that you worked on in this case?
It was. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us what that is.
Trajectory, in this case, was referring to the bullets. There's bullet trajectory. Generally, when a bullet fires through something, we need essentially 2 holes to determine a trajectory. But we have these things called dowel rods, DOWEL, and they come in different caliber sizes depending on the caliber of the weapon that's fired. And if you have an entry and an exit hole, you can put the rod through that hole. It's just a very long stick, and it'll show you whether the angle is upwards or downwards, if it goes left to right or right to left. That way you can determine where the bullet went. But in order for us to do that, we have to have an entry and an exit, and sometimes that's just not feasible when we arrive on scene.
Were you the primary forensic specialist on scene there at Saddle Creek Run on November 20th, 2010?
I was.
Okay. In general, can you walk us through how you document and collect evidence when you're processing a crime scene?
Different evidence is documented or collected differently. Generally, overall, when we arrive on the crime scene, I start by photography documentation. So in this particular case, when I got on scene, the first documentation type that I did was videotape. So I videotaped the entire inside of the scene before anything was handled or moved by us. From the video documentation, I started photography. So I started taking pictures of the outside and the inside of the crime scene.
After video and photography, do you swab items that you think may possibly have DNA that could be helpful to the case?
Yes, we do. First, what I did is marked all of the items of evidence throughout the house before we started collecting them. So I marked all of the evidence with scales. For some of the cases, it's a scale. It's just a small kind of sticky thing we put on walls, and it's got measurements in inches and millimeters. And then we photograph that again, showing that this is essentially what I'm going to collect, and this is what it looks like. And we also have larger scale evidence markers, we call them, with numbers on them as well. So we lay those down so that when we take pictures, like overall pictures, you can see where all of the evidence is in these particular areas.
And when you're swabbing an item, can you explain to the jury how you swab an item and what is a swab?
A swab is basically a very large Q-tip. So we get them from the forensic companies that we order them from. It is a very large Q-tip in a paper kind of casing that it's sealed and sterile, so it's one individually in each one. So when you open up the casing, you take out the swab. When we also had vials of distilled water, it's just a small vial that you have to rip off the top. It's sterile as well. And we would put drops of the distilled water onto the Q-tip. And then we would swab the area that we were going to collect the item from. And then it would go back into its case that I opened and then into an evidence envelope that we provided and sealed after that.
Okay. And in addition to collecting these swabs, do you also sometimes collect actual items from a scene that you then impound into evidence at Tallahassee Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when I say impounding into evidence, what does that mean?
We collect it, so it was things that we also collect on scene. They are sealed and evidence taped, and we have a property and evidence section at the police department where everything was sent to them after the scene was finished.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back to November 20th, 2010. You told us you were the primary forensic specialist there that day, but there were other folks from your team there with you as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What time did you arrive to 908 Saddle Creek Run that day?
It was approximately 11 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And what was the first thing that you did when you arrived?
I met with the on-scene supervisors who had already staged a scene, which is why they called us out, and they informed us of what they located inside the house. At the time, they had found Brandi Peters in the foyer, and they located 2 children from what they believed to be in a bathtub.
Okay, so you arrived after the scene had been secured, after first responders arrived, and at that point, did you begin to collect, or I guess document evidence and document the scene?
No, not at that point. When I first arrived, they had notified me that there was a 3rd child that they believed was in the home, and so they asked me to go inside with an armed officer to see if we could locate the 3rd child. So we did go inside, and inside of the bathtub area, officers had originally seen only 2 children, and when I went in, I found the 3rd child, and so we immediately came out and were told that we needed to secure a search warrant for the scene. So at the time, until the search warrant was signed, we just had to stage outside of the scene.
Okay. After the search warrant was secured, at that point, did you begin processing the scene?
I did. We started with the documentation.
Okay. That was the videos and the photos that you told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What were you wearing when you actually processed and documented this crime scene?
Anytime we entered in the crime scene, I was wearing Tyvek boots. They're essentially large plastic-covered boot coverings that go over your feet to avoid leaving any kind of impressions or dropping anything from our shoes into the crime scene, and latex gloves so that we didn't leave any of our fingerprints while we touch things or contaminate anything with our fingerprints.
Okay, and when you first went in, what did you notice about the condition of the home as far as the lights were concerned?
There were lights on in the hallway bathroom, and it was, I guess, the shared bathroom, the main bathroom in the home, and also in JaVonte, the small boy victim's bedroom. And that was all that was on in the home at the time.
What about TVs?
There was a television on in the master bedroom, Brandi Peters' room, and there was also a TV on in the twin girls' bedroom.
Was the back door locked or unlocked?
It was both. The back door had a bottom handle lock, the original where you turn the handle, so that lock was locked, but it also above it had a deadbolt that was unlocked.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, the deadbolt you would lock from the inside of the home.
Yeah.
The bottom lock was the kind that you could either push in or twist as you exit the home to lock the door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I want you to take us through the scene, and what I'm going to do is try to go room by room, the areas that you processed. Judge, does this microphone, will it pick up if I testify, or if I ask the questions from the projector?
That's not a courtroom microphone.
All right.
You just got to keep your voice up.
Yes, sir. You started the courtroom when we have the microphone.
Yeah.
All right, so have you had an opportunity to view all of, or substantial amount of the photos that you took from the scene that day?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And I guess, did you try to take a photo of each room from each angle and then every item of evidence that you collected?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, so when you viewed the photos from that first notebook I brought you, are those the photos from the back door and exterior and hallway area of the home?
They are, yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you, are they true and accurate depictions of the photos that you took that day, or what you saw at the scene that day?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
All right, at this time by stipulation, Judge, I'd move into evidence 8A through NN.
My understanding, we were going to admit States Exhibit 1 through 146.
Yes, sir.
And that would include composite exhibits. Is that the stipulation?
Yes, sir.
They'll all be admitted.
Yes, sir. So what I'll do is I'll go through each room, if I could just have permission to publish as we go throughout the house.
Certainly. And let me just say to the jury, stipulation means that attorneys have agreed to something. We encourage stipulations when things are undisputed. There's no sense wasting your time and my time and their time over something that's undisputed. So the parties have agreed that these exhibits are authentic and admissible, and so you should consider them as such.
I want to turn your attention to the notebook that you have in front of you, not the photos, but the actual sleeves.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, do you recognize States Exhibit 9 through 25? And you had a chance to look at those?
I did.
Today, okay.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
did you recognize those as the items that you collected from that back door hallway area of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they in the same condition as when you impounded them in the evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I could get those photos from you.
Thank you.
I want the laser pointer on the stand for you, so that you can let the jury know what you're seeing in each photo. All right, what do we see here in 8A?
This is a photograph of the back of the home. I'm just standing at the side of the house, taking a photo towards the back of the home. That's where we decided to enter and exit the home because Brandi was in the front foyer of the home, so we didn't want to disturb any evidence as we went through.
I'm seeing some sort of fence over here. Is the back of the home accessible from the front of the home without having to go through anything like that?
Yes, it is. There are only side fences on the home. I don't know if they were hers or if it was shared fences from the other property owners, but there was no fence in the front of the house blocking entry into the back.
All right, and what do we see in 8B?
That's a picture of the back door of the home where we made entry to go and document the scene.
HC?
It's just a close-up image of the back door of the home.
What do we see here at the bottom of HC?
There's a curtain inside the home, and behind the curtain was kind of like a paper kind of blind that looked like it covered from the top to the bottom of it, and that just looked like it was torn when we ended up going inside to photograph it. So it's just a tear in the paper part of the blind area there.
Okay. Did you find any pieces of the torn paper shade or blind inside the home?
We didn't.
What conclusions did you make about that as far as when the blind may have been torn?
It didn't seem to have been torn recently, otherwise I would have expected it to have been in the outside of the home or the inside of the home, unless it was taken away.
Okay. What do you see in 8D?
This is a picture of the back door, but this was me now inside of the home. I'm standing in the hallway area taking a picture of the back door from the inside.
In 8E?
That's a photograph I took of the locks of the back door. Like I'd mentioned before, there was I was noting that the deadbolt was in the open position, so it was unlocked, but the bottom door was locked in the locked position.
Okay, so that's twisted into a vertical position, the bottom one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and did you collect any evidence from the doorknob?
I did. I collected swabs of the doorknob and the deadbolt area of the door as well.
I want to turn your attention in your binder there to States Exhibit 9 and 10. What are States Exhibit 9 and 10?
9 is the swab of the exterior rear doorknob that I took, and 10 is the interior rear doorknob that I took.
Okay. And when you say a swab, you're taking that long Q-tip that you talked to us about and taking it around. You're taking it around the entire doorknob?
The entirety of the doorknob, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do we see in 8F?
8F was just documentation. There are obviously markings here on the door area, so I was just documenting that there were some scrapes and marks there, but there didn't appear to be any damage to the actual lock parts of the door.
So there didn't appear to be any forced entry to the back door.
There didn't appear to be any, no ma'am.
All right, and an 8G?
It's a photograph of there was a red curtain when I took the picture of the inside of the back door, and that's a suspected area of blood that I located on that curtain area. So I put, those are one of the scales that I had mentioned, so we put a scale on it, and it has a number of the item of evidence that I was using to collect it as, so I can take the picture showing what it was, and then I collected a swab of that area.
An 8H?
That's a close-up picture of that same area that was in the previous picture, showing the area of the swab, and then my item number of evidence and the scale showing the measurements of the stain.
Okay, and in your notebook there, do you have State's Exhibit 11?
I do.
What is State's Exhibit 11?
That is the swab of the suspected blood from the rear door curtain that I took.
Okay, so that's the swab of the suspected blood that we see in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and just so the jury knows what you're kind of looking at up there, can you hold up your notebook and the sleeve? Okay, so in each sleeve you have a different packet?
Yeah, different envelopes of my evidence items.
I know earlier we talked about, if I could see the last exhibit you talked about, thank you. Earlier we talked about what impounding something into evidence means. I just wanted for us to all be on the same page here. So when you're looking at one of the items in your notebook that you impounded into evidence, how do you know that what the item is and that you were the person that impounded it?
Yes, ma'am. So on every item of evidence that we collected at the Tallahassee Police Department, it says we had our case number here, so this was a particular case number for the case. It had my item number, so that was the item that coincided with the scale picture that I took, a description of what I took, the type of the case, the number that we used for the case, my name, my badge number, and the date that I collected the item.
So Mr. Fuchs was trying to show off that he knows how to work the machine.
I can turn light on.
Okay.
And what's all this tape that we see here?
So this is evidence tape. In particular, my evidence tape is here. These were the two. On each of these envelopes, there are two openings. Well, there's one opening, but it's a sealed little fold here. But in the event that it comes undone for any reason, we evidence tape the top and the bottom of all of the seals to show that if it was opened, I would know about it. So we evidence tape it with our Tallahassee Police Department evidence tape. I put my initials, my badge number, and the date that I sealed it. Up here is actual evidence tape from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, so it appears it went to them for testing. And they generally break open the container outside of my seals so that I can still say that my seals were intact, and they have broken it somewhere else and they'll seal it on their own as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on. What do we see in 8I?
This is a photograph of me at the end of the hallway taking a picture inside of the hallway area of the home.
And 8J? A little difficult to see. I'll just move the picture down.
Okay. Those are one of the other types of evidence markers that I was talking about where we have the item numbers. So I've laid out the items of evidence that I'd like to collect in the hallway and started marking them. So these are my pictures showing what the item numbers are in relation to where I've collected these items in the hallway.
Thank you. So all the different numbers that we see here are next to spots of what you think may be suspected blood, and you're marking them so that you'll swab them and impound them in evidence.
Yes, ma'am, for these items they are.
Okay, and these go all the way back to the end of the hallway here?
Yes, ma'am.
And why do you say suspected blood?
Because we don't actually test for blood on scene. They have presumptive positive test for blood, but we didn't do that at the time. So the blood testing is done by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. So we call it suspected blood until it's actually confirmed by FDLE that it's blood.
Okay, and what do we see in 8K?
It's another picture. It's the same area where I'm taking a picture down the hallway showing my evidence markers and the items of evidence that I'm going to collect.
All right. If you look in your notebook, at State Exhibits 12 through 17,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like for you to walk us through what 12 through 17 are as we go through the photos.
Okay.
Let me first go to State's Exhibit 8L.
So in State's Exhibit 8L, it is the evidence markers for my items of evidence 3 and 4, and State's Exhibits 12 and 13. Those are the swabs of suspected blood on the hallway that I collected.
And in State's 8M?
Is my evidence 5 and 6, which are State's Exhibits 14 and 15, and again, there are more swabs of suspected blood in the hallway.
And in State's Exhibit 8N?
So 8N is showing 7, 8, and 9 evidence markers. 7 is State's Exhibit 16, which is a swab of suspected blood. And State's 17 is my item number 8, again a swab of suspected blood.
Okay. And so that exhibit would be at number 8 here, which is closest, going to be closest to the bathroom at the end of the hall?
Yes, ma'am. That's the bathroom entrance over there.
Okay. And do you, on those swabs that you have in your notebook, do you label them approximately where they're found in the hallway, closest to the hallway bath, trying to differentiate them?
On these, I didn't, only because the photographs document where they were located.
I gotcha. Did you do that in your report then?
I did, yes, ma'am.
All right. Looking at State's 8O, what do we see here?
That is the hallway closet that's directly across from the master bedroom in the hallway area.
What do we see in 8P?
That's another photo of the hallway closet door, and there's just areas where you can see that there's suspected blood on the door and the wall area, all along the closet door.
Can you show that to us?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. So here's areas of suspected blood. You can see down here as well, and here as well.
Okay, and did you also see some areas of suspected blood in 8O?
Yes, ma'am. There's suspected blood here, here, and there.
Okay, so what we have in these two pictures is kind of the middle of the closet door and the lower portion of the closet door?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, did you swab any of these areas of blood?
I did.
Okay, can you turn your attention to 18 and 19, States 18 and 19?
Yes, ma'am.
What are States 18 and 19?
These are my items 19 and 20 that are swabs of the suspected blood from the hallway door, the hallway closet door, I'm sorry.
When you say my items, you mean that was the TPD number that you gave it at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you see in your queue?
These are my evidence scales. What I'm looking at here is a suspected bullet hole, entry wound in the door here, and suspected blood there. And that was one of the swabs of the blood that I just mentioned that I took as evidence.
And they are?
This is a photograph of the inside of that closet door. When I opened the door, I noticed a bullet exit hole. And then there was also shavings from the closet door, from, I guess, the dry wood. I'm not sure whatever the door is made of, that wood particle, that was located on a towel area here and it also had a small hole in it. So in this item here, it was a blue towel. I located inside of it a projectile from a bullet, a spent bullet.
I think we'll get to those photos in just a second.
Okay.
State 8S.
That's a side angle of that. It's the same closet door. I'm just taking it from a different angle here. So you can see the suspected bullet entry hole, and there's a blood stain that I took as evidence.
And in C?
That's the bottom of the hall closet door, which was the other swab of evidence that I collected here of suspected blood.
All right, now let's turn your attention to State 20. What is State 20?
It is a swab of suspected blood from the south side wall of the hallway closet.
Okay. What do we see in 8U?
That is my item number 20. There we go. It's just a zoomed in photograph of the previous one where it was that suspected blood stain on the bottom corner of the hall closet.
And 8B?
This is a photograph of a marker, and it's a swab of suspected blood that I was taking from that wall next to the hall closet, and then also you can see the suspected blood areas in there as well.
Right, and I want to ask you about this swab of suspected blood. You have State Exhibit 21 in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is State 21?
It's a swab of suspected blood from the wall south of JaVonte Segura's bedroom.
And what do we see in 8W?
This is just past JaVonte's room on the right, and this is the entrance to the hallway bathroom. And then you can see my evidence markers here for 8 and 9.
Right, and what do we see in 8X?
This is a scale. Sorry, I'm trying to get it. This is a scale. This is the swab of the suspected blood that I took on that south side wall of JaVonte's bedroom that I mentioned earlier in your State's Exhibit 21.
Okay, so this is the swab of that.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And what do we see in States 8AA?
This is just another angle of it, or front end of it, so you can see it better. The swab of the blood with my evidence scale in it.
This would be on the wall opposite the hallway bathroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, in States Exhibit 8BB, this isn't that close
It is.
view of that suspected blood.
It is. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you have States Exhibit 22.
I do.
What is States Exhibit 22?
It is that swab of suspected blood from the wall in the hallway across from the common bathroom.
What do you see in 8CC?
It's another angle of me standing from the back door looking down into the hallway, and you can see there's a scale where I swabbed suspected blood on that wall as well.
Okay, and an 8BB?
That would be a closer up image of the suspected blood that I saw that I was going to swab as evidence.
And even closer view?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you see States 23?
I do.
What is States 23?
It is a swab of that suspected blood area on the wall.
States 8FF.
This is the lamp that was in the photos, my item number 9, in previous photos in the hallway. There is suspected blood drop on the bulb of that lamp. So the scale that I have in there is just showing that I'm going to collect a swab of that suspected area of blood as well.
Okay, and States 25. What is States 25?
Is a swab of that suspected area of blood.
All right, looking at 8BG, what do we see here?
So this is the hallway closet area, and these are the dowel rods that I was speaking about earlier. So we ended up trying to do trajectory because this particular closet door had an entry hole and an exit hole. So I was able to place a rod in to try to determine the angle at which the bullet entered that door. And so that's a photograph of the rod as I placed it through into the door.
And in 8H8, what do we see?
That is me opening the door so that you can get a better view of it coming in through the door of the inside, showing that it's slightly at a downward angle.
And in 8II?
Again, that's just other angles of me trying to take a picture of the trajectory rod. It was, as you can see, it was a very small hallway, not a very wide hallway, so it was hard for me to try to get like a perfect angle on it to get the entire picture in it. So I just kind of took a bunch of pictures from all different angles.
Okay, so if you're looking at the trajectory rod from the, it would appear to be going what direction?
It appeared to be going from the right to the left, and it was slightly downward.
Okay, and this is an 8JJ, another view of the trajectory rod.
It is, and that's just facing out towards the master bedroom area.
Okay, so this is showing if you're at the closet, looking out towards the direction the bullet would have came from, would have been in the master bedroom.
It appeared so, yes, ma'am.
We see an 8KK.
So this is,
Okay.
oh, sorry. It's a little blurry, but this is, yeah, I'm not sure. It's still, I mean, I can explain it. So this is a photograph that I mentioned. You can see the debris on the towel. There was also a little hole in that towel, and right here is the projectile that was located inside of that hallway closet.
And what do we see in 8LL?
It's another photograph of my evidence marker showing that the projectile that I located was item 17 for our evidence purposes.
And 8MM?
It's another close-up shot of the projectile area where it was located in the hallway closet.
And 8NN?
Might be a little difficult to see, it's so clear to me, but there's where the hole in that towel was that I located, and you can see all the debris from the door, from the exit of the bullet.
And what did you do with the projectile once you found it?
I took a swab of the projectile, the entire projectile.
And did you then impound both the projectile and the swab into evidence at TPD?
I did, yes ma'am.
All right, do you have the 26 and 27?
I do.
What is 626?
26 is the projectile from the third shelf in the hallway closet that I collected, and 27 is a swab of that projectile that I collected.
All right, thank you. Sure. All right, so let's move on to the, once you get situated, let's move to the master bedroom.
Okay.
All right, so inside your master bedroom notebook, you see some pictures.
I did, yes.
All right, and those should be marked in this A through HH. You've had an opportunity to look through those photos before court today, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are those true and accurate depictions of how the master bedroom appeared?
They are.
All right, I want to go through those pictures with you and then go through the items that you collected just as we just did.
Okay.
Thank you. See it, 28A.
This is a photograph that I was taking again at the back of the hall, towards the back of the hallway. There's the twin girls' room, and the master bedroom is here.
And 28B.
It's a photograph of me essentially standing inside of the doorway of the twins' bedroom and looking into the master bedroom.
And 28C.
This is a closer up, or what we call a mid-range picture of the door frame in the master bedroom, and I was photographing the suspected blood swipes here.
And 28B.
That's a closer image with my evidence scale on it showing the suspected blood on the door frame of the master bedroom door.
And did you swab the suspected blood on the door frame?
I did, yes ma'am.
Stacy Exhibit 29 should be the first sleeve in your notebook there.
It is.
Have you had an opportunity to look through all the items in the notebook, all of the different swabs and items that you collected from the master bedroom?
Yes ma'am.
And are they all in the same condition as when you encountered them?
Yes ma'am.
All right. What is State 29?
It is a swab of suspected blood that I took from that exterior master door.
And
28. What do we see here?
It's another photo of me heading into the master bedroom. So that's the door there and just looking straight inside of the door.
So the door frame that we just saw would be on your right?
Yes, ma'am, it's right there.
28F.
Is now I've come all the way in through the master bedroom and I'm taking a picture from the other side of the wall outside of the bedroom.
And you told us that the TV was on in the master bedroom?
It was.
TV you're talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 28G?
There was a silver color bracelet on the floor, and this is right at the entry, right inside of the master bedroom door, and it appeared to have suspected blood on it at the time, so I collected that bracelet as evidence.
And do you see State's Exhibit 30 in your notebook?
I do, yes, ma'am.
What is 30?
That's the bracelet that I collected. Item number 10.
28H.
Is another photograph looking into the master bedroom, and you can see the evidence markers for items of evidence that I was planning on collecting from the room after I documented all of it.
I see some different spots on the carpet. I mean, what did you, is all of that suspected blood? What was that?
No, it didn't appear to be, and that I kind of went through the carpet all throughout the house. I kind of just assumed because there were 3 small children in the house, a lot of it looked like dirt. So, I mean, obviously suspected blood, the color of our blood is generally red. So a lot of those stains appear to be like gray or black. So none of them appear to be suspected blood to me. It just kind of looked like dirt and years of use with like kids and stains running through carpets in the home. So it was all throughout the home.
Okay, so just typical stains on the carpet from having kids, but all the items that you suspected that may be blood you swapped?
I did, yes, ma'am.
In 28I, what do we see?
This is a photo of the bed in the master bedroom, and it's my evidence marker 11. You can just see that there's a wallet on the right side of there, and it looked like a lot of the wallet was empty, and it looked like the stuff had been taken out of the wallet and just laid on the bed. So I documented that just to show where I found it.
In 28J?
Is a closer up picture of some of the items that were located on the bed.
Okay, so you tried to take pictures of all of the items throughout the shown contents on the bed?
I did, yes, just to show what they were closer up.
Okay. In 28K?
Is the right side of that where you can see the other items on the other side.
In 28L?
Is another angle. I took a lot of pictures just showing what was on the bed.
There were a number of cards?
There were. And paperwork, yes, ma'am.
And then what's this?
This is I called it a multicolored wallet.
In State's Exhibit 28M?
Is a purse that was on the floor just below the master bed.
Right, looking at the packages you have in front of you, States 31 and 32. What are 31 and 32?
States 31 is the contents of the purse that was on the master bed.
Okay, and what about 32?
And States 32 is the actual purse on the floor that was next to the master bed.
And I've left some gloves up there for you, just showing the purse and the wallet, and the jury will have that package out in this room if they need it.
Okay. So this is the purse that I collected.
That's just standard procedure. You use gloves and handles. It was not something special in this case. I think there was something special going on here.
Did you want to open as well?
I'm sorry?
Did you ask me to open this as well? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Just the purse?
sorry, just I believe there's a wallet.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And this was the wallet.
What do we see in 28N?
This is a photo on the side of Brandi Peters of the master bedroom. It's the northwest corner. On the wall, what I was showing is there's a corded phone that's here on the floor that appeared to have damage to it.
Okay, and 28O?
Is another image of that phone area. I located, there's the piece that the wall jack goes to, and here was broken off, and that plastic piece was still inside of the wall. So I was just documenting the damage to the phone.
Okay, and did you collect that phone?
I did, yes ma'am.
Turning your attention to should be the last package you have there in front of you, State Exhibit 33. What is 33?
It is a corded phone on the floor that I located.
Okay. What do we see in 28P?
That's a closer up image of me taking a photo just to show the damage, that there was actually no plastic end of that jack on that cord there that was supposed to go into the wall.
Did you end up, did you swab the phone?
I did.
Okay. What areas of the phone did you swab?
I swabbed the handle of the phone where they would have held it, and I swabbed what I called the cradle area of the phone, is where you would have put it down, the bottom piece of it, and I also swabbed the broken end of the cord that was supposed to go into the wall.
Okay, and looking in your binder at State Exhibit 34 through 36, can you tell us what those items are?
Yes, ma'am. 34 is a swab of the end area of the phone cord. 35 is a swab of the sides of the phone cradle area of the phone. And 36 was a swab of the handset of the phone.
Okay. And then looking at 28R, what do you see in 28R?
28R is the same area where I picked up the phone. The item number, my marker, item number 13 was where the phone was. And there's another item of evidence, 41 over there.
Okay, and then 28S.
Excuse me, it's another image of that same area on the side with evidence markers in it.
What do we see in 28T?
This is the bed sheet on the master bed. If you're looking at the bed, it's the top right side of the bed. There is an area here that I located that had suspected blood right there. So I was documenting that area on the bed.
And did you swap the suspected blood?
I did, yes ma'am.
Looking at item 37 in your notebook, what is item 37?
It is a swab of that suspected blood area on the sheet.
What do we see in 28U?
This is the entertainment center in the master bedroom. This would essentially be the door over here. And so I was just documenting there were items of evidence collected from on top of the entertainment center that I located there as well.
Right, and I believe Officer Wilder impounded those items. We'll hear from her and I'll move on to the next item that you impounded. What do we see in 28V?
This is a bedroom, or I'm sorry, this is a window in the master bedroom. And the bed would be, oh, I'm so sorry, down here. And there's a suspected bullet hole in the curtains, or the blinds there, that actually went through the window and outside of the exterior window of the house.
What do we see in 28W?
So that's my documentation and my scales of the suspected bullet hole. So you can see the blind is where it was in the picture before with the hole, but it also shows behind the blinds there's a hole in the window, and it also goes onto the outside of the window as well.
In 28X?
And that's the exterior window where the bullet hole exited.
28Y?
It's a closer up image of that exit with my scale marker in it.
And then 28Z?
An even closer up image of that same exit hole in the window.
Okay. 28AA.
Again, these were the dowel rods that I was speaking of, so when we came back to do the trajectory and to where the bullet holes were, because this had at least 2 holes in it, I was able to stick the rod through to determine the trajectory of the bullet.
And then 28BB.
It's more side angles of it showing that it was slightly upward at an angle. It did appear just to be straight on. It didn't appear to be going left to right or right to left at all. It just appeared straight on and slightly upward. So I was taking pictures at different angles just to show from different views the angle of that trajectory rod.
Slightly closer view in 28BC.
Yes, ma'am. And there you go. As you can see it as it's kind of going upward.
Right, and then 28BB.
Is outside of the window where you can clearly see that it's going at an upward angle.
28EE.
Is another side view. I tried to get it from all angles just to show how the bullet path seemed to go.
28FF, this is from the other side of the rod, on the outside of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's see in 28GG.
This,
I'll give you a closer up here. 28HH.
okay, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I gotta turn around for a second. This is still in the bedroom. This is going into the master bathroom area right here, and there's an area of suspected blood, and that's my item number for the collection of the suspected swab, or the swab of that suspected blood.
Okay, so in GG, we're in the bedroom looking into the master bathroom, and this is your evidence marker with the suspected blood, and this would be the closer up view there in the doorway of the master bathroom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you look in your notebook to state exhibit 42?
Yes, ma'am.
What is state exhibit 42?
It is a swab of that suspected blood area.
Okay. I want to go back to this picture that we saw where you showed us where the phone was, and what was your 41 marker there? I think I wish you told me that.
I'm sorry, yes, there was a gold toned, it was a bubble type earring that I located on the floor in there, and it just seemed to be out of place, so we documented it and I collected it as evidence.
Okay. And in your notebook, do you see state exhibit 38?
I do.
What is 38?
It is that gold toned bubble earring.
Okay. And we saw a picture from the top of the entertainment center. I know Investigator Wilder collected a few items, but did you collect States Exhibit 40 and 41 in your notebook?
I did, yes ma'am.
What are 40 and 41?
40 is a cigar that I located in the ashtray up there. I'm sorry, there's the ashtray. So I located a cigar in there, and 41 was a suspected marijuana cigarette that we located in there as well.
All right, so the last couple of pictures we saw were leading into the master bathroom. Was the master bathroom the next room that you processed?
Yes, ma'am.
Before court today, did you have an opportunity to look at State's Exhibit 43A through W, the photos of the master bathroom?
I did, yes ma'am.
And were those accurate depictions of how the master bathroom looked that day?
Yes, they were.
Right. First at States 43A. What do we see here?
It's a picture that I took inside of this is the master bathroom door. There just appeared to be some kind of scuff mark, in my opinion, scuff mark on the door. So there was some kind of discoloration on the door. I was just documenting that it was there.
Okay. And 43B
is another view inside of the master bathroom.
Okay, so this picture would be taken from the doorway from the master bedroom going into the master bath?
Yes.
Right, and what do we see in 43C? Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to ask you about in 43B, did you collect some evidence from the door handle?
Yes, I did. I collected a swab of the exterior door handle of that bathroom door.
Okay. What's 644?
There's a swab of that exterior door handle.
Okay. And did you also swab, I guess, the other door handle we see in this photo? That would be the door to the leading into the toilet room.
That's what I called it. Yes, ma'am. I took a swab of the exterior of that door handle as well.
Okay. And that's State's Exhibit 45?
It is. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at 43C, what do we see here?
So when you walk into the master bathroom, directly to your right is the vanity there. So it had a double sink vanity and then just a mirror. So I'm documenting what I saw inside of the bathroom at the time.
And did you collect any evidence from the counter?
I did. I collected swabs of both of the faucet handles in the master bathroom, and I also collected, there was a red and black piece of hair on the countertop there, so I collected that as well because it appeared to match the type of hair that was on Brandi's head at the time.
Okay, in your notebook, can you tell us what states 46 through 48 are?
46 is a swab of the west side of the bathroom faucet handle, of this bathroom faucet handle. 47 is a swab of the other bathroom faucet handle. And 48 is the piece of hair on the counter that I collected.
Okay. And when you say the other one, this one on the other side, not the other bathroom, just this thing?
That, yes ma'am.
Gotcha.
The other faucet.
In 43D, what do we see here?
So in this picture, it's still looking into the bathroom. You can see I just called this a toilet room. I wasn't sure what else to call it. So that's where the toilet room is, and there's shattered glass here. And there's some missing glass there as well. I located an indentation in the frame, and it appeared that it had been hit with a bullet. So I was documenting the damage to the door.
In 43E?
So on the floor here, where I located a lot of broken glass, there's also a bullet, a projectile that was located on that towel.
43F?
Is a closer-up image of that projectile that you can see right here. That's right below where all the damage was in the glass in the shower.
What do we see in 43G?
So this is after I've laid down my evidence markers for what I'm going to collect. You can see that I've laid it down where that projectile was, and I also put a scale on here because there's an indentation where it looked like the bullet actually hit that, and that's where it fell down to the ground and damaged the glass as well. So I'm documenting all the damage I see in there.
Did you collect the projectile that hit the shower door there and landed on the towel below?
I did.
Okay, looking at stage 49. What's stage 49?
That's the projectile that was on the towel.
And you told us that you put a scale next to the indentation on the shower door. Is that what we see in 43H?
Yes, ma'am. So that's my evidence
marker. Indentation?
I'm sorry, yes, ma'am. There's my evidence marker there, and right below it here, you can see the damage to the door frame where I believe the bullet hit and then fell to the ground.
Okay, and the glass that's kind of shattered here, some of it's still in place. That was like that all the way up, as we could kind of see in the first photo you showed us?
Yes, it was.
Okay. In 43I, this is a close-up of the projectile that was on the towel that you told us was State's Exhibit 49?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. So after a bullet's fired from a gun, this is kind of the finished product there?
Well, it hit a hard, flat surface, so I mean, generally the bullet is kind of round and curved, so it doesn't surprise me at all.
Go back to 43G. We see another evidence marker over here.
Yes, ma'am.
What's over there?
There's another projectile that I located on the floor right here in the toilet room.
All right, looking at 43J. What is this?
That is a projectile that's on the floor in the toilet area in that room.
Slightly different shape than the last one we saw?
It is.
Did you collect this projectile?
I did.
Is that State's Exhibit 50 in your binder?
It is, yes ma'am.
I guess, was this kind of right below the toilet paper rack there in the bathroom?
It was.
Okay.
You kind of see it. Yes, it is.
43K?
This is that toilet room door. It was initially open at the time, so when we closed it, you can see that there is the suspected bullet hole entry into that door. And then when we opened the door, there was the exit.
And 43L?
And that's the inside of the door. I've just opened it and come on inside the bathroom area. So that's where the bullet exited through into the toilet room area.
43M?
Those are closer up pictures of my actual scales showing the bullet hole in the door, the toilet room door.
We see that one is labeled as G.
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 43N, the one labeled as F?
That's the entry. That's the outside of the door where it entered through. And then G was where it exited.
And in 43O, what do we see here?
This is the dowel rods again that I used to try to determine the trajectory of the bullet in this door in the closet room, or the toilet room. I'm sorry.
P
is another angle of it. So I just went to the side of the bathroom now to show you the angle. So it appeared to go from the left to the right, and it was at a downward angle from the door.
43Q
is another picture further out because again it was another tight area in that initial door space. So I came further out to show the dowel rod.
So we're back in the bedroom, looking past the suspected blood spatter that you saw and looking towards the toilet room.
Yes, ma'am.
And that bullet, you said the trajectory is at a downward angle?
Yes, so you can see with the rod how it's kind of going upwards.
In 43R, do we see the trajectory with the door open?
Yes.
In 43S?
This is me standing on top of the toilet, trying to get the picture. I noticed that there was an indent in the very bottom section of that porcelain part of the toilet. So when I was taking a picture inside on the toilet, looking at the trajectory rod, it would have appeared that the bullet would have gone straight into the toilet, and that's where I located that indentation.
Okay. 43T?
Is another closer up image of the inside. I'm inside of the toilet area right here, so that's the angle of the bullet coming through the door.
All right, and 43N, can you show us where you see the projectile in this photo?
Yes, ma'am. It's right there.
Okay. And 43B, here what were you trying to show when you put the scale there?
So this is that indentation I had mentioned. After I'd done the trajectory rod and seen where the bullet should have hit, it actually, there's a mark, there's a scuff right here on the toilet where it appeared that the bullet had actually hit that area there and then kind of ricocheted off to the side.
Okay, so there was 2 projectiles total in the bathroom, one that hit the shower and fell down onto the towel below, and the other one that went at a downward angle through the toilet room door, hit the toilet, and landed below the toilet paper rack.
Yes, ma'am.
You get a good stopping point, digging. We're probably ready for a little break.
Probably in 2 minutes I'll be done with this room.
Good.
Thank you. What do we see in 43W?
This is a photograph of the master bathroom window. It was hidden behind both of those doors. So if you have the bathroom door open and the toilet door open, when we close them, there's a master bathroom window there, and it had a red curtain covering it as well that was similar to the one in that hallway.
Okay. What can you tell us about the screen to this window?
The exterior screen to the window had damage to it, and the window here I was photographing because it's in the unlocked position.
Were there any other unlocked windows in the house?
No, ma'am.
this damage to the screen, I guess because of the damage to the screen, did you end up processing this window for latent fingerprints?
I did, and because it was the only unlocked window in the house, I processed the exterior and the interior of the window and that windowsill area for latent fingerprints.
And what are latent fingerprints?
Latent fingerprints are essentially fingerprints that are invisible to the naked eye. They require some kind of processing in order for you to see them. So essentially, it's the ridges on our hands, our palms, and our feet. We use them for gripping items. So when you touch an item or a type of surface, you have pores and oils in your skin that essentially leave some kind of marking there. So the latent, when you process it using different kinds of chemical or powder processes, you can sometimes get latents of value or just kind of spots that show that something had touched there.
Okay. You mentioned to us that you had 1,500 hours in forensics. Have some of those hours been in latent fingerprints analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about your training and qualifications for latent fingerprint analysis.
I have been doing latent fingerprint analysis since 2006. That is my primary and only job at the Broward County Sheriff's Office. I am certified through the International Association of Identification, which is the only international certifying body for latent fingerprints. My primary job is to do latent fingerprints now, and I've gone to well over 40 classes and training and conferences regarding latent fingerprints and comparisons.
Have you ever testified in court where you've given an expert opinion in the field of latent fingerprinting?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many times?
Approximately 60 times.
Do you leave a latent fingerprint every time you touch a surface?
No, ma'am.
All right. Is it unusual not to find latent fingerprints?
It's not.
Why not?
There's several circumstances. The most obvious one is if you're wearing gloves, you're not going to be leaving any kind of fingerprints anywhere other than inside of your gloves. There's different types of fabric surfaces. Essentially, like I said, it's oils and the sweat glands that you leave, so it's essentially wet. So anything that's porous fabric or kind of carpeted areas, it's not going to stick to those areas to a point that we can see your fingerprints. So generally, the best types are solid, smooth surfaces, which is why I process the windows as well. But if they're not clean, if they have, tints of dirt on them, then you're not going to leave that. Essentially, when you touch something, you'll kind of just take away the dirt instead of leaving your impression.
And you said you processed this window for latent fingerprint?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Did you find any latents of value?
I did not.
If a latent fingerprint isn't of value, does that mean that it's suitable to be compared to anyone's fingerprint?
It is not suitable if it's not of value.
That's all. Thank you. It's a good stopping point, Judge.
All right, let the jury step out, please. Deputy. Stay in session for just a moment. I had Ms. Cunningham do a transcript of my ruling about Mr. Santos. It appears to be current, so maybe of help. Anything else from either side?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry, Joe, real quick. We marked one thing, State Court Exhibit Number 1. That is my opening statement, recorded onto a disc, so that way it's in the record, but it's not an actual piece of evidence.
So the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, just for record purposes. Yes, Ms. Dugan?
I just wanted to note the stipulation that I provided to the court said that the defense is stipulating to all of the state's evidence 1 through 46, including composites, that the state is seeking to admit. We're not seeking to admit all of the evidence from last time, but we thought it would be just too convoluted to try to renumber everything again. So I just wanted to point that out from the stipulation.
Well, you need to let the clerk know then what you're not admitting, because they're going to be working off your list. And of course, Mr. Brent, let him know what you're not admitting to. But anyway.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Judge, 10 minutes? Or?
10 minutes.
98. And then we're also 115, 116, 117, and 118.
All right, so we're going to do a quick recap here. Quick recap here of what we've heard so far. They recalled Artron Timmons, who was the neighbor, and he was 14 at the time, and he basically just got up and said he got the kids at 5:45. I think they got food, the Burger King, and then cross was mom wanted to get the plates at 6:15. So they're just trying to lay foundation as far as the timing is concerned. And then the bulk of that was Annie Williams, who is the forensic specialist. So she arrived on the scene at 11. Excuse me. They found Brandi in the foyer. 2 kids were in the bathtub. And then inside of bathtub area, they found a third child. That was her testimony. Now, the officer before that, Officer Wyman, said that he saw 2 kids in the bathtub, and then he heard that there was a third one in, and he went back in and he found that third kid. So I'm trying to figure out, were all 3 kids in the bathtub? It kind of sounds like they were, so that means they didn't find the third one. That must have been underneath, because let's see, Tamiyah was shot, but JaVonte and Taniyah were drowned, and then they were all in the bathtub. But then Annie Williams just said that two were in the bathtub, and then one was in the bathtub area. So I'm still a little confused as to were all 3 kids. I'm just going to go with all 3 kids were in the bathtub. And sadly, I really don't think it matters. They were all found in the bathtub. Let's just go with that. So 2 of them were drowned. Tamiyah had been shot. So, oof. And then there was so then Annie Williams continued to go through. The TV in the master and the girls' bedroom was on. There were lights in the main bathroom, and JaVonte's bedroom were on. So clearly this happened at night. And she got there at 11, let's not forget. And first 911 call was 8 o'clock, I believe, in the morning. Shoot, I don't have the time. I thought it was in the morning, though. All right, we'll go with in the morning. The deadbolt was open, but the bottom locks were locked. So again, you can only do that from the outside. So I'm trying to wrap my head around all this, because there was blood on the outside of the house, the garage, but Brandi was in the foyer. So, and there was gunshots in the hallway closet, bathroom, bedroom, and then they showed blood. And I agree with you, Brad. I was expecting a scene from Dexter. I thought there'd be just blood all over, but there were splotches of blood, but it's still enough, So just imagine what was going on. Closet door, hallway closet, bedroom, bathtub. Well, we know the bathtub was probably the daughter. And then there was, I think, at least 4 gunshots. And again, you're right. Why was the neighborhood paying attention? Well, they said they went back a couple days later, and I guess there was a football game going on or something. Maybe this is Tallahassee. Maybe they were near FSU, Florida State University. Maybe they were near them. The officer said it was really, really loud. So they could understandably not hear gunshots if you're in the neighborhood. But at least 4 gunshots. Hallway, bedroom, bathtub. Bathtub, we know probably with pretty certainty that was Tamiyah. Tamiyah. That was probably her. The bedroom, and then the closet. And then there's blood splatter. I mean, again, it's not a lot of blood splatter, because, again, I'm thinking Dexter, and it's just going to be covered like a horror scene. But there was enough. And then there's blood on the outside, but then she's inside. So I'm still trying to figure out how this all went down. I don't think we're ever going to figure it out. Oh, silencers. Yeah, Julie, perhaps silencers. That's a good point. That's a good point. Although if it was this is a 32 caliber. This is a 32 caliber. Yeah, that is correct. Dreama Landry. 2 were drowned. So JaVonte and Taniyah. Tamiyah and Taniyah. That's going to be okay. One's an N, one's an M. So Taniyah and JaVonte were drowned. And Tamiyah was shot. But it seems like they were all in the bathtub. So, no, that's not true, Baca. The JaVonte was his son. The other two, the twins, were not. But JaVonte was his son. That's why when they found DNA on the bath rod or bath bar, they kept saying the bath bar. He was the DNA could have come from JaVonte. All right. Yeah, Mandy, that was a horrific scene, and they were they were pretty shaken. Both of them, Officer Wyman, and the first responder. What was her name? Candace Jernigan. She was actually the first one to go in. She was pretty shaken up. So, all right. Let's move on to more testimony. We have two more clips. One is 1 hour. The other one's 43 minutes. So we got about 2 hours left. So 1:30, 2:30, 3:30. We'll be done about 3:30, 4 o'clock, which will segue us perfectly into our next Jules Investigates and Devin Perkins. But I'll talk about that later, because that's definitely something you guys are going to want to watch. Okay, let's continue on with testimony. Oh, and listen and watch how this bailiff, I guess, he knocks on the door when the judge walks in. It's kind of fun. It's kind of cool. Watch him when the judge comes in. He'll knock, not the judge, but the bailiff, sheriff will knock on the door. Check it out.
All right, come to order. Court is back in session.
David, jury, please. Remain standing for the jury.
All right, everybody be seated, please. May I proceed, Ms. Dugan?
Did you take some photos of the twins' bedroom?
I did.
Okay, so the two girls, they shared a bedroom in the house, one room?
It appeared to be so, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and 51A through B, the photos of these twins' bedrooms, did you have an opportunity to look at these before?
I did.
And are they accurate depictions of how the girls' room looked at night?
It was.
I'm looking at 51A, a little bright. 51A, what do we see here?
That's a photograph I took standing in the hallway facing into the twins' room.
When you look at it on the monitor, do you get the same glare?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure what you were seeing. Do you see the pointer from them? No. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's no problem. That's not her. I just was curious how that worked.
And 51B?
That's, again, it's a different angle, but it's showing the inside of the girls' room there, just kind of showing more inside of the bedroom.
I looked it up on that, so I'll start doing that. All right, and 51C?
Again, that's me inside of the bedroom now. I'm just trying to get all the different angles inside of the room to show how the house looked when I arrived.
Okay, so the beds are pushed together in this room?
They are.
51D?
Is the opposite side, so now I'm standing against the window, and that's the closet in the twins' room.
And this looked to be just the same type of staining on the carpet you told us about earlier, just from wear and tear?
Yes, it was just kind of black and grayish colored. It just looked like dirt.
And 51E?
That's the I guess the dresser and the TV that was in the girls' room. That was one of the other TVs that were on in the home. I'm sorry.
Did you collect any evidence from the girls' room?
I did not. We didn't locate any evidence of value from the twins' room.
Did you find any suspected blood in the twins' room?
No, ma'am.
So no swabs were taken?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I want to move on to JaVonte's bedroom.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the photos 52A through G of JaVonte's bedroom?
I did.
And are they accurate depictions of how his room looked on November, on the day that you processed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at 52A, what do we see here?
This is, again, I'm standing in the hallway looking into JaVonte's bedroom.
And 52B?
I just took a picture. It has his name on a sign outside of his bedroom door, so I just documented that.
And 52C?
There were several areas of suspected blood that I located on the outside of JaVonte's bedroom door. So you can see and here, these were the areas that I was photographing to show that there was suspected blood all along the door.
52D?
Is a closer up picture of that same door. I've put evidence scales in there to show the items of evidence that I'm going to collect the suspected areas of the blood, the swabs that I took.
I want to turn your attention to, let me show you this other one as well. In 52E?
That's the side of JaVonte's door. It's the door frame. So essentially here, this is where the door would close into. So you can see that there was suspected blood spatter along the door frame, but not at all where the inside of the door frame was.
And did you swab all of the suspected blood that you saw on his door and door frame?
Those areas that I marked, I did collect swabs of those suspected blood areas.
All right, I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 53 through 55. I'm sorry, 56.
Yes, ma'am.
What are 53 through 56? Can you read out each one of those for me?
Yes, ma'am. States 53 is a swab of the suspected blood from the exterior of JaVonte's bedroom door. States 54 is another swab of suspected blood from the exterior of JaVonte's bedroom door. 55 is another swab from the same area, and so is 56 is from the south door frame. I apologize.
Okay. State 52F.
This is just me documenting the inside of JaVonte's bedroom, so if you can see, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you can't see the pointers there, but there's down here is the actual door frame area, so this is just directly inside of the door of JaVonte's room. And it's just documenting the items I noticed on the floor.
In 52G?
Is another angle going out onto looking through the door into his bedroom as well.
Okay, so there's one bed located in the bedroom, the one with the iron sheets here?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect any items of evidence from the bedroom besides the swabs from the door and the door frame?
No, ma'am. There's nothing inside of JaVonte's bedroom that I collected.
All right, you able to look at 57A through H, the photos from the hallway bathroom or the common bathroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those accurate depictions of how the bathroom appeared on the day that you processed it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you see in 57A?
This is a look inside of the hallway bathroom. There's an area of suspected blood that I located on this carpet right here that I'm documenting, just looking into the bathroom area.
What do we see in 57B?
This is the outside of the door frame of that hallway bathroom, and there's suspected blood areas here that I noticed, that I was documenting.
Did you swab that suspected blood?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Looking at your common bath notebook, it's going to be the first sleeve. So what is State's Exhibit 55?
It is that swab of the suspected blood from the exterior door.
Okay.
Great.
And looking in that same notebook, what is State's Exhibit 59?
59 is a swab of the suspected blood area from that rug.
Can you point out to us what the laser where that would be?
Yes, ma'am. It's right here.
What do we see in States 57?
This is a photograph that I was taking inside of that hallway bathroom, so you can see the sink and the toilet seat and the bathtub area.
Okay. Did you take any swabs of the bathroom sink faucet?
I did, yes ma'am. I actually took a swab of the faucet handle of that sink.
Okay. And what is State 61 in your notebook?
Is a swab of the sink faucet handle.
Okay. And so that would be, how did you swab the sink faucet?
It would have, I'm sorry, you can kind of see it better in the mirror, so it was just one of those single handle ones, so I would have gone on the top and underneath it as well to cover the entire handle with a swab.
So you're trying to cover all the areas of the person you touch if they touch that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, looking at 57D, and this is a photo of the bathtub. What do we see here?
This is just showing the scene as I saw it when I entered the bathroom of the home. And it shows the children, I'm sorry, in the bathtub.
Okay. And 57E?
Is a closer up picture of the children. As we saw it, you had Tamiyah, you can see her on top. JaVonte is towards the end, and then Taniyah was underneath the other two.
What do we see in 57F?
This is a picture of Tamiyah's left hand. There's kind of a, I don't know if it's like a soap rack, but her hand was the only part of their body that was resting outside of the water at the time that I arrived. So I was documenting that section of her hand because I collected a swab of it.
And I want to turn your attention to State Exhibit 60. What is State 60?
It is a swab of the left hand of the child with white sandals.
Right. So that's the left hand that you swabbed?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you swab her hand?
It's with the same way that we do the swabs for the suspected blood. I just took the entire upper portion of her hand because it wasn't in the water, so it could have retained, we'd hoped it would have retained some kind of evidence.
When you labeled her swab, you said the child with the white sandals. Were you able to, I guess you weren't able to swab any body parts of any of the other children in the bathtub?
No, they were all wet at the time.
And because they were wet, did you, they're very unlikely to get any DNA from their hand?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to go back to U57D. Did you swab any areas from the faucet or handle portion of the bathtub?
Yes, I did. The actual faucet and the handle portion.
Okay, can I turn your attention to State 62? What is State 62?
62 is a swab of the bathtub faucet handle.
Okay, so that would be this upper portion right here?
Yes, ma'am.
And you swabbed it in the same manner that you did the sink handle?
I did.
Sink faucet handle? Okay, what about State 63? What is 63?
63 is a swab of the grab bar and the tub.
Can you show us what a grab bar is?
I'm not sure if that's what it called, but that's what I called it in reference to my evidence collection. So that's what I believed it. You'd grab onto it.
Okay. What do we see in 57D?
57D is there was suspected blood that I located on that bathtub wall area, so I have my evidence scale in there showing the area that I was going to collect a swab of.
Okay, and do we see kind of an up-close photo of the grab bar here?
You do, yes ma'am.
And where did you swab on the grab bar?
The entire area of the grab bar.
And looking at your notebook, what is State 63?
63 is a swab of that grab bar.
What do we see in 57H?
It's a mid-range picture of me getting closer into that swab of, or that area of suspected blood I had located in the bathtub.
Okay, and what is State 66 in your notebook?
66 is the swab of that suspected blood.
Did you take any
swabs from the toilet in the bathroom?
I did, yes ma'am.
I'm looking at states 57C. Is this the toilet you swabbed?
It is, yes ma'am.
What areas of the toilet did you swab?
I swabbed the area right here, because as a girl, the seat is generally down, so I assumed to lift it up, that's generally the area you would use to lift that bottom seat up, so I just swabbed this section. I'm sorry, I just called it a lift area, the section that you would lift up that part of the toilet, and I also swabbed the flush area, the handle to flush the toilet.
Okay, and looking at your notebook, in state 64, the swab of the bottom lift area of the toilet seat.
Yes, ma'am.
65 is the swab of the toilet flush handle.
Yes, ma'am.
You swab the bathroom, looking at 57D, the knob to the bathroom door.
I did, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What areas of that handle did you swab?
The entire perimeter of the area where you would grab to turn the door.
Did you do both the interior and the exterior?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at your notebook, what is state exhibit 67?
67 is a swab of the exterior door handle.
Okay, so the side leading to the hallway?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what is 68?
Is a swab of the interior door handle, the doorknob.
Okay. And then did you also swab the light switch of the bathroom there in the hallway bathroom?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is state exhibit 69?
69 is a swab of that light switch.
All right, at this point I'm going to move on to the living room. We take some of your notebooks away and under one more. Right, did you have an opportunity to look at state 70A through UUU? This would be the photos of the living room and exterior of the home.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were they accurate depictions of how they looked when you processed it that day?
They were.
Okay. All right, looking at 70A, what do we see here?
This is actually, I'm standing in the dining room area and I'm taking a picture of that lamp. So that's the living room in front of us and the hallway is to the right.
This is the lamp that we saw from the hallway where you swabbed the light bulb?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In 70B, what do we see here?
This is another angle looking in towards the living room so you can see that side of the living room in the home.
In 70C?
Is another angle. Now I'm just in the back corner and I'm looking down the hallway in the living room area.
70D?
Another angle of that living room.
What do we see in 70E?
In 70E, I located on the drywall, there was an area, sorry, there was an area, an indentation in the wall here. I'd also located a projectile in the living room area as well, so I believe that this indentation was made from the projectile.
In 70F?
Is another angle. It's a side angle view of this window area in the living room. So this was the far left window, and this was the indentation here.
In 70G?
Is now a photo where I put a scale in it to show the size of it and the shape of the indentation.
70H?
That's the projectile that I located. It was just off of the wall on the rug where that indentation in the wall was.
Okay. Can you show us the projectile?
It's right here.
It kind of looks like it's the same color as the
It does.
So this shot, you said, would have hit the wall, created that indentation, bounced off the wall, and landed here on the rug.
That's what it appeared to do.
Okay. Looking at 70I.
This is another shot from the living room. Essentially, I'm standing right at the end of the hallway looking into the living room. So you can see the living room, and that's the front foyer area, that front door.
Projectile that landed on the rug. Did you impound that projectile?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, looking in your living room notebook, first sleeve, what is State's Exhibit 71?
It is a projectile that was located on the rug.
Okay. And that would have been, correct me if I'm wrong, over here, closer to this wall.
Yes, ma'am. That where you're pointing is where the indentation was on the wall, and then that edge of the rug area right below it was where the projectile was located.
And the projectile that State's Exhibit 71, almost even with the edge of the couch closest to that wall?
Yes, ma'am.
Just wanted to give us some reference. All right, looking at 70J, what do we see here?
This is a photograph of the couch in the living room that's looking right towards the front door area. I located suspected blood on the couch cushion here, and there was a tree, it was a fake tree, a potted tree that had been toppled over, and you can see part of Brandi Peters' legs here at the front entry door.
What do we see in 70K?
Is another image kind of facing towards the front door. I'm also getting closer into the couch area where I located the suspected blood, and you can also see multiple areas of suspected blood throughout the house, or I'm sorry, the living room and the foyer.
What about in 70L?
That's a closer up image of the suspected blood areas I saw. It was difficult to photograph because it was black leather and the blood was a dark color as well, but you can see this area here is what I was looking at.
In 70M, did you put a scale in that area?
I did.
Right, looking at 70 in, kind of up close view of the scale next to the suspected blood.
Yes, ma'am, it is getting closer in on that couch cushion.
Did you swab that area of suspected blood?
I did.
Okay, looking in your notebook at stage 72, can you tell us what stage 72 is?
It is a swab of that suspected blood area.
All right, what do we see in 70O?
In 70O is the other side, another angle of the living room area. I'm actually standing in the dining room kitchen area looking out towards the living room, and this is the front door foyer area.
In 70P?
Is me just kind of turning towards my left as I'm taking the photograph, so now you can see more of the foyer area, and you can see Brandi Peters where we found her.
.70Q
is the other side of that foyer area, and here would lead into the kitchen and the garage. So I'm just on the other side of that, and I'm standing in the living room essentially now.
.70R
is more photographs of all the blood spatter that we saw in the front foyer area.
.70Q, should be that. .70S
is a photograph of the carpet area just outside where Brandi's body was located, and you can see all of the areas of blood or suspected blood that I located in the carpet area as well.
What do we see here underneath this piece of hair?
There's a red shovel. This is actually, you were right, this was a piece of hair, and there was a red shovel here, and this was the plant, the tree area that I mentioned from the other view of the living room.
Did you collect the red shovel?
I did.
Did you process the red shovel?
I collected a swab of the handle of the shovel. There did not appear to be any suspected blood on it at all. It was just odd that it was so close to her body at the time, and we weren't sure what her injuries, the extent of her injuries at that point.
I'm going to show you what's been marked and stipulated as Exhibit 76. Would you mind using your gloves just to take that out of the packaging? Does that appear almost to be like a child-sized shovel?
It does. It's a very small shovel.
Okay. And you swabbed the handle of it, you said?
I did this handle area of it.
Okay. And it has some dirt on it?
It does.
Okay, that's all. Thank you. All right, looking at your notebook, it's Exhibit 77.
Yes, ma'am.
What is 77?
It's a swab of the handle of that shovel that I just showed you.
What do we see in 70T?
This is another picture of the foyer area after we had removed Brandi Peters' body.
70W?
Is the top portion of the foyer area above the front door. I was documenting the blood spatter area that still, it went as high up to that window. So I was trying to document all the areas of the blood.
You mentioned moving her body. I wanted to go back to that. Did you move her body as well as the other bodies in the home?
We did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how was that done?
Very carefully. The children, my former supervisor, Joanne Maltese at the time, was in the bathroom with myself, so the two of us removed the children one by one from the tub and photo documented them. They were placed in evidence body bags, and I evidence taped and sealed those body bags, and they were later brought into the garage where investigator April Wilder, or Dubrava at the time, she stayed until the funeral home came to take the children and Brandi away. For Brandi, it was forensic specialist Henderson and myself. We took her out of the foyer area and placed her in a body bag in the dining room area. As to avoid, we didn't want to process any part of her body while we were in that area because we didn't want to disturb any of the evidence while we were doing it.
Okay. After she was placed in a body bag, was it sealed, and did you actually attend her autopsy?
I did for Brandi, yes ma'am.
Going to 70W, is this a photo of the blood spatter on the front door and towards the top of the door, towards the window?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And 70B, what do we see here?
That's also the front door, and you can see the areas of blood on the bottom of the door as well, and the side wall of the foyer showing the blood there as well.
70U?
It's still the same foyer area. I'm just documenting all of the different areas I can where the suspected blood was located.
And this was after she was removed?
Yes.
Looking at 70X, what do we see here?
This was a large area of suspected blood that was located in the carpet from the other overall picture I took. So I was just zooming in here to show that I collected a swab of that large area of the suspected blood.
Okay. Were you able to swab every drop of blood in this entire living room area?
No, ma'am.
How did you go about trying to, or selecting the areas to process or to swab blood?
Well, we determined, we just selected different, from the large area sections, we believed that because of the extent of the injuries to Brandi, the blood was hers. So we picked areas on every part of the wall and also the carpet area here, so you can see that there's suspected blood areas around it as well. But we picked just one specific area to take those one swabs in each different area in the home.
So trying to swab one spot from each area?
Yes, ma'am.
Gotcha. Okay, so here in 70X, did you swab the suspected blood in this photo?
I did.
Okay, and I want to turn your attention to states 73 in your notebook.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
is state 73?
It is a swab of that area of suspected blood.
Okay, and state 74? What do we see in photo 70Y?
It's another larger area of suspected blood that I collected a swab of. You can see that it's right at the edge of the foyer on the carpet area.
And is the swab that you took of that suspected blood, is that state 74 in your notebook?
It is, yes, ma'am.
What do we see in photo 70Z?
This is another area of suspected blood that I took a swab of, but that's actually on the tile in the foyer area after we had removed Brandi's body.
Looking in your notebook, is the swab of that suspected blood on the tile, is that state exhibit 75?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Just a moment. What do we see in 70AA?
I'm standing in the kitchen area taking a photograph of the foyer area, and Brandi was still in the foyer at the time.
In 70DB?
This is a photograph after Joanne Maltese had done leucocrystal violet. It's a dye that stains for hemoglobins in the blood, and she'd use a stain which turns it a violet color, and I was documenting what we saw after the dye was used.
In 70CC?
Is another photo just showing more of the carpet area of what was seen after we did the leucocrystal violet.
Is it the proteins in the blood that makes it turn that color?
Essentially, yes.
What do we see in 70DB?
This is the inside of the front door to the home, and I had processed the store for latent fingerprints, and this is the powder, the powder that I'd use so it turns it a black color. It's bichromatic powder. And so I put a scale in here to show that there were images that I'd noticed that there were latents developed on that door.
Okay, did you see whether these latents were, did you process them and see if they were of any value?
They were determined not to be a value. So I did process them with the powder, and I took photographs and I lifted them, but they were determined not to be a value for comparison.
Okay, so you couldn't compare them?
No, ma'am.
So if a fingerprint or a handprint is too smudged, that could cause you to not be able to make a comparison on it?
Yes, ma'am.
But you did photograph it?
I did.
And what was the purpose of putting the leucocrystal violet there in the foyer?
Joanne Maltese did it. But you'd have to ask her.
Lost it? All right, so looking at 70EE, what is this?
These were just kind of pattern images that came up after using the leucocrystal violet staining. So because I wasn't sure what it was, I documented it with a scale. It appeared that it might have been maybe some kind of boot print or some partial kind of shoe print. So we documented it to be looked at a later date.
And this is kind of away from the significant area of the blood, closer to the wall up there in the foyer?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do we see in 70FF?
These are other kind of just stained impression areas that came on the carpet that you hadn't seen before, and just because of the patterns of them, I thought that they were odd, so I was documenting that as well.
Anything that contained protein in the carpet might have been illuminated violet that you didn't previously see?
Yes, ma'am.
What did we see in state 70GG?
These are just other evidence markers after we'd removed Brandi's body of items of evidence that I'd located and collected inside this foyer area.
I want to go through each one of them one by one, starting with the one closest to the right side there in that
Yes.
photo.
Okay.
Looking at 70HH, what do we see here?
It was a section of gold teeth that I located on the floor there that I photographed and collected.
Is this an up-close view of the teeth?
It is.
Did you impound the teeth?
I did.
And are they made of, it looks like it's made of metal?
Yes, it was some kind of gold-colored metal.
All right, looking at State's Exhibit 78 in your binder, what is 78?
78 are those metal teeth.
Looking at 70 JJ, what do we have here?
So I located another gold bubble type earring that was similar to the one in the master bedroom area. And this here was an acrylic nail that I located on the floor.
Okay, and this is going to be closest to, this would be the door leading to the outside of the house, the front door, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do we see in 70 KK?
That's a close-up picture of that gold hoop earring that I had mentioned earlier.
And in 70 LL?
Is a close-up image of that nail. You can see it right here.
All right, looking in your binder at 79 and 80. What are 79 and 80?
79 is the gold earring, the gold-colored earring, and 80 is the fingernail.
All right, looking at 70 NN, what do we see here?
These are I've added scale, so these yellow colored, this is taped scale, so it's just a measurement. When blood spatter analysis is done, they generally they need the measurement to know how tall and how high and wide everything was in the room. So we documented that entire foyer area because it had so much spatter along all of the walls in case it needed to be sent off to a blood spatter expert at a later date. So because we don't generally ever get to keep a crime scene for a very long period of time, we had to document everything because we were going to lose it later. So this was documented in case anything needed to be done later to that foyer area for spatter documentation purposes.
Did you process the door handle on the front door?
I swabbed it, yes ma'am.
Okay. Did you also process the deadbolt?
Yes ma'am, it was swabbed as well.
Okay, can you turn to 81 and 82 in your notebook and tell us what those items are?
81 is the swab of the interior front door handle, and 82 is a swab of that interior deadbolt.
Looking at 70 NN, what do we see here?
This is one of the sections of the foyer wall that had the tape, the measurement tape, I'm sorry, I was trying to think of the word, markings in it, as well as showing the blood spatter areas on the wall.
Okay. What about 70 TTT?
This is one of the blood spatter walls as well in the foyer, and it shows a scale where I collected a swab of suspected blood from that wall.
Is that the most close-up photo you have of that?
That's, yes, the close-up image of the swab that I was collecting, or the suspected blood, I'm sorry.
And the swab of the entryway wall, is that 83 in your notebook? See, it's 83?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, looking at the interior front door, 70 PP. What do we see here?
This is showing a scale, my evidence scale as well, of the area of suspected blood that I was going to swab from the front door area.
Okay, so you see a front door that has pretty concentrated with all the blood spatter. So this is the area that you swabbed, that you saw a significant portion?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at, in your notebook, states 84. States 84 the swab of the suspected blood on the front door?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and just for your reference, and you probably can't read that from here, this would be your item 139. What are we looking at in this photo?
This is the west side wall of the front entryway, and this was a swab from that wall that I was taking of suspected blood.
And this is 70 RR. And then 70 SS, what do we see here?
We're getting closer into the image of the swab that I was collecting.
And what about here?
That's a close-up picture of that suspected blood.
In
your notebook, what is State's Exhibit 85?
Is a swab of that suspected blood.
All right, looking at 70 UU. Here's 70 UU, what do we see?
This is the front door to the home, the exterior of the front door to the home.
Did you swab the exterior portion of the door handle as well?
I did.
In your notebook, what is State's Exhibit 90?
Is a swab of the exterior front door handle.
It looks like she has like a little front porch here.
It is, yes ma'am.
State 70 VV. Another image of the front door.
This is another image before the leucocrystal violet was applied to the front door.
What do we see in 70 WW?
I took a photograph. This is the bottom, the walkway into the front door, and there was suspected blood on the outside of the home as well in that front area. And I was documenting that.
What do we see in State 70XX?
It's showing where I'm collecting a swab of a suspected blood area that's on that front door. You can see my evidence scale. It's kind of dead center in that door there.
In 70YY?
That's a closer up image of the swab of suspected blood that I was going to collect from that area.
All right, looking in your notebook at States 91, what is States 91?
Is a swab of that suspected blood area.
On the exterior front door?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at 70ZZ, what do we see here?
That's the front entryway, the walkway area that I'd showed in the previous pictures of the suspected blood, and this was the area that I was swabbing.
Okay. And did you take a swab of the suspected blood here?
I did.
And in your notebook, is that State's Exhibit 92?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
In the front entryway?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do we see in 70 AAA?
This was the front door. It's the outside of the front door, and it's showing the application after the leucocrystal violet was applied to it, so I was documenting the results from the leucocrystal violet.
In 70 EBB?
Is another angle from that front door. It's looking onto the siding. We located suspected blood spatter outside on the siding area as well. So that's that yellow tape documentation that I'd done similar to that in the foyer.
What are we looking at in 70 CCC? What area?
That is that siding area. So if you're facing the front door, it's directly to the right of you was the siding wall, and that's where I located the suspected blood spatter. So that's my documentation there and a scale of where I was intending to collect a swab of that suspected blood.
A closer view of your scale and the suspected blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and looking in your notebook, can you tell us what State's Exhibit 93 is?
Is a swab of that suspected blood area.
What do we see in 70 EEE? I'm going to zoom in a little bit.
So this is the suspected blood spatter that I located on that exterior siding area, and there was some kind of blood spatter documentation that had been made by Joanne Maltese there. So those are the lines and the markings that you're seeing there.
And you said Maltese was your supervisor at the time?
Yes.
Okay. It looks like these pictures are pretty bright. Was this taken the next day?
It was the 2 days after, so it was on the 22nd of November.
All right, finally, I want to move on to the kitchen.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Here, I'll take this from you.
All right, what do we see in 95A?
This is a photograph from standing back towards the garage entry door facing into the kitchen area of the home.
In the photos of the kitchen 95A through E, you had an opportunity to look at them before court,
I did.
and they're accurate depictions of how they looked that day.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, looking at 95B, what do we see here?
This is the island area of the kitchen. I just moved over a little bit further, and I'm standing inside of the garage now taking that picture.
In 95C,
Is the trash can in the kitchen area.
95D,
I'm standing now inside of the kitchen and taking a picture out into the living room and just showing the island area of that kitchen and the dining area as well.
final photo.
It's just a different angle, so you can see the garage entry door is right there, and it also shows the front entry foyer area into the dining and living room areas of the kitchen.
Did you swab or process any areas in the kitchen?
I did. And I refer to my notes, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Let me first ask you about the phone plug insert. Did you swab that?
I did.
Okay, and what about the faucet, the faucet sink?
I swabbed the handle, the hot and cold handle of the faucet sink in the kitchen.
Okay, so both handles?
Yes, I believe it was just one handle that went hot and cold.
Okay.
I
And
don't
can you,
recall.
oh, I see it. So can you show us in this photo the areas that you swabbed?
I don't recall where the phone jack was, so I see that there's a section here, but I don't want to be misspoken. I know I would have taken up like a different photo, a close-up photo, but there was a phone jack in the kitchen, and there was a corded phone, but the jack had been removed from it, but there didn't appear to be any damage to the jack at all. I just took the swab as a precautionary measure. And then the faucet here was the handle that I swabbed where you would lift up to make the water hot or cold in the sink.
I'm looking in your notebook. Are states exhibit 96 and 97 those swabs?
I'm sorry, you took the notebook.
Oh, I'm sorry. There you
That
go.
was a test.
Actually, a different one for kitchen. All right, so looking at that notebook.
Yes.
C6 exhibit 96.
Yes, ma'am.
What is 96?
It's a swab of the kitchen phone plug insert into the wall.
And what about 97?
Is a swab of the kitchen faucet sink handle.
Okay. You see in one of these photos that there's a disposable camera on the counter. States exhibit 95B. What did you do with that disposable camera?
I collected it as evidence.
And do you have it there in front of you today as States exhibit 99?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are the processed photos from that camera in there as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have an opportunity to look through those photos before court today?
I did.
Is it mostly photos of JaVonte playing in the yard?
It is.
All right, so you told us that you attended the autopsy of Brandi Peters.
I did.
I'm going to just take a second to shift some of our evidence around and bring the autopsy evidence up to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, may I go back here?
Sure,
Thank
sure.
you. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so we're going to see the photos that were taken through the medical examiner. I just want to talk about the items that you collected from the autopsy.
Yeah.
Did you take scrapings of Brandi Peters' fingernails?
I did.
Okay, can you tell us, or I want to turn your attention to the notebook in front of you, 103A through J. I'd like for you to walk us through what each of those items are, and also just tell us in general how you scrape a person's fingernails.
Okay. So we were provided, it's basically a wooden stick for women that do manicures. You may understand it. It's kind of like a flathead screwdriver on the end, so it's angled so that it can get under your nail bed, and we scrape along through your nail. So what I would do is scrape that area, each individually. I did, in this particular case, every fingernail I did with a separate scraper, and then itemize each single one as a piece of evidence.
Okay, and did she also have acrylic nails as well as natural nails?
She did.
Do you scrape acrylic nails in the same manner that you scrape the natural nails?
You do. It still just goes underneath the nail into below your nail bed.
Okay, can you walk us through 103A through J and tell us what each of those items are?
Yes, ma'am. 103A was the scraping I took of her right thumb. 103B is of her right index finger. 103C is her right middle finger. 103D is her right ring finger. 103E is her right little finger. 103F was her left thumb. 103G is her left index. 103H was her left middle. 103I was her left ring. And 103J was her left little.
Did you also take swabs of Brandi Peters' neck?
I did.
Okay, what is State's Exhibit K in your notebook? I'm sorry, 103K.
Is a swab of the left side of Brandi Peters' neck.
Okay, and what about 103L?
Is a swab of the right side of her neck.
Did you also swab her hands?
I did.
What is 103M?
Is a swab of the back of her left hand.
And 103N?
Is a swab of the palm of her left hand.
And how do you swab her hands? How did you do that?
So in this particular case, it was the same way where I used the large Q-tip and the vial of the sterile water, and I just used the entire, for the back of her hand, I'd swab the back of her hand, and for the palm, I swabbed the entire palm of her hand.
Okay. Looking at 103O, what is 103O?
Is a swab of the back of her right hand.
And what about 103P?
Is a swab of the palm of her right hand.
Okay. What is 103Q?
It's a swab of her right earlobe.
And what about 103R and S?
R and S were little black hairs that I located on, for 103R, I'm sorry, it was a hair from her left pinky. I located a hair and collected that. And 103S is a hair from her right ring finger.
Did you locate an additional hair from her right pinky that's 103T?
I did.
Okay. Did you clip some of her nails?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
We used a sterile nail clipper at the autopsy, and I collected, in this particular case, I just held a piece of paper underneath it, and I clipped all of her nails as low as I could go with the nail clippers, and I collected an item for her left hand and an item for all of her right hand.
Okay, and it states 103U, the nail clippings from her right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
And 103V is the nail clippings for her left hand?
It is.
All right, what is 103W?
It was a projectile that was located in the top of her head.
And can you tell us about how you're not the person who's taking the projectiles from her body at an autopsy, right?
No, ma'am.
That's going to be the medical examiner.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How do you go about getting these projectiles from the medical examiner?
We actually have a form. The medical examiner has their own essential property receipt. So whatever they hand over to us, such as her clothing, the items, all of these items that I took from Brandi, they have on their property receipt that I signed saying that they gave it to me, the date and the time, and then I signed saying that I received it all and that I've taken it.
Okay, so the medical examiner is taking these projectiles she's finding from her, from Brandi Peters, and she's giving them to you to be impounded into evidence at Tallahassee Police Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you said 103W was a projectile found in the top of Brandi Peters' head?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is 103X?
It's a projectile from her left chest wall.
Okay, and 103Y?
Was a projectile located on the left anterior abdominal wall.
And 103Z?
Is a projectile from the right side of her jaw.
103AA?
Is a projectile from the left upper arm of Brandi Peters and foreign material from a scalp wound.
Okay. And what is 103BB?
It was hair that was located on the right sock of Brandi Peters at autopsy.
And did you collect a number of items from the autopsy?
I did.
Okay. What is 103CC? It should be in a package in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That you have, sorry.
Hid them all. 103CC is the red and black wig that was taken off of Brandi's head.
Okay, so after the medical examiner removed the wig, she gave it to you and you packaged it there in the packaging you have in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and in another package there in front of you, what is 103DD?
Is the pair of socks that Brandi was wearing.
Okay. Did you also impound the clothing she was wearing on her torso and legs that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what those items are in 103EE and FF?
Oh, these are here, I'm sorry. This is 103EE, and this is the yellow tank top, and it was a pink bra that Brandi was wearing at autopsy.
Okay. All right, and what was she wearing on her legs?
103FF are the blue jeans and the black underwear that she was wearing when we found her.
All right, going back to your notebook for just a second. Did you process an item that came from Brandi Peters' mouth during the autopsy?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is 103 GG?
It was the tongue ring that I collected from her tongue.
And what is 103 HH? This should be another package.
This is the sexual assault kit that was taken by the medical examiner that I collected as evidence.
Okay. And what is 103 II?
I don't think that I have that.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think that I have that.
Okay, let me ask you about one more thing. Did you take a buccal swab from Brandi Peters during the autopsy?
I did.
Did you want her to answer your question about or are you withdrawing that?
Did you take recorded prints of Brandi Peters?
I did.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the recorded prints before court today?
I did.
And were they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said that you don't see them up there in front of you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We'll take a break in just a second and I'll locate them. I want to, her recorded prints though, what are those?
At the autopsy, I took recordings of her fingerprints and her palm prints for any kind of comparison purposes that we were going to need to do later in the investigation. So essentially what I did is, or what I do is I put powder on their hands and we have sticky tape that we take off and it goes onto a card to record the fingerprints for comparisons later.
Okay, and you told us that's 103 II? All right, and you said that you took a buccal swab of Brandi Peters.
She is not able to answer your question.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Know the number.
But you did have an opportunity to look at it before court today.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And when you saw it, it was in the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so looking at... All right, so...
We're about due for a break. If you want a minute to sort this out.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, do you want to take a short break?
That'll be fine.
Okay, we'll take 10 minutes.
So, and both my husband and I are from there, but I'm from
Okay. We're going to take, so the next clip is going to be 43 minutes. So 2:30, we should be done about 3:30. But before we do that, I'm just going to run over Annie Williams, who is still on the stand. She is the forensic specialist. So let's just go over, because she laid a lot of stuff on us. Her testimony continued with a photo of the twins' bedroom. She found no evidentiary value in there. Same with JaVonte's bedroom. Then they went to the children. So here's where we found out where the kids were. So Taniyah was on the bottom. Taniyah was on the bottom. Tamiyah was on top. And JaVonte was towards the end of the bathtub. So that kind of puts to rest. All three kids were in the bathtub. Tamiyah's arm was the only body part, basically, that was out of the water. Everybody else was submerged. Then they showed the living room with the planter knocked over. She said there was possible blood on the black leather couch. And Brandi was found in the foyer. So I was trying to figure out where on earth was Brandi found, because they were talking about blood on the outside. Like, how did this all happen? Then they showed the red shovel that was next to Brandi, but no blood was found on that shovel. And it's a small shovel too. It's not like a big one. It's small head. maybe small, like maybe 2 feet if that. Yeah, foul. That's funny. Forensic specialist who has to make sure not to contaminate, but her earring drops off in the middle of her testimony. Whoop. Okay, let me get back to this because it gets pretty brutal after this. Footprints were documented. Metal teeth, fingernails, and earring. So she showed all kinds of pictures of the of where Brandi was finally found, if you will. And there was blood all over. I mean, at first I'm thinking when she was showing the first couple sets of pictures, I'm like, okay, that's some splatter here, some a little bit here, a little bit there. I'm thinking, wow, not that much, but once they showed where she was found next to the foyer, next to the front door, and then the extent of it, it was like all the way up. So if that door is how tall our door is, 7 feet or so, it's above the door, pretty much all over. So I asked a question, and I'm going to end the poll now. I asked the question, do you think this was done by one person or several people? So 27% of you think one person, 72% of you think two or more. Because that's what I'm thinking. I mean, there was blood on the outside of the door and the house. They showed how much blood was in the foyer. They showed how much blood was splattered all over. There was a bullet extracted from the right side of her jaw, her left upper arm, right side of her jaw, left upper arm, top of her head, and I think they said her skull was shattered as well. There was a hair on her left pinky and right ring finger. So whoever did this, if it was one person, just went to town. I mean, just absolutely went to town. And then there's 3 kids you have to deal with. Granted, one of them's 3 and the other 2 are 6. But they're going to be screaming. I mean, their mom, if indeed mom was taken out first, which you would think that would happen, that's a lot. That's a lot of struggle. That's a lot of, I guess, I would think the kids would be screaming their heads off, at least the 6-year-olds. 3-year-olds probably just in the corner, crying and doing whatever. But that's just a lot. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of destruction for one person to do it. And all over $20,000 of back child support. And he owed, to get a visa, I think it was $2,500 to get a visa. That's a lot. Therapist says, did those kids have blood on them? Did they go inside? Well, they were in the bathtub. I guess we'll find out from the medical examiner, because right now they're focused on Brandi. Pammy says, that's why I think kids were shoved in bathroom first. So they were shoved. Okay, so mother's not going to just let's assume it's Henry, shove the kids in the bathroom, shut the door. I mean, it's going to be violent. Whatever happened is definitely going to be violent. Looks like Brandi was trying to get away by running to the door. Yeah, for sure. But why would she be running away from her kids? You would think that she'd be, staying with her kids to the very end. Baca says, too much chaos for one to contain. That's kind of where I'm leaning. Man, I have so much doubt. I have so much doubt now. Yeah, Fala, I agree. Either way, those babies' last moments were horrible. Absolutely horrible. Okay, there were someone else's children in the car when law enforcement got to the house. That is true. Oh, is that what you were talking about, therapist? Did those kids have... Oh, okay. Did they go inside? Okay, you're talking about those kids that were outside. Yeah. Now, that was the next morning, remember. and they just said that there was somebody was in the house. They saw somebody lying in the house. So no, because the doors were locked, so nobody was in the house. And it was the next morning that the kids were in a car in the yard. Julie says, I think that the kids were off first and she made to watch. Were they tied up? We don't know yet. We don't know what condition the kids were in. I guess we'll find out next. Taylor says, yes, that's a lot of rage based on the degree of damage. 100%. That is a ton of rage. Ton of rage. But Brad brought up earlier, one of our fantastic mods said, if it's cartel, because that's what the defense is saying, if it's the cartel, they do things very publicly. Your body is strewn about, very publicly, hanging from a overpass on a highway, in the middle of a street, what do you call it? Public, help me out. Middle of a city, if you will. If cities have middles, you know what I'm saying, town square, if you will. They want the biggest impact. They want it to be out and about, out, shown. They don't want it to be. So it sounds like somehow she got outside. So somehow she got outside, and there was still some hacking because there's blood going all over the place. Wait, hold on. I already pulled that one up. Sorry. Dang it. Only fan. I'm thinking she told them to stay in the bathroom, then led him out. Could be. Yeah, I want to know whose blood is outside. They swabbed. They swabbed all this potential blood, so we're going to find out. All right, let's get back to the final chapter for day 1. This one is 43 minutes long, just so you know, so you can schedule appropriately. Okay, let's get back.
Remain standing for the jury.
Everybody be seated, please. You may proceed, Ms. Figan.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 111. Did you take a buccal swab of Brandi Peters?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And what is a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is where we just take that Q-tip I mentioned earlier and we just swab the inside of the cheeks, the saliva of the cheeks for any kind of DNA testing standard. So if they wanted to compare it to her, they would have her DNA on file.
And you did this at the autopsy when you processed her body for all the other things you told us about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you see States 111 in front of you, her buccal swab?
I do.
Okay. Before the break, we talked about the recorded prints that you took of hers at the autopsy. You told us how you took them. State's Exhibit 103II, I believe. Are those now in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you hold those up and show them to the jury?
Yes. These were the fingerprints that I took of her, and they're kind of, my evidence label's on the front side, I'm sorry, but these are the palm prints that you can see kind of on either side.
And then that way you'd have her prints for any comparison that you could make if you found a latent print of value in her home?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so let's talk about the latent prints in this case. You told us earlier that you processed that bathroom window where the screen was damaged for latent prints, but did not find any of value, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you process anywhere else in the house for latent prints?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where all in the house did you look for latent prints?
The latent print processing that I did was in the master bathroom window, the interior and exterior, the master bathroom door, and the toilet room door. I processed the interior and exterior. The hallway bathroom, the sink, the toilet area, the tub area, and the interior and exterior door. All three of the foyer walls in the main hallway where Brandi Peters' body was found, and the interior garage entry door.
Okay. Were you able to find any of value?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where did you find latent prints of value?
The of value prints were located on the bathtub faucet where the water comes out of it, not the handle, but where like the spout, I believe we can call it, where the water comes out, and also on the interior garage door handle.
Okay. So looking back at 57D, can you show us with your laser in this photo where you found those latent prints of value in the hallway bathroom?
Yes, ma'am. It would be right here on the top of that spout of the bathroom where the water pours out of.
And were you able to do a comparison of the latent prints of value you found in the bathroom to the standards of Brandi Peters that you took at the autopsy?
A comparison was done to Brandi Peters, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what were the results?
It was identified to her palm. I believe it was her left palm, I'm sorry. It was her left palm.
Okay, so her left palm was the latent print that you found on the bathroom, the hallway bathroom faucet?
Yes, ma'am.
Of the tub. Okay. And you said you found another one of value on the exterior door handle leading to the garage?
The interior door handle.
Interior door handle.
Yes, ma'am.
Leading to the garage. Okay. And did you do the comparison on that? Or did you do any comparisons on that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. That was done by, I believe, your supervisor, Maltese?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you impound into evidence all of the latent fingerprints that you processed in this case, whether they were of value or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what do you see in front of you as State's Exhibit 129?
This is the evidence envelope of the latent prints that I collected from the crime scene.
Okay, so those are all of the latent prints that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but the only two that were of value enough that any comparison could be made were on those two locations that you just told me about?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In all your processing of the home, in all of these rooms, throughout all of the items found, everything collected, was any cell phone ever located in the home?
No, ma'am.
That's all. Thank you.
Cross. All right. Any juror have a question of this witness, and you have to kind of let things move along. She doesn't do some of the comparisons and other things, so she's doing a particular function to let it, let it progress. But anyway, do you have a question? All right, we'll go sidebar. So the question from the jury was, why did you not process the back door for prints? Is there any particular reason?
There wasn't. We did the swabs for the door handle of the interior and the exterior, so there isn't. I actually don't have an answer for you.
Any follow-up, Ms. Dugan?
On the front door and the back door, you swab each side of the door handle?
Yes, ma'am.
Interior and exterior. Okay. And then for the garage door, that's where you look for the latents? The door leading to the garage is where you look for the latents? All right. Thank you.
Mr. Prince? All right, you can step down. Call your next witness.
They call Caroline Wilder.
Would you face the clerk and be sworn, please, ma'am?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, please, ma'am. May I proceed?
Good afternoon. Can you introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for our court reporter, please?
My name is Caroline Wilder, Caroline. Wilder.
And what was your name in November of 2010?
Caroline Carpentieri, Carpentieri.
Okay. And in November 2010, what were you doing at the time? Where did you work?
I was a forensic specialist at the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay. And how long were you a forensic specialist with the Tallahassee Police Department?
At that time, it was only a few months, but my career there was about 8 years.
8 years. Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your education and training to work in the forensics department at TPD?
Sure. I attended Florida State University, and I got a bachelor's in biophysics. From there, I went to the police academy, got my law enforcement standards. I then got hired on at the police department in March of 2010, and there was a 6-month, very intensive in-house training program, and I was also sent to various schools around the state and country for different disciplines.
Okay. And did you respond to 908 Saddle Creek Run on November 20th, 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you there with the forensics team that day to help process the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to turn your attention to a couple of items that were you able to look at these items in front of you before court today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I want to first show you State's Exhibit, the photos, 70 GGG through TTT.
Yes.
Are those photos, do they appear to be accurate depictions of the areas that you collected evidence in the living room and exterior areas of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Could you run by those letters one more time, please, Ms. Dugan?
70 GGG, G for good, through TTT for Tom. Right, what do we see in GGG, 70 GGG?
GGG is near the front foyer area. The tile area right here on the left side of the screen is directly in front of the front door, and then the carpeting right next to the tile. And there was a artificial tree right there in that area as well.
What we see in 70 HHH, I guess, is zoomed in photo right between these two evidence markers.
Yes, ma'am. The same string that was seen in the previous one is right here. And then directly in the middle of the photograph, there was an artificial fingernail that was found.
And I, what do we see here?
That's the close-up of the artificial nail.
And JJJ?
Same close-up, but with a scale and with a numbered marker.
And did you collect this artificial nail?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to the notebook in front of you. The sleeve with State's Exhibit 88 inside.
Yes, ma'am.
What is State's Exhibit 88?
Suspected fingernail, acrylic, from carpet by turned over tree just past front entrance foyer.
Okay, so that's the nail that you impounded in State's Exhibit 88?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Looking at 70 KKK, what do we see here?
This is of that same area. You can still see the tile in this bottom left and the carpet, and this was the tree as we found it was turned over on its side.
What do we see in LLL?
This is more of a close-up of the tree. There was some suspected blood on the tree, and there was also suspected what we thought to be a bullet hole in one of the branches.
What about MMM?
That is the closer up of that hole right there with a scaled numbered marker right next to it.
NNN?
That's a close-up picture of the suspected blood that was on that same tree.
Did you swab the suspected blood in this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to mention State 86, the binder.
Yes.
What is 86?
Swab of suspected blood from branch of artificial tree that was turned over by the front door.
What do we see in 70 000?
This right here is on the exterior of the house. This is, I believe, the corner of the house. The door is further closer to the camera where I'm at. There's a couple of suspected hairs just to the right of that front door area outside.
70 ppb.
It's a closer up photograph with a scaled numbered marker on the bottom.
And looking in your binder, it states 87. It states 87.
Hair from east wall outside of front door.
Did you process the scene not only on November 20th, but also, I believe, 2 days later, you came back with your team to continue processing the scene?
Yes.
Too much of a scene to be able to do it all in one day?
We wanted to make sure we could get everything possible.
Looking at 70 QQQ, what do we see here?
QQQ, this is to the left of the front door area. The front door would be just out of the frame here, and then this was the front porch area. There was some suspected blood found on the ground.
70 RRR.
Same front porch, and the suspected blood was in one of these shadows.
70 SSS.
That is the drop of suspected blood found just outside with a scaled numbered marker right next to it.
Did you swab that suspected blood?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in your notebook, if you would look at State's Exhibit 94, please. What is State's Exhibit 94?
Swab of suspected blood from front porch area left of the front door.
What do we see in What do we see in 70 UUU here?
This is from the outside looking into the garage area.
Okay, so this would be taken in the garage, and through this door would be the kitchen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect any evidence from the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to should be the package there closest to the jury. Yes, ma'am. State's Exhibit 39. What is State's Exhibit 39?
Miscellaneous paperwork from master bedroom entertainment center.
Okay. And this was previously 39A and B, now just 39. Can you open 39? Thank you. When you looked at the packaging here on 39, is it in the same condition as when you impounded it?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Just want to show you the very front of 39. We'll look at the rest of it with another witness. But does this appear to be the paperwork that you impounded that you found in the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you find this in the bedroom?
This paperwork was found, excuse me, it was found in the entertainment center.
Like on top of the entertainment center?
I don't recall.
You found some trash bags from.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We'll turn your attention to the other package in front of you. This State's Exhibit 101.
Trash bags from cabinet above drawer. Oh, sorry. From cabinet under above drawer.
Okay. And so those are trash bags that you found there in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to a second set of photos in front of you, 130, A through P.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are those photos of the home as they appeared the day that y'all processed it?
I don't recall the date the photographs were taken, but yes, this is of the home.
Okay. And it appears the same as when you processed it with photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. see in 130A?
130A shows the inside of the front door area and the foyer area. There was a lot of broken glass and suspected blood. This is post-processing. We processed the scene with some chemicals to try to enhance any patterns that might have been seen. So this was just an overall of how it was after we processed.
And in 130B, a photo of some more of the patterns in the area leading from the door to the rest of the home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in 130C?
This is of that front tile area as well, just trying to photograph any patterns that might have been there.
130D, an up-close photo of some of those patterns?
Yes, ma'am.
130F?
Same thing.
And in 130G, what do we see here?
130G is also a close-up of the suspected patterns, but I have added in a scale. I thought it could have been a shoe impression, possibly. So in that case, we put the numbered scale, or the rulered scale down to be able to accurately get the size later if necessary.
So you're trying to document anything that could possibly be used in the future?
Correct.
Okay. Are a lot of these patterns kind of smudged and hard to make out?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you using a scale on every type of pattern you can find here?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is 130T? What do we see here?
This is yet again of the front foyer area. The tile is up here in the upper left, the upturned tree, and then more of the processing that we did with the chemicals.
You try to use a scale on some of these patterns?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 130M?
This is actually the master bathroom area. I'm standing in the master bedroom looking into the bathroom. On the floor, there was what was suspected to be a shoe impression, or a possible. So I took a photograph before any processing was done of that floor.
What do we see in 130N?
This was of that possible shoe impression. I saw some marks on the floor that could have been, so I took a photograph of the impression prior to processing.
And 130O?
Same thing, I believe.
Okay, so these smudges that we see here in this photo, photographed these and tried to process them, thinking it could possibly be some sort of shoe impression?
Possibly, yes, ma'am.
What do we see in 130P?
This is after processing. I used, it's called bichromatic powder. It's the typical black powder that I'm sure you've seen on TV. Tried to powder and lift any impressions that might have been enhanced. And in this case, I didn't feel that anything got enhanced, but I took a photograph afterwards just to show what I could or couldn't find.
So it wasn't enough to lift to make any comparison, but you did photograph what you tried to process?
Yes, ma'am.
Or what you processed? No further questions?
Cross.
Ma'am, I just want to clarify, you were able to identify several possible footwear impressions that you took pictures of and measurements of during the course of your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
You personally didn't feel that you could do anything with those, either compare them or identify a class or anything like that, correct?
Well, I'm not a shoe wear examiner and never was, but I didn't feel, in my opinion, that they would be good for any type of comparison for those shoe wear examiners.
And to clarify, you'd never been qualified at that time as an expert in footwear impression?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Further, Ms. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
And maybe I ought to just clarify on that, just from a legal standpoint. Before somebody comes in and offers an opinion comparing things, they have to be what we call qualified as an expert. So what they're saying, that's not her field of expertise, so she would not be allowed to try to make that kind of opinion. All right, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
You want to keep her subject to recall?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, you'll be on call.
Thank you, sir.
Good. Good. Next witness.
Take off Monica Peters.
You face the clerk and be sworn, please, ma'am. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Peters. Will you state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
Monica Peters, Monica Peters.
Okay. And how do you know Brandi Peters?
She's my sister.
And who is Mary Rashad Williams?
That's my mama.
And she's also Brandi Peters' mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does Miss Williams live here in Tallahassee too?
Yeah, she lives in,
You don't have to give us her address, but she lives here in town?
well, yeah.
Okay. And do you live and work here in Tallahassee as well?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, before Miss Brandi Peters passed away, did the three of you, Miss Brandi Peters, and your mom, Mary Rashad Williams, did y'all see each other or talk on a daily basis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you and your mother very active in Brandi and her children's lives?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were the twins supposed to be actually staying at your mom's house the night of this incident?
Yeah, they was.
Okay. Now, did you used to live with Brandi Peters and her children?
Yes, for a little while. When I first moved back here.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I think would you mind?
I said yes for a little while.
All right. So if you would move forward a little bit further, I think we'd hear you better. Okay.
Probably because I got congested too, so.
So you said you lived with Brandi Peters and her children for a little while?
Yes.
What's for a little while? Few years, few months, few weeks?
Probably a couple months or so.
Few months. Okay. And in your experience with living with Brandi and her children, what time did they typically eat dinner?
Usually around 5, 6 o'clock.
Okay. So kind of an earlier dinner time as opposed to later? Okay. And were you living with them, though, on November 19th, 2010, the day of this incident?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How long did Brandi live at her Saddle Creek Run home?
I think in 2-3 years. 2 years or so.
Are you aware of any damage to Miss Peters' window screens there at her home or any of them?
Yeah, she did have a rip in one of her screen windows, I think it was in the master bedroom somewhere. Can't really remember.
Okay. Was that window screen damaged prior to the day of this incident, November 19th, 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long had it been damaged?
Since she moved in that house.
Since she moved in, you said?
Yes.
Was that house at 90 Creek, Saddle Creek Run, was that public housing that your sister was qualified to live in?
Yes, it was Section 8 house.
It was Section 8 housing?
Yes.
Okay. What type of car did Brandi drive?
She didn't own a car at the time. The car that she owned was actually broken and needed an engine in it. She had a Pontiac Grand Prix.
Pontiac Grand Prix?
The car that was actually in her yard, that car belongs to my mama, and they was just allowing her to use it.
Okay, so the only car that she has is one that doesn't belong to her, and you said belongs to your mom?
Yes.
And it's a car that your mom was allowing Brandi to use to get around?
Yes.
Okay, and it's a Pontiac Grand Prix?
No, it's the car that my mom allowed her to use was the burgundy Chrysler Concord that was parked in the driveway.
Oh, okay. All right. Was that car sometimes broken down and you'd have to give her rides?
Yeah, early in that week it was broken down. I think the water pump or something was wrong with that car early in the week.
Okay. So let's talk about November 19th, 2010. Did you... Show you a photo that we saw earlier today, state 6A. Is this that car you were talking about that your mom allows her to use?
Yes.
Okay, so this is kind of what Brandi uses as her car.
Yes.
All right, going back to November 19th, 2010. Did you see Brandi on November 19th, 2010?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell me about that. What time of day did you see her and where?
It had to be around 4-ish, sometime in the evening, because I was just getting home from work. I had just pulled up in the yard, just got home, and she came over with my mom, and so they had blowed, and I went over to the truck, and they said they was going to pick up the kids. I'm sorry, I'm congested. I'm really not talking a lot, but she said they was going to pick the kids up from school.
Okay.
And she had asked me, did I want to ride? And I told her, so no, I'm just getting home. I'm tired. I don't want to go or whatever. She said, well, I'm going to take her around here and pick the kids up, and then I'm going to drop her all back home.
Okay. And so the kids, I guess they were the girls were in school at the time, elementary school?
Yes.
Okay, and JaVonte was in some type of preschool program, or?
Yeah, he was going to Bond Head Start.
Did they go to aftercare after school?
Yes, the twins did.
Twins went to aftercare. And so what time would they typically get home from school?
I think school turned out around, at that point, like 2:50, 3:50 or something like that. So usually around 4-ish, 4 something, 5 o'clock in the evening, maybe.
Okay, so they'd get home between 4 and 5, and then you said eat dinner between 5 and 6?
Yes.
Okay, and their aftercare program, they'd stay at that from the time school let out to the time that Brandi went to pick them up?
Yes.
All right. All right, so after you saw them, were you trying to get a hold of her later that night?
Yes, I did. Usually, my daughter was crying, because usually my daughter liked to go over there. My baby daughter, Mariah, she's 13 now, but then she was a lot younger. She always loved to go over there, and she kept worrying me about going there. And I told her, I said, I kept telling her, I'm going to call her. And I think that was probably around 9-ish or something. I tried to call her or whatever, and she didn't answer the phone. The phone was going to the voicemail.
Okay.
And so I told Mariah, I said, she told me she's going to come get you. But I kept trying to call her, and she didn't answer the phone. And my mom had called. It had to be around 9-ish, 10, something like that. And she called me and asked me, did I speak with her? And I told her, I said, no, I didn't. I said, I tried to call her phone a few times, and she didn't answer. It's going to the voicemail. And she said the same thing with me. I tried to call her, and the phone going to the voicemail. And she said that, because she may be over at Cece's house, and she didn't realize her phone went off, her phone turned off or whatever. Because it's never usually like her to turn her phone off. Like, that's like, she keeps her phone on 24/7. So for her phone to just be off all night is not,
So by the time you and your mom start calling her at 9, it's going straight to voicemail.
Going straight to voicemail.
And that struck y'all as very unusual, you're saying?
Yeah, it did, but I didn't, after my mom was like, she thought maybe she was at Cece's house.
Okay.
I didn't really put too much thought into it.
So you're not thinking she was murdered. You're thinking, well, maybe she went to see somebody. Yeah. Okay. And then you said she's always one of those people that has her phone on her, though?
All the time.
Okay. And the phone number were you trying to call her cell phone? Is that the number you were trying to call? Her cell phone. Was that number at the time 509-8171?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever call her home phone that night?
Well, as I know, the home phone was off. If I'm not mistaken, that phone was not workable at the time. I think it had been disconnected.
So, like, she hadn't paid her service for it to have it working?
Yes, ma'am.
So you never even were trying to call a home phone because it was out of service.
ma'am.
You were only calling a cell phone.
Yes.
Her cell phone. Okay. So you said your mom was calling you at 9 or 10 saying, I can't get a hold of her. Did you eventually go to sleep that night?
Yes, I did. I think it was around, because I think it was around about about 11, because I think the kids, I can remember we had to do something that morning. Early in that morning hour. I know I had to do something with the kids. I think it was something at the field trip or something, but I can't really remember. And I know her kids was going to go. And I had called her, and I got up that morning probably about 5 or 6 and tried to call her again. And the phone was going to the voicemail. And I called my mama, and I told her, I said, well, I was trying to call Brandi. I said, the phone's still going to the voicemail. She said, yeah, I got her early too, trying to call her. It was going to the voicemail. She said, well, hold on. Give me a moment. Let me call Cece. She said, I got Cece phone number. And she said, I'll call you right back. I said, okay. So she got on the, I guess she called Cece. Apparently, she had to. So she called me back and she said, Cece said she's at work, but she's going to get her son to go over there and knock on the door and tell Brandi to call you. And I said, okay. Okay. And
so Cece's going to send her son to go check on Brandi. This is the Saturday morning?
Yeah, this is early Saturday morning. So then she had called me. I told her, I said, well, okay, well, when he come back, just call. I said, well, maybe she'll call. But my mom called back and said that Cece said that her son said he seen blood on the door.
Right.
And I'm like, blood on the door. So that's when I kind of like freaked out. Throwed all the kids in the car and drove over there.
Right.
I called my brother because he lived kind of around the corner. While calling him, I was headed over there, and I got there and I seen all the blood on the door. And like seconds with minutes with me pulling up, my brother pulled up.
Okay. And I'm sure after that point, it was pretty emotional that day.
Yeah, everything just.
Yeah. A blur, probably.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was like a nightmare.
So after that, after you see Brandi that day, you said she was supposed to come over and pick up your daughter Mariah to go play with her kids. Did that ever happen?
No.
She never came over?
No, she never came.
Did she ever answer your phone calls that night or call you back?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Not at all.
That's all.
Cross.
Ms. Peters, do you recall telling Officer Jernigan on November 20th that you last communicated with your sister Brandi on Friday 11/19 at 10 p.m.?
No, sir. I might have told her. I tried to call her, and when the time when I was writing that statement, I could have probably been passed out of my mind. But I mean, I'm trying to write a statement, and my sister and her kids just been murdered. I just found them murdered in the house. I don't remember recalling telling her, because I know for facts that I didn't talk to her that night. It was no way possible that I could have talked to her that night. So I mean, maybe if I wrote on the paper, maybe it was saying that I spoke with my mom around 10ish, 9ish, 10 or something, and I told her that I tried to call her but didn't talk to her. Maybe that was what I was intended to write, and maybe I misinterpreted what I was writing with being overwhelmed and emotional. That could have possibly been the case.
I'm not asking you what you wrote. I'm asking you, do you recall?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect.
Would it refresh your recollection to see a copy of the sworn statement that you gave to police?
Just read it to yourself, and then she'll ask you a question. Tell us when you're through reading, please.
Okay, I'm done reading.
Wait a minute, that's not a question. Just tell us when you're through reading.
Okay, I'm through reading.
All right, Ms. Dugan, do you have a question?
Did that refresh your memory about what you told police about when you and your mom may have last time talked to Brandi?
Yes.
Okay. What did you tell police about when you mentioned 10 or 9 p.m.?
I told them, I said I had talked to her. It was about, I talked to my mom. I was telling them that I had talked to my mom about 10 or 9 p.m. And I told her that Brandi didn't answer the phone.
Okay. So what you said in this statement was that your mom called to see if you had talked to Brandi at 9 or 10 p.m. Yeah. That's what you said about 9 or 10 p.m. Okay. You never talked to Brandi at 9 or 10 p.m.
No, I never talked to Brandi at 9 or 10 p.m.
Okay. And in your police interview a couple days later, you never told them you talked to Brandi at 9 or 10 p.m.?
No.
Okay. And you told us the last time that you saw her, spoke to her, was late that afternoon before she was going to pick up the kids. You said sometime before-ish, between 4 and 5?
Yes, ma'am.
Fair to say you'd remember the last time that you talked to your sister before she was murdered?
That was practically the last time we had a conversation, if I can recall.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, juror, I have a question of this witness. All right, you can step down. Go sidebar. All right, so we're going to break for the evening. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't let anyone discuss it with you. Don't watch any news accounts of it. You're hearing it firsthand. You don't need to hear it translated from somebody else. Be back tomorrow morning, 8:45. It work all right this morning. Parking arrangements, that's all okay. So it'll be the same plan in the morning, 8:45. And anybody confused about what's expected of you? If not, we'll see you tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Be seated. Anybody have any issues?
Yes, Your Honor. Earlier we were talking about Dr. McIntyre having to do a hearing for his testimony. Apparently it's a conflict that he just let us know today with another homicide that's going down in Tampa. We are actually trying to move his testimony up until tomorrow. It should be in the afternoon, but I know we still have to have that hearing on whether or not he can testify to frequency of occurrence. We're trying to make the plain reservations now. I'm not sure exactly when he's going to arrive. I don't anticipate that hearing will last all day long. Maybe perhaps at lunch we should have him up here in order to do that hearing prior to testimony.
Well, let's have a plan, but before we take a lunch break, I mean, if we just have to give the jury a little bit longer lunch break, that doesn't bother me. What I don't want them doing is sitting back in the jury room while we're working on something like that. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't think it's going to be all that complicated in terms of testimony-wise, but do you think we have to present any other testimony, Mr. Prince, to make a determination?
I don't really know what he's going to say, to be honest, about why he would be able to use a frequency of occurrence table for unrelated individuals for comparison with related individuals. So I don't know that I can answer that right this second round.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be prepared to make a decision, so if you want somebody else here to, for me to hear, better have them here, but we don't, like I say, I don't want the jury sitting in the jury room either. Anything else? Y'all need to kind of sort out what's in evidence or not in evidence and so forth, so let's get that worked out. I think it's a little confused at this point in time. Let's get that worked out. Anything else?
Your Honor, we actually had this conversation with Mr. Prince a little while ago, and I think the agreement was on the record. What is not admitted in those numbers, 39 is not.
Telling me and going to help and say, you can work it out with the clerk and get it on the list, so.
I was trying to put on record, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
39 is not admitted, 98 is not admitted, 100 is not admitted, 115, 116, 117. I'm sorry, 39 is admitted, I apologize. 98 is not, 100 is not, 115 is not, 116 is not, 117 is not, and 118 is not.
All right, so 98, 100, 115, 116, 117, and 118 you are not offering into evidence. Is
not this time, Your Honor, that's correct.
And beyond that, it would be 1 through 146. Other than those 6 exhibits.
One moment, there may be one more. should be it, other than the ones that are already noted, that numbers that have no exhibits.
All right, yeah, the clerk has given me, there are 4 additional numbers that don't have an exhibit at this point in time. 42489, 125, 134, and 144.
Yes.
So there will not be exhibits for those 6 numbers at this point in time.
Correct, Your Honor.
Mr. Prince, you're up on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, see y'all at 8:30.
All right. Uh-oh, did I just screw up my audio? Is the audio okay? I don't know if I accidentally turned gain up or down. Let me know audio is okay. Audio check. I give you a thumbs up, but I gave you a thumbs up, but that camera and the audio needs a thumbs down. All right, so what do you guys think of day 1? Day 1 is in the books for Florida versus Henry Segura. I have to say that I changed. Good audio. Thank you, therapist. Wow. When I heard the state come in, I'm like, oh, wow, this guy clearly did it. But then I heard defense came in, and I'm like, oh, no, wait. Okay, I have doubt. And then now that the evidence is coming out, my goodness, poor Brandi Peters was just hammered. Hammered. All right, so let's go over the very last part. We heard more from Annie Williams. No cell phone was corrected. No cell phone was collected from Annie. And she processed pretty much the whole scene. She took all the pictures that we saw. There was no cross. There's been like no cross, or if there's cross, it's very, very, very quick. There was a jury question, though. Why did you not process the back door for prints? To which Annie said, she came up with something like, I did the front, I did the back, but I don't have an answer for you. And then redirect was like, did you swab the door handles? That was kind of weird. I thought that was kind of a weird answer. I don't have an answer for you. Okay. So then another forensic specialist came in. She also processed the crime scene. Wasn't a whole heck of a lot that came out of her, although the tree that's in the foyer living room area, that had fallen over. She said there was a possible bullet hole there with some blood on the branch. So that's kind of new. I have a feeling Brandi was probably shot in the foyer. That's why there's so much blood. She was shot in the jaw, the arm, right jaw, left arm, top of the head. And her skull was smashed in. So I have a feeling that's probably where she was shot. And that's pretty much where she was killed, or well, that is where she ended because that's where she was. But there was blood outside. So she probably got outside somehow and somebody's whacking her and pulled her back in. God, I can't believe nobody heard this. That's unbelievable. Even with silencers, she's got to be screaming. Her kids are probably dead at this point. You would think she'd be screaming her head off. Okay, then Cross was able to identify several possible shoe impressions. Yeah, so Caroline Wilder, forensic specialist, she was also talking about some shoe impressions. Again, nothing too spectacular there. I want to find out more about those shoe impressions because defense said there were 5 separate shoe impressions. So I want to hear more about that. And then Monica Peters got up. She was the last witness for the day, and that's the sister. So they did not show her. She said she lived with Brandi for a little while, for a few months. She said Brandi usually ate dinner around 5 or 6. And remember, they were making a big deal about there was food in the stomach of the kids, and it usually takes, 2 hours for it to digest. So they're thinking that this happened between 6 and 8:20. 6:35, I think, and 8:20, something around there, say 6:30 to 8:30. So if those kids had eaten around 5 or 6, and then I think there was food in their stomach. That's why they're saying, yeah, so it happened probably about 7, I guess, 7:30, somewhere in there is when this is happening. There was damage to a window screen, and there had been a rip in there since Brandi had moved in. So Brandi didn't own a car, so there was a Pontiac Grand Prix, but it needed an engine, and the burgundy Chrysler Concorde was owned by her mom. She saw Brandi on the 10th around 4 o'clock. That's because she got home from work. Brandi was actually came over with her mom, and they were going to pick up the kids from school, but Monica was too tired to go with her. She said mom called around 9 or 10, but the phone just kept going to voicemail. And she said it was unusual, it was unusual for Brandi's phone to be off all night, but they thought that she was at Cece's house. Now, Cece had ended up being the neighbor, and Arton Timmons was the neighbor, so he was sent over the next morning. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself. So Monica said she went to bed around 11. She said they had to get up early because her and Brandi and the kids were going to go do something around, so she got up at 5 or 6. And then Mom called Cece, but Cece was at work. So this was Saturday morning, so Cece said she'll send her son. So that was Arton Timmons, and he was 14 at the time. So Arton goes over, and we heard from him, he was witness number 1. So Arton goes over, and he says he sees blood on the door. He told, I guess, his mom, and his mom told Monica. So, Monica got understandably freaked out. She got her kids in the car, drove over, called her brother. Brother is pulling in at the same time as she's getting out, and she sees what we saw, which was the blood on the door, on the wall, on the little patio there. Then the rest, as they say, is history. So Brandi never came out, never answered any phone calls or called back. So under cross, they said, well, did you tell Officer Jernigan at 10 p.m. that you had talked to Brandi? And he brought that up in his opening statement. So I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that contradicts the state. But in fact, Monica says, I don't recall that because it was very scattered. I was overwhelmed with emotion. But what I actually said is I spoke to my mom around 10, but she says I never called Brandi. And then under redirect, her sworn statement to police was 10 or 9 p.m. She talked to her mom. Brandi didn't answer the phone. So your mom called, but you never talked to Brandi at 9 or 10. So slowly the defense is getting picked away at, if you will, from their theory. But then also we're talking about a lot of talk about the cartel. Was this a cartel hit? And we're also saying, Brett is saying, they're very public, they display you. When you are offed by the cartel, you are displayed. And Brandi was not. So very interesting. Very interesting. Oh, Father, all right. Have a good evening. Hope to see you again tomorrow. Now, tomorrow, guys, Aaron found a trial that we watched, or we were kind of following. It's the Slender Man trial, and it's these 3, I guess they were like maybe 14, 15 years old, and 2 of them lured the third friend into these woods, and they ended up offing her, and it had to do something with the Slender Man. So we're going to pause on this only until there's a hearing tomorrow, because this girl, she wants to. So let's see. So Morgan is the girl. She is going to be. She was sentenced to a mental hospital for 40 years. Here, you know what? Let me pull up the description. Morgan, yes. Okay, Aaron, I'm going to pull up the description. Okay, so Aaron posted it already, guys. So it's in Waukesha, Wisconsin, which I think we all know Waukesha. That's where Daryl Brooks is from. So Morgan Geyser, now 22, is seeking conditional release from a Winnebago Mental Health Institute. Geyser pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide for stabbing a classmate, Peyton Leutner, aiming to appease the fictional character Slender Man. Morgan was the Slender Man believer. They stabbed Peyton. She lived. Okay, so this marks her 4th attempt at conditional release. 2 previous petitions were withdrawn, and a 3rd was denied. Her co-defendant, Anissa Weier, I believe that's how you pronounce it, was released in 2021. Morgan's last attempt at release was 6 months ago. So here's the backstory. In 2014, 3 12-year-old girls, Morgan Geyser, Anissa Weier, and their classmate Peyton Leutner, went for a walk in a wooded park in Waukesha, Wisconsin. The day took a dark turn when Geyser and Weier Leutner into the woods and stabbed her 19 times in a disturbing attempt to appease the fictional internet character known as Slenderman. Leutner miraculously survived the attack by crawling to a nearby trail where a passerby found her and called for help. So, there's a hearing for her tomorrow, so we're going to go check that out. So we're going to put Florida versus Segura on pause just until that hearing is over. I'm not sure how long that hearing will last, maybe an hour, maybe 4 hours, I'm not sure. But we will definitely pick back up on Segura. So, yeah, Erica, it was in Wisconsin. The victim did live, yes. All right, so that's what we're going to watch tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We're going to pick that up. I think it starts at 9 or something like that, which would be 8 o'clock their time. So anyway, because they're an hour behind us. But we're going to pick up on that. Then we're going to watch that. Then we're going to pick up on Florida versus Segura. But you guys have got to join me at 5:45 and then 6 o'clock today. So it's only a couple hours from now. So we're going to switch gears just a bit, because Devin Perkins is somebody that you guys need to know about. So Devin Perkins at 5:45, we're going to do a appeals primer to get us ready for Jules Investigates at 6. So here's the backstory of Devin Perkins. On December 11th, 2022, 24-year-old Devin Perkins was driving a car that collided with a wrong-way pickup truck on State Road 44 near the Volusia County Fairgrounds in Florida. So Devin, and he had his girlfriend, who is on TikTok, and she apparently has millions of followers, or 1 million followers. She's very popular on TikTok, on Instagram. She goes by Alley Spice, right? So she presumably, I think, is in the front seat. They have their two friends in the back seat, Kyle and Ava. Excuse me. So they were out in Orlando. By all accounts, or only by really Devin's accounts, because the other three have passed away, unfortunately, they called it an early night, so they're driving home to, I guess, to the coast. I'm not quite sure where they were driving home to. New Smyrna Beach, I believe. So anyway, so they're driving home, everything's cool, and there's a truck coming on the wrong way, and this is a major highway, right? Coming the wrong way, collides with them. The 3 passengers of Devin are killed, and Devin survives miraculously. He's pretty banged up, but he survives. So the driver that had his lights off, that was driving for 8 miles, wrong way, was drinking for 6 hours, runs away from the crash. He eventually gets caught by the police, and he takes a plea deal, 37 years. But the prosecutors also charged Devin, and Devin was convicted. So that's basically what I'm going to be going over at 5:45. Then at 6 o'clock, we're going to have Devin's mother on, Victoria, with Jules. And we're going to talk about this. There's a huge appeal going on. There's a website, social media. So we're going to get into this case because it is something I think you guys should be aware of. Hopefully you will be into it as much as I am, because I talked to Victoria over the weekend and I was just gobsmacked as to what is going on. His blood alcohol level was 0.05, which is the alcohol level is 0.08, so he was well below the point, intoxicated, if you will, or impaired. He wasn't even intoxicated, impaired. He had ineffectual counsel. So anyway, it's going to be a good one, you guys. It's definitely going to be a good one. So please join me. You know what? I'm going to put a redirect. Please join me at 5:45. You guys, we definitely need support for Victoria and Devin, because he needs it. Because this is just so wrong. All right, so I'm going to put a redirect for this. So join me at 5:45, and then at 6 o'clock for Jules Investigates, and we're going to have Victoria on. So I'm really excited about that. Oh, Kerrville, you know about this? You know about this case? Awesome. Well, please join us. I had no idea you guys knew about this case. This is awesome. So 5:45, I'm going to do a little primer. I'm going to show some news clips. We're going to kind of wrap our heads around what the news is saying or has said. And then at 6 o'clock, Jules Investigates, and Jules and Victoria will be on, and we're going to talk about Devin Perkins. So join us tonight in a few hours, and then tomorrow we're going to do the Slender Man, and then we'll also pick up on Florida versus Segura. So we got a lot. We got a lot going on, you guys. So thank you for joining us. Thank you, Erin, as always. She does so much incredible things in the back end and behind the scenes. Thank you, Julie and OnlyFan. Thank you, Therapist You Know. Thank you, Brat. Florida PI Sam was in our chat for a little while. Thank you for joining us there. I know these trials are tough, you guys, and I appreciate you hanging with me. I got the sun coming in. I got to pull that. Appreciate you hanging with me. So just, remember, take a break if you can. Take time to take care of yourself. Love each other, love your loved ones. Make sure that they know that you love them, because sometimes you just don't know when the last time is you're going to say hello to them. So with that, I will leave you with a really cool video that Erin produced. So I'll play that for you, and have a great day, rest of your day. Please join us at 5:45. And we're going to talk about Devin Perkins. And then his mom is going to be on at 6 o'clock. So love you guys, and we'll see you later. Bye.